Okay, good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to and call to order the August 27, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
I'm here. At this time, please stand and join me in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Next item of business is approval of the minutes from the August 20th, 24 regular meeting.
Move approval.
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Our next item of business will be our County Executive Officers Report. Donna?
Good morning, board members. Just a quick report today as a recap of our Public Health Department's back-to-school health fairs that were held earlier this month in Santa Maria, Lompoc, and Santa Barbara. Our Santa Barbara Public Health Director, Mohamed Hamami, is joining us via Zoom to give us more details on the services that were provided to our community. Mohamed?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and supervisors. I wanted to share with you a highlight on our back-to-school health fairs that we did a couple of weeks ago. As many of you know, these health fairs are intended to prepare and help families that are going back to school, and just a snapshot of some of the success that we had. If we can move to the second slide, please. We wanted to bring all services that are needed and necessary for families that are coming back to school. So we brought in many of our community partners, as well as county services, as well as we wanted to make sure that we have giveaways for school supplies and other needed services. Next slide, please. Some of the services we provided that were essential for children and students that are going back to school were immunizations as well as school physicals. And this year we made sure that we have immunizations for everyone that needed those. We did not have anybody turn away. We also added an extra service, thanks for the clerk recorder office, that can print birth certificates on the spot. And this is very much needed for children that had to be enrolled in schools. And as you can see, we also provided blood screening and hypertension, blood pressure screening. And I don't think I'm violating any HIPAA rules by sharing that our chair blood pressure is perfect.
That was fine.
Next slide, please. We had more than 50 community partners, and we're very thankful for all those that joined us. We also are thankful for many of our county departments, such as child support, the clerk recorder, behavioral wellness, social services, in addition to many of the public health services that we provide. Next slide. In total, we had close to 2,500 community members that attended. That is an increase of 53% from last year. We performed 55 sports physicals. We gave 240 vaccinations, and we gave away more than 1,200 backpacks and school supplies, in addition to raffles, where we raffled 10 bikes. We also had in Lompoc the food bank that provided 4 pallets of fresh fruits and vegetables and a truckload of strawberries. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown per day. As you can see, the highest number was in Santa Maria with 1,200, followed by Lompoc, close to 1,100. And because of the size in Franklin, we had close to 200. And again, as you can see, those were some of the sports physicals and the immunizations. Next slide. Of course, this would have not been possible without the generosity and the partnership that we had from our sponsors, our community partners, as well as the departments, and definitely our team at Public Health, specifically our communication team, our equity, wellness, prevention, and promotion, as well as our health centers team. And this concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Director Hamami. I just want to say thank you for your leadership on this. I don't know, I wasn't at the Lompoc one, but I was in Santa Maria, and Director Hamami, I do not believe that English is your first language. However, he did address the crowd. He has taken Spanish classes and addressed our crowd in Spanish, and that went a long way to making everybody feel welcome. And so just outstanding. We really appreciate all your efforts and your team's efforts on that. Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to echo, you're really putting the Public Health Department in a great spotlight, and thank you. And I don't know if the CEO's report is going to talk about the South Coast Chamber, but we had tremendous presentations on the state of the county, both by our CEO and our chair. I was really proud to say I'm part of that team.
That concludes the report.
Okay, that concludes our CEO report. That concludes our CEO report. That takes us to Madam Clerk. Any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, yes, I have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, August 23rd, amending departmental item number 2 and adding administrative item number 27 to the agenda. Departmental item number 2 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the 2030 Climate Action Plan adoption. And there was an amendment to remove recommendation B2, which states prepare the necessary environmental reviews. Additionally, administrative item number 27 is from the Human Resources Department. It was added to the agenda and is to consider recommendations regarding Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Local 620 Successor Memorandum of Understanding, September 2nd, 2024 through July 4th, 2027, and amendments to the Compensation and Benefits Plan for Management, Appointed Executive, and Confidential Unrepresented Employees. This addendum has been posted online and made available to the board and the public. Additionally, I have a brief correction and a brief announcement on administrative item number 27 that was added to the agenda. Recommendation B should be corrected to say adopt a resolution to amend the Compensation and Benefits Plan for Management, Appointed Executive, and Confidential Unrepresented Employees. And prior to the board acting on this item in accordance with Government Code Section 54953, this item includes a recommendation for final action on compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits to local agency executives for increases to county contributions to dependent healthcare coverage. Administrative item number 27 can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda as we have no request to speak on that item. Additionally, we received a request from the department to withdraw administrative item number 18. Administrative item number 18 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement for the exchange of federal highway dollars for the state of California 2023 through 2024 exchange and state match program. This withdrawal request memo has been made available to the board and the public and can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda as we have no requests to speak on that item. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240, and that concludes my announcements for today.
All right, thank you very much. Next item of our business will be our administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the A agenda? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, any members of the public request to pull any items from the administrative agenda?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I have requests from the public on administrative item number 3 and administrative item number 7.
Okay. So excluding 3 and 7, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Next item of business will be the resolutions to be presented today. Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item number 1 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Maria Cloudy Gonzalez, upon her retirement from the Public Health Department after over 27 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Maria Cloudy Gonzalez. And if you can please join us at the podium. And anyone you might want to join you. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Cloudy Gonzalez has dedicated over 27 years of her career to the residents of Santa Barbara County as a financial office professional at the Lompoc Healthcare Center. And whereas Cloudy joined the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department on November 4th, 1996, she provided administrative and financial office support services and diligently worked to ensure patients received consistent, exceptional care. And whereas Cloudy initially provided clerical support at the Wellness Center for Women's Health and Pediatrics Well Child Clinics before transferring to the Primary Care Department. She also assumed the role of the main cashier, which she held until her retirement. And whereas Cloudy has been a great role model with her focus on exceptional patient care, she also had a very active role in the department's COVID-19 response. Her competence in helping to create and refine the dispatch operator role within the isolation and quarantine team was a testament to her good judgment and ability. Other team members also noted the professionalism and helpfulness with which she performed the work. Cloudy truly exemplified what it really means to be a disaster worker. And whereas Cloudy has been a stellar member of our public health department, the community, as well as her family and friends. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge Cloudy Gonzalez for her tireless commitment of quality care to the residents of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Would you like to say something? It's all yours.
It's been an honor to work with the county. I really enjoyed it. My coworkers are the best, and I really miss them. I really do. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Madam Clerk, item 2, please.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Carmen Vargas upon her retirement from the Public Health Department after over 40 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Carmen Vargas. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Carmen Vargas has dedicated over 40 years of her career to the residents of Santa Barbara County as a medical assistant at the Lompoc Healthcare Center. And whereas Carmen joined the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department on August 30th, 1982, she provided medical assistant support services, and with her consistent performance as well as dedication, always ensured that patients received exceptional care. And whereas Carmen supported our primary care, pediatrics, and women's health services, including OBGYN, as well as family planning clinics, she worked very closely with many providers, and her hard work day in and day out would not go unnoticed. Carmen consistently went the extra mile and set a high standard. Her commitment is a testament of her character. And whereas Carmen has been a huge asset to the Lompoc Healthcare Center, as well as a great role model with her focus on exceptional patient care. Carmen's dedication and her hard work motivated others to give their best as well. And whereas Carmen will enter retirement with a stellar reputation as a trustworthy and compassionate advocate for the patients, the community, and those she worked alongside with throughout her career. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge Carmen Vargas for her tireless commitment of quality care to the residents of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Oh, in the middle? Sure. Thank you, everybody. I'm newly retired. It's only been a month. I miss my family at work because I've been there 42 years, and it's been good. I feel like I'm still on vacation, but I miss everybody, and thank you again.
Madam Clerk, item 3.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming August 26, 2024 as Women's Equality Day in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Jordy Scully from the Women's Commission and Joyce Ellen Littman from the League of Women Voters. And if you can both please come to the podium. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas the struggle for women's equality has been marked by the unwavering courage and tireless advocacy of women suffragists who organized, petitioned, and protested for the right to vote across the United States. And whereas through decades of sustained efforts, including relentless lobbying, rallies, and acts of civil disobedience that often met with harsh opposition and imprisonment, these activists laid the foundation for gender equality in voting. And whereas August 26 marks the anniversary of the passage and subsequent certification of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution in 1920, which granted women the right to vote and signified a pivotal moment in the fight for gender equality. And whereas Women's Equality Day was established in 1971 to commemorate the historic event and to remind us of the ongoing efforts required to achieve full equality for women in all aspects of society. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Commission for Women, since its establishment in 1973, has been at the forefront of promoting women's well-being and equal status throughout Santa Barbara County, breaking down barriers and creating a community designed to meet the educational, employment, and related needs of women and girls. And whereas celebrating Women's Equality Day not only honors those who fight for women's suffrage, but also emphasizes the importance of continuing advocacy for equitable rights across socioeconomic, political, and cultural spheres. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that August 26 is recognized as Women's Equality Day, a day to reflect on the profound historical impacts of the suffrage movement and to recommit to the pursuit of equal rights for all, passed and adopted today.
Thank you to the supervisors for this. It's very important. I remember being a kid and people telling me like, "Oh, you're just as good as boys. You can do just as much," and I was like, obviously, why are you telling me that? But now I realize it's because in the Constitution, we literally are not equal still. So I do appreciate the County of Santa Barbara bringing this to everyone's attention. And I would also like to say that, in Santa Barbara County, I think another way to help women be equal is by supporting healthcare, also healthcare, but childcare. Last year, only 7% of families in Santa Barbara County was able to access healthcare from ages 0 to 3. Childcare from ages 0 to 3. I'd like to see that number go up to support women and working in the workforce. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Joyce Littman, and I'm a member of the League of Women Voters of North Santa Barbara County. So thank you very much for the proclamation that celebrates the progress made to date regarding women's rights. But I just want to let you know that the League, as well as many other state and local national women's organizations, have started to call this day Women's Inequality Day, because we've certainly lost some rights in recent years, and there's still many rights for women that are missing. For example, the Equal Rights Amendment has never been certified by Congress, so it is not an amendment to the U.S. Constitution. We no longer have reproductive freedom in parts of this country. Women still continue to get paid less for equal work. And telling a personal story, I remember when I was hired at a job I had for many, many years, The first thing the board chairman said at that time to me, I worked for a nonprofit, was, well, we're just glad that we didn't hire the guy because we would have had to pay him more. So that was in 1974, and it still is pervasive today as it was then and for the decades that have preceded us. So while we have accomplished much, and we look forward to working with groups in Santa Barbara County and throughout the nation to achieve more of the rights for women in our country, we appreciate this proclamation and recognizing it as Women's Equality Day and our efforts to work with everyone to move forward. Thank you.
All right. I also wanted to highlight, I'm sorry? Okay. Our next item that we wanted to talk about is, even though it's up for honorary resolution, to me, I think that's probably because somebody doesn't like to speak and have the light shown on them. But A4, if you could just read the title in for me, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is an honorary resolution sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino and is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Nancy Anderson upon her departure from the County of Santa Barbara.
Nancy, I just did not want you to be able to escape without hearing from the board. Mona, if you want to lead off, we'll kick it to you.
So many of you know Nancy Anderson has been our Chief Assistant CAO and also our Budget Director. She was hired as a Budget Director. She came in right at the beginning of COVID and launched right into it. She was responsible for helping communicate with our business community, launching a lot of the programs during COVID internally and externally. For those in the budget, you know, she was the hawk eye in the budget, but also helped us improve our systems, our forecasting. And recently she was a chief assistant, but she's been here 4.5 years, and we're very proud of her. She was appointed recently as the next county administrative officer for Kern County. So I think we do pretty well here. We're batting pretty well for having folks then take the lead. But we just want to say thank you, Nancy. And this is her last week. I know Tanya and Wade are looking at me like, Mona, we still have so much to do. But we appreciate your work here, and we, as Supervisor Lavanino said, we couldn't let you escape without saying thank you to you.
You know, I was, when they made the announcement, I told the Board of Supervisors for Kern County that have been really blessed to work for 2 incredible counties, both Kern County and Santa Barbara County, and just the amazing county leadership at both agencies has been incredible. And I'm taking that with me, and I've learned some things here, and certainly going to apply that where I can. And hopefully we brought some stuff here, Jeff and I, from Kern County, and leaving it in a little bit better place. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just had to add, you've been a calm and steady and amazingly capable hand getting us through and helping businesses, especially through COVID, and we'll never forget that. And I take some heart in that you still have your horse in the Santa Ynez Valley, and we'll be coming back to see him and your husband.
Well, yeah, we see where that ranks. All right, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Nancy, thank you for having such integrity in class and the way you've done this over the last few years working for our county. You've been we've been extremely fortunate to have you, and being the valedictorian of the school for Prapwell has been really the DNA that you guys have imprinted on our fiscal team, and to be able to really send our county in a direction for fiscal security for years on end. I think your legacy will be here for many more years to come, and I'm excited for Kern to get the chance to have you at the helm.
No, thank you so much.
Yes, our loss is their gain, absolutely. So their agenda might look a little bit different than ours from this week, but good luck, congratulations,
so much.
And we really appreciate all the work that you
I
do.
appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, We're now going to take the administrative items that were pulled in numerical order. Madam Clerk, can you please read them?
I had public comment.
Yeah, we're going to read public comment. Item 3 or 7?
No, it wasn't, it was on that item. Why did he pass over?
It is. It is. We're reading it into the record first, and then you'll be allowed to speak on it. Item A3 or A7? Okay, let's just do them together.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, yes, we have 2 requests to speak. One on administrative item number 3 that was previously read into the record. Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman have sponsored a resolution proclaiming August 26, 2024 as Women's Equality Day in Santa Barbara County. And the same member of the public has pulled administrative item number 7 from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement for services of independent contractor with Miller Security and Investigations, Inc., DBA, Bomer Security and Investigators for fiscal years 2024 through 2026 for security services. And we will take your comments together for 6 minutes.
Okay, which one did you want to speak on, Karen?
I wanted to speak on, I thought I was going to be saying something about Women's Equality Day.
That is. She read that just now.
Okay.
And then the other one was on security, A7. But if you don't want to talk about that.
No,
that's
I do
fine.
want to
Okay.
talk about that,
So you
but
have
not in the same comment.
Well, you have 6 minutes, so you can go 3 minutes on the first one and 3 on the second.
Okay, no problem. Well, I'm not going to need to go that long. I wasn't aware that the League of Women Voters is a partisan group. And she explained that it wasn't a partisan group. But the comments that she made immediately after receiving the honor from the board indicates that the women's reproductive rights are like they were back in the 50s. That doesn't make any sense. Also, things are not like they were when my mother was passed over for retirement benefits after working for Security Pacific National Bank as an executive for many years. She never received any retirement, which is one of the reasons why I'm always here in front of you today, because my family's been so poor. I had the opportunity to spend 3 days in the Northern Branch Jail this week. And when I was in the Northern Branch Jail, I observed some women who need to be thought about in Women's Equality Day, which was yesterday. Is that we were declaring it for yesterday? There's women inside the jail who are suffering from fentanyl addiction and they're detoxing. Those are the women who probably will never vote. And some of them can't vote. So when we're talking about women's votes and women's rights and women's equality, we need to be thinking about those women, especially because they have absolutely no voice ever. And my suggestion, like it is always, is that we go out into the community and we touch these people. We actually, greet them, shake their hands, get to know them, and see what they're going through. Because when you do that, it really changes your perspective in women's equality. I'm certain it has in my life. That was my comment on that. Now, the Behavioral Wellness Department comment needs to come after that is presented, because it's not going to make any sense. Do you understand? Why are you making me comment on an item that hasn't been presented yet?
Item A7, you said you wanted to talk about the security. That's already been read into the record. So
Okay.
if you want to talk about other stuff, the mental health and the physical health that's
pull
going
it.
on
Okay.
WellPath, that's later on today.
Okay, the Behavioral Wellness Department is requesting $1.6 million to be spent on security. Okay? and investigations from a private company. And then the other thing that was in that is that they're going to delegate to the director of the Department of Behavioral Wellness or designee the authority to suspend, delay, or interrupt the services for convenience per section 20 of the agreement. Make immaterial changes. Now, the definition of immaterial in this sentence is very important. Immaterial changes to the agreement per section 26 and modify service locations, schedules per exhibit. Okay, all of this stuff pertaining to security work for behavioral wellness department, that is a huge budget. And because it's going to a company that also does investigations, you can just segue that into investigations. Is that what behavioral wellness is going to be doing? Is doing investigations on people? That's what this suggests, because the budget is so huge. I'm going to be following up on this in detail in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now need a motion and a vote on A3 and A7, please.
I move to approve both.
Second.
Do we need a, okay, we'll just do them together. Motion and second on A3 and A7. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? They pass unanimously. Okay, we're at time for general public. Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak on general public comment today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, yes, we currently have 17 requests to speak on general public comment.
Okay. And I will now at this point close public comment. So if your name's on the list, you're speaking. If your name's not on the list, you can wait for next week. So we have 17.
Thank you, Chair. And before we proceed with general public comment, we do have quite a few members of our community joining us today that will be using our interpretive services. And we have Carlos Saracedo joining us via Zoom, who will be providing those interpretive services for us. And I'm going to turn it over to Carlos momentarily just to describe what is required in both English and in Spanish. Carlos?
Good morning, everyone. Buenos días a todos. I am going to make a bilingual announcement. Voy a hacer un anuncio bilingüe. For those of us who are going to participate and speaking in Spanish, please make sure that when you come up to the podium, you speak a few sentences and you pause, because then I will be doing what is called consecutive interpretation. I will not be able to do simultaneous because otherwise we'll be talking on top of each other. So make sure that you speak slowly, pause, give me time for me to hear, and then I will repeat what you just said in English. And we should go very smoothly. So when you come up to the podium, just say Spanish, please, and I'll be right there backing you up. Para aquellos que van a hablar español, que han pedido un intérprete, cuando vengan al podio, por favor, hablen lentamente y hagan unas frases y paren, hagan una pausa para que yo pueda interpretar para ustedes. Es lo que se llama interpretación consecutiva. No se puede hacer simultáneo porque si no, hablo yo al mismo tiempo que ustedes y nadie entiende nada. Entonces, por favor, cuando vengan al podio, digan español o Spanish y yo voy a estar allí directamente al lado suyo para poder interpretar para ustedes. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Carlos.
And Carlos, one more thing before we proceed. Thank you very much. I just wanted to remind members of the public, although we were able to accommodate today with a short notice request for interpreters yesterday at 3:30 p.m., we do ask for any future requests for interpretation to be Friday prior to our board meeting by 4 p.m., just so we can ensure our interpreters are available. Carlos, if you could just quickly announce that,
Yes.
that would be great.
Para aquellos, ayer recibimos el llamado de pedido de el intérprete 3:30 de la tarde y es difícil lograr para hacer ese tratado. Por favor, en el futuro, si van a necesitar intérprete en español, háganlo el viernes antes de la fecha del martes de la reunión para así poder proveerles un mejor servicio de interpretación. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
And we will proceed with public comment. First, we will go on Zoom with Sherry Foster, and then we will return here in Santa Maria with Steve Wagner. Sherry? Oh, and it looks like we just lost Sherry on Zoom. Sherry, if you would still like to provide your comments, please log into Zoom and we will call you momentarily. We will begin here in Santa Maria with Steve Wagner, to be followed by Sarah McDonald. Steve?
Good morning. My name is Steve Wagner. I am the Associate Manager for North Santa Barbara County from the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League. Seeing as how you're hopefully discussing the senior park overlay and moratorium on the changing of a senior park's age status, I thought I would throw some thoughts at you. Now, I'd feel silly if I didn't say this stuff and you didn't know it, but you probably already do. But going right ahead, why does a company buy a senior park in the first place just to change the age of that park and get all the residents in that park terribly upset? Well, senior parks have a faster turnover. The residents tend to die, or they go into hospice care, or they live with their parents. And then the home becomes vacant and they want to sell it. And the plan is they sell it to generate generational wealth so that they can either pay off a mortgage or put a grandchild through college. Now, what happens? That doesn't happen a lot of times. The management company of that park deliberately slows down the paperwork in the sales process, scaring off potential buyers so the homeowner or heir is forced to sell the home to the management company at a reduced price. Another thing they do is add to the Title 25 health and safety requirements for selling a home, making repairs so costly that a private sale becomes impossible, but they offer to buy the home as is at a greatly reduced price. Why does the management company want to buy the homes? Park-owned homes can be rented out at a larger monthly price because the renters are paying for both the home and the lot it sits on, while the former owners owned the home and just paid for the lot. And while Santa Barbara County has a mobile home rent control ordinance, it does not apply to renters renting a home in a company-owned park. They can charge whatever the heck they want. What a moratorium and eventual senior park overlay will do is make that senior park less desirable to an unethical management company. It doesn't solve all the issues involved with management companies and homeowners, but does offer a layer of protection. And I understand that you cannot make laws about a lot of this stuff, but you understand more now, and knowledge is power. I've also have some booklets for you to receive so you can familiarize yourself with the management company that's doing this stuff. Thank you very much. And thank you for listening to me this morning. Whoa, good timing.
Thanks, Steve.
We will now go to Sarah McDonald, to be followed by Gary Hall. Sarah?
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Sarah McDonald. I'm a community activist in many pots, and today I came to support the farm workers and their rights to having a living wage. But when I came in here, I decided it'd be a good time to pick up voter registration forms from the elections office. And guess what? They aren't reopening until October 8th. Now, I don't know about you, but this is a time where we need to have those forms available, those offices available, open, because this is called the time we need to get out the vote. And you know, are all rights for our farm workers and for those of us who want to be franchised into our boating is very important. And I'm not just saying this because I like to hear myself speak. It's a time to get out the vote. We need to have our offices open now. We don't need to have to go to Santa Barbara to pick up the forms. And we have a lot of events coming up, and this is the perfect time to get people to be registered, updated. So let's do it, people. Let's give the farm workers their just desserts for their pay and get out the vote. Thank you.
We will now go to Gary Hall.
All right, actually Karen did it right. So because we have so many people here, it's this. Okay, so we don't boo or clap or appreciate somebody else. So just for public comment. During resolutions, we do that. During public comment, if you agree with them, it's like this. All right, go ahead.
We will now go to Gary Hall to be followed by Leanne Wolever. Gary?
Too early, right? Good morning, supervisors. My name is Gary Hall. I am a senior retiree and a resident of Rancho Buena Vista Mobile Estates, a seniors mobile home park located here in Santa Maria. Like the residents of Del Cielo Mobile Estates, I specifically bought my home in Rancho Buena Vista because it is a seniors park, knowing my neighbors would also be seniors. The park is designed to be a seniors community, not a family or an all-age community park. The amenities are designed for seniors. The traffic is limited and the streets are mostly quiet and a good place for a leisurely walk. I am appalled to think that a greedy senior mobile home park owner would even consider converting a senior mobile home park. We must stop this grievous, selfish act. I'm asking the County of Santa Barbara to initiate a moratorium on converting any senior mobile home park to all-age park until a senior mobile home park overlay can be enacted. This will resolve the immediate needs of the Del Cielo's residents, excuse me, and prevent a similar occurrence at the many senior parks in the unincorporated Santa Barbara County. We can only hope that jurisdictions, excuse me, we can only hope that jurisdictions like Santa Maria, my hometown, will follow suit. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Nelson. Oh, and so is yours, John. Never mind. Thank you.
We will now go to Leanne Wolever to be followed by Claire Weinman. Leanne?
Hello, my name is Leanne Wolever. I'm the chair for New California State. I wanted to read this. This is concerning June 25th because of recess and a lot of other things. I hadn't had an opportunity to read this, so I am going to now. This comment is concerning Chairman Lavanino's comments concerning election integrity at our June 25th, 2024 BOS meeting. You talked for over 10 minutes about your thoughts and how we were wasting our time. 17 speakers spoke in the morning and then 6 speakers in the afternoon about election integrity. I don't think any of them felt that they were wasting their time. We want the best for our voters in our county. Remember, you were elected by the people. You are a public servant for the people. If the people want to question your intentions about election integrity, like you did with the 22 county offices about performance and financial audits with 17 of your departments, we all have that right to do this. You don't get a free card from it. Obviously, your evaluation from We the People is not stellar. Just like the county departments, you have some areas to improve in. The 3 minutes I get to talk will not cover the 20 points made in your speech June 25th. So expect more comments about your performance in the future Board of Supervisor meetings. Lastly, you told us how you know the election system. Apparently not if there is a disconnect between you and We the People in this county. Remember, majority of the people that talked are college educated and are successful in what they do. Some of us have lived in Santa Barbara County all our lives, and some of us are generational in the state of California here, and we've lived here a long time. We do care about Santa Barbara County, maybe more than the average voter in this county, because we are here trying to converse our feelings to you. We try to be respectful to you. Please reciprocate it back to us. Thank you.
We will now go to Claire Wyman to be followed by Hazel Davalos. Claire?
Good morning. My name is Claire Weinman, and I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. As a leading source of employment in the county, we support agricultural community and want to see it thrive. We understand that you will hear for a call for a 63% increase in the minimum wage for agriculture countywide at the local level, which is very concerning. The minimum wage does not reflect actual agricultural take-home earnings. Most harvesters are paid on a piece rate basis, which offers lucrative opportunities based on performance. Additionally, the ongoing increases in the California minimum wage have created compression across many other job opportunities, which has proved difficult to navigate. We also call into question the cumulative effect of changes that have already occurred on the state level on the take-home earnings and hours worked, as previous well-intentioned efforts are reported to have fallen short in improving earnings and hours worked for farm workers and their families. We want jobs and businesses to stay in Santa Barbara County. This action would only further distance our local community from neighboring counties, not to mention Arizona and Mexico as growing regions. And what would it mean for the county as an employer, not to mention many other public, nonprofit, and other businesses in our community? We will continue to pay the most competitive wages that we can while also staying in business. We're very concerned with the potential impacts across numerous sectors countywide. Significant year-after-year increases in the minimum wage cannot be sustained. Agriculture is already difficult enough. Let's not open this Pandora's box. We urge the county to invest its time, resources, and leadership in win-win solutions to benefit farm workers and the community as a whole. Thank you.
We will now go to Hazel Davalos, and then we will go to our members of the community who require interpretation with Blanco. Hazel?
Good morning, Board. My name is Hazel Davalos with CAUSE. This isn't the first time we speak with you about issues impacting farm workers in our county over the last decade. And we're glad that we've been able to look to the county as a partner in improving labor conditions for workers. Despite our efforts, however, if you ask any farm worker in our county what's the biggest challenge they face, it's low wages. Not earning enough money to pay high Central Coast rents, living in crowded housing, struggling to pay for food and health care, and provide for their children. This is why CAUSE and MyCOP joined forces to form Alianza Campesina, an alliance of farm worker leaders with the mission of increasing wages for farm workers in Santa Barbara County. At our convenings, workers have expressed the hurt of being called essential workers, yet being paid and treated as if they're disposable. They've organized vigils last year when not one but 2 farm workers were killed in the fields by machinery. A Cuyama woman whose coworkers were told to just keep picking while her dead body lay in the fields. Another young man in his early 20s working in Guadalupe who left behind his 2-year-old son. However, these workers haven't slowed down in the face of challenges and sorrow. They've chosen to organize and fight for dignity. They've been inspired by the fights of workers from other sectors, from hotel workers, healthcare, fast food, to win a higher minimum wage via an ordinance, and they want to do the same. That is why we're here today, to ask that you agendize this issue for your next Santa Maria board meeting. The farm worker leaders of Alianza Campesina are asking you to pass a farm worker living wage ordinance of $26 per hour. We can do this. With a single policy, you as a board can lift thousands of families in our county out of poverty. I imagine if you asked your staff at any county departments providing social services, healthcare, or other benefits to low-income families, you'd hear about the key role the county plays towards keeping farm worker families afloat, despite the fact they work hard in full-time jobs. And this, in big part, is because growers won't pay livable wages. Growers can and need to do this. The ag industry is facing a labor shortage. one that we argue is of their own doing. If you ask anyone who has left farm working for another trade why they left, the answer is going to be because of low wages for physically extraneous work. Santa Maria is the city with the second largest population of H-2A guest workers in the state, where growers pay for their trip from their home country, their housing, food, transportation, in addition to wages. We're talking 35 or 40 an hour per worker in the end. They can handle paying farm workers $26 an hour and ideally attract local talent who will spend that money back on our local economy. Santa Barbara County can do this. What drives our work is a dream of what a middle-class farm worker community can look like, where families can thrive and workers can hold their head up with pride. We can make Santa Barbara County be known as a destination where people seek to buy our produce and visit our wineries because they know that farm workers here earn a dignified wage. Taking this step will take bravery and commitment from you all as a board, but as the saying goes, si se puede.
We will now go to our members of the public who will be using our interpretation services. And please note, you will be getting 6 minutes, so double the amount of an English speaker in order to allow for time to speak in English and Spanish. So Carlos, if you can also just note that for our members as well, that they will be receiving 6 minutes.
Para aquellos que van a estar hablando en español, les van a otorgar 6 minutos para que haya tiempo para la interpretación. Estamos listos para proceder. We're ready to proceed.
Thank you, Carlos. My apologies. We will begin with Blanca, to be followed by Marcos Cervantes. Blanca?
Blanca, si pasa al podio, por favor, y acérquese al micrófono, lo más cerca posible del micrófono. Gracias.
Just to clarify, I won't be needing an interpreter today.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Blanca Antonio Aquino, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to join the conversation to propel an effort to support a living wage for our farm working community. I would like to begin by sharing one of my earliest memories of the fields. At age 8, I recall my mom telling me, when you're picking up a strawberry, think as if you're picking up a single cent. As you fill up your box, imagine you are filling your box with money, with pennies. As a child of field workers and a field worker myself, I have firsthand experience of what our normal looks like. Shopping at thrift stores, yard sales, going to every food distribution we could make it to, and in general, doing everything in our power to make ends meet. This is a common experience for farm-working families because of the earning disparity between the workers and those who profit. The low wages that are paid for the back-breaking labor performed causes more than financial strain on families, but also tends to impact their child's education. Moreover, making ends meet, paying bills, rent, groceries, utilities, basic necessities, leaves little room for extracurricular activities that those students' peers have access to. While their summers are often spent at summer camps or doing summer sports, ours were reserved for helping our parents in the fields. This is a shared experience I hope to seize. Let us not put a price tag and an expiration date on the health and well-being of our farm workers, who work tirelessly and laborfully to provide us with fresh produce. Instead, let us provide our community of farm workers with the means and resources to live with a dignified wage instead of forcing them and their families to simply survive. Today, I want to ask of you all to consider not only the hardships that they face financially, physically, mentally, but also that of their families who struggle to help them, who know at an early age, we're struggling, we don't have enough. Let us make a change and propel an effort to help them not only survive, but also have the means to live. Thank you.
We will now go to Marcos Cervantes, to be followed by Olivia. Marcos?
Carlos, can you also announce that the next speaker should come up to the front and be waiting, so that, because we have a lot of speakers today, please. Thank you.
Por favor, los que van a hablar, acérquense al micrófono para estar segundos después del que está hablando. Gracias.
Hi, I will be doing the interpretation for him today. Thank you.
Buenos días, supervisores condados. Mi nombre es Marcos Cervantes y soy de Santiago, Tilapa, Oaxaca. Soy padre de familia. Tengo 5 hijos, 30 años viviendo y piscando fresa en Santa María.
Good morning, County of Supervisors. My name is Marcos Cervantes. I am a father and I have 5 children. I have been living and picking strawberries in Santa Maria, California for 30 years.
El trabajo es muy, campo es muy difícil. Importante, tenemos que estar agachados por 8 horas y con dolor de espalda. También trabajamos en el frío. Cuando hace frío, los dedos se congelan. También trabajamos en el calor y a veces sin agua y sombra. En la lluvia tenemos que estar en el agua, carrito de fresa. Todo esto tiene problema en nuestra salud.
Field work is very difficult and important. We have to bend over for 8 hours and have back pain. We also work in the cold, and when it's cold, our fingers freeze. We also work in the heat and sometimes without water and shade. In the rain, we have to be in the water with our strawberry cart, and this is bad for our health.
Y gracias, supervisores, escucha y comentarios. Le pedimos que estemos en la agenda de las juntas del 17 de septiembre. Los campesinos merecemos un sueldo digno.
Thank you, supervisors, for listening to my comment. We ask that we be on the agenda for the September 17th meeting. Farm workers deserve a living salary. Thank you.
We will now go to Olivia, to be followed by Guadalupe. Olivia?
Elvia,
My apologies. Elvia?
Elvia, Guadalupe, Elvia.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es
Good morning.
Elvia Salazar.
Good morning. ¿Puede comenzar otra vez, por favor?
Mi nombre es Elvia Salazar.
My name is Olivia Salazar.
Elvia
Elvia Salazar.
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 Y estoy aquí el día de hoy pidiendo
And I'm
su
here today.
atención
Requesting your attention
para que se nos haga esto posible de que los trabajadores del campo tengan una vida digna, una vida con más oportunidades,
so to make
como
it
las
possible
tenemos
that the farm workers will have a dignified life, a life with more benefits. Adelante.
como la tenemos muchas personas que somos privilegiadas,
Like many people does, like the privileged ones,
en estar en una posición de un trabajo de oficina,
like being
En
in a
estar-
position to have an office job,
en una posición donde no tenemos que salir a trabajar cuando
in a
está
position,
lloviendo,
in a position in which we don't have to go outside to work when it's raining,
cuando está en extremo de calor.
when there are extreme heat.
Esta oportunidad que tenemos el día de hoy para levantar nuestra voz, y hacer
This is
esta
the day that we
petición
have the
ante ustedes.
opportunity to raise our voices. Adelante.
Queremos aprovecharla y traer su atención para que esto tenga una repercusión permanente en nuestra comunidad.
We want to take advantage of this and bring it to your attention so that it will have a permanent repercussion in our society.
Es difícil escuchar a las personas cómo trabajan 8 horas bajo el sol.
It's difficult to hear about how these people work 8 hours a day under the sun,
bajo la lluvia,
under the rain,
sin tener la oportunidad de llevar a
Without-
sus hijos
without having the opportunity
ni-
to take their kids
a un nivel donde ellos quisieran.
to the level that they would
Porque
like
los salarios son mínimos.
because the salaries are minimum.
Son las personas que trabajan y llevan nuestros alimentos a la mesa.
Those are the people that work and bring all our food to the table.
Es muy importante
It's very important
que abramos nuestro pensamiento,
that we open
nuestro
our
criterio
thought and our criteria
y demos una oportunidad como la que merecemos todos,
and to give them the opportunity
de una
like
vida-
everyone deserves
de una vida digna,
of a
de una
dignified
vida
life,
que todos merecemos,
a life that we all
de una
deserve,
vida de grandes oportunidades.
a life
Porque
with
este
great
país
opportunities.
Este país está lleno de oportunidades.
This country is full of
Emigramos de nuestros países buscando una mejor oportunidad para nuestros hijos.
We migrated from our countries looking for a better opportunity for our children.
¿Por qué no brindarla si
Why
está en
not?
nuestras manos?
Why not provide
Por-
it when it is in our hands to do it?
¿Por qué no levantar nuestra voz?
Why not raise our
Sí.
voices?
Yo, este día, soy la voz, soy el rostro de aquellas
Today-
personas
I'm the face and the voice of those people
que tienen miedo a salir de las sombras,
that they have fear
Que tienen-
of coming out of the shadows,
que tienen miedo de enfrentar a sus mayordomos,
that they have fear
Que-
of confronting the foremen,
que tienen miedo por perder
If-
sus trabajos
they're fearful of losing their jobs,
y de pedir ante ustedes
and to
esta
request in front
oportunidad.
of you this opportunity.
de un salario digno
A salary
para
that
nuestros
is
trabajadores agrícolas.
dignified for our farm workers.
Por favor,
Please,
levanten su voz.
raise your
Todos
voice.
aquellos que pueden,
All those ones that you can do,
levanten su voz.
raise your
Somos
voice.
mayoría
We are a majority,
y lo estamos pidiendo con el corazón en la mano.
and we are asking
Porque
this with our
sabemos que
heart
se
in our
puede.
hands, because we know it can be done.
Sabemos que esto es posible.
We know that this is possible.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to Guadalupe, to be followed by Margarita Orocio. Guadalupe?
Guadalupe, y después Margarita Arceo.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre
Hello,
es
good morning.
Gabriela.
My
Soy
name is
Gabriela
Gabriela.
Vivar.
Gabriela
Soy
Viva.
el residente del condado de Santa Bárbara.
I'm a
Soy una
resident of the
trabajadora
county of Santa
agrícola.
Barbara.
Soy
I
una
am a farm
trabajadora
worker.
agrícola en el brócoli.
I do broccoli.
El día de hoy perdí mi día de trabajo para poder estar aquí.
I lost my day
Para-
working today just to be here
Y pedirle a la Junta de Supervisores en adoptar un mejor salario digno para los trabajadores agrícolas.
to request from the Board of Supervisors a dignified or better salary for the farm workers.
Si me permiten, quiero dar mi comentario en público, principalmente porque yo trabajo en el brócoli.
First of all, I would like to give my comments here in public because normally I work in the broccoli fields.
Yo tengo una lastimadura de trabajo donde yo me caí de la máquina
I fell
cuando aún la
from a
máquina
machine
estaba moviéndose.
and I sustained an injury just as the machine was moving.
Quedándome con la pierna colgada entre el medio de los escalones, lastimándome la rodilla y la cintura.
And my leg was hanging between the steps, hurting my knee and my muscles on my thigh.
Cuando al fin lograron parar la máquina, al único lugar donde me llevaron fue a la oficina de la compañía para que me chequeara un paramédico.
When finally they were able to stop the machine and take me, the only place they took me to the office of the company to wait for a doctor.
Donde el paramédico me pidió hacer unas flexiones básicas con la pierna y la rodilla toda morada e hinchada.
The paramedic asked me to make some motions with my leg and my knee, and it was all bruised and swollen.
Para que él después me dijera que yo estaba bien, que era solo el golpe que yo tenía.
And then he told me that I was fine, that it was just the blow that I had received.
Y que podía regresar a trabajar como si nada había pasado.
And I could go back to work just like nothing had happened.
Se vuelve aún más difícil para mí con
It
mi
became even more
lastimadura
difficult with my injury
tener que seguir trabajando más
To
de 8
continue-
horas apoyándome en la pierna.
to continue working for 8 more hours, supporting myself on that leg.
A veces tengo que caminar del medio del field para yo poder ir al baño.
Sometimes I have to walk from the middle of the field all the way just to get to the restroom.
Así como estoy lastimada, me tengo que levantar a las 4 de la madrugada para preparar el lonche.
And injured as I am, I get up at 4 in the morning so just I could prepare my lunch
Y poder llevar a mis hijos con la niñera para darles un mejor futuro.
and then take the kids to the caretaker of the children so that they can have a better future.
¿Se imaginan qué pasaría si yo descansara?
What would happen if I rest? Imagine.
Un solo ingreso no nos alcanzaría para pagar nuestras necesidades,
Only one income wouldn't be enough to pay our needs.
ya que la comida, la renta, todo está muy caro.
Everything is expensive, food, rent.
Para cerrar, quiero darle las gracias a los supervisores por considerar mis comentarios.
On closing, I just want to thank the supervisors for considering all my comments.
Todas las personas merecemos un salario digno, especialmente los trabajadores agrícolas.
All people needs to have a dignified type of salary, particularly the farm workers,
Porque somos miembros importantes y valiosos para nuestra comunidad.
we are members that we are valuable and important for our community.
Los trabajadores agrícolas mantenemos al mundo, pero muy apenas podemos mantener a nuestra familia.
We, the farm workers, are supporting the world, but we can hardly support our own families.
Por eso hoy estoy aquí, por nosotros,
why-
para adoptar
That's why I'm here today, for all of us,
una ordenanza de un salario digno para todos nosotros los trabajadores agrícolas.
so that you will vote for an ordinance for a fair or sustainable salary for us, all the farm workers.
Esto es un paso para un futuro mejor para la gente agrícola.
These are steps for a better future for the people in the farms or the farm workers.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to Margarita Arrocio, to be followed by Armando Santiago. Margarita?
Margarita Araceo y después Armando Santiago.
Buenos días, supervisores. Mi nombre es Margarita Orozio. Soy
Buenos días,
trabajadora
supervisors. My name is Margarita Rocio, and I'm a farm worker, or field worker.
Soy campesina.
I am a farm worker.
Trabajo más de 10 años en
I
el
worked
campo
for
de
more
Santa
than 10
María.
years in the area of Santa Maria.
Soy madre de 7 hijos.
I am a mother of 7 children.
El año pasado, durante
La-
el año,
Last year, during that year,
durante la pizca de fresa, me
while I
caí y
was
me
picking,
lastimé.
while I was picking strawberries, I fell down and I hurt myself.
Me lastimé porque había mucho lodo y agua en el campo.
Because there was a lot of water in the fields.
Me llevaron al doctor de la compañía, pero
They took me to
no
the doctor of the
más.
company.
No hicieron mucho.
They
Todavía
didn't do
sigo
much.
con el dolor.
I'm still
El dolor
continuing with the injury or the pain.
El dolor del pecho fue a causa de mi caída.
And also chest pains because as a result of my fall.
En el trabajo no soy la única persona que se ha lastimado.
I'm not the only
De la
person in my
mis-
job that has gotten hurt.
De la misma manera, hay otros compañeros
Same
también se
way,
cayeron por lo mismo.
I have another co-workers that they have fell down just for the same reason.
Por las malas condiciones del trabajo. Este pasado sábado
Because of the bad conditions on this job last Saturday,
fui despedida por la compañía.
I was fired by the company
Porque según ya no hacía su suficiente cajas de fresa y no es justo.
porque no puede repetir eso otra vez, señora, no lo entendí. ¿Por qué la despidieron?
No es justo que por otro trabajamos duro para
It's not fair. We work
apoyar
hard.
a las compañías y nos corren como que si no fuéramos nada.
And then they fire us just like we're nothing.
Y estoy aquí para un mejor esfuerzo que hice, que vine porque también tenía mucho miedo de los mayordomos, de los supervisores.
And I came here putting a lot of effort because I was fearful of the supervisors and the foreman.
Por eso no salía del trabajo, y ahorita apoyo a la organización que fuera un mejor salario para nuestros campesinos, porque es muy duro trabajar en él.
Yes, and we wanted to have an organization that will help us, the farm workers. It's very difficult for us.
Y muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to Armando Santiago, to be followed by Juvenal Solano. Armando?
Armando Santiago.
Hola, buenos días, supervisores.
Hello, good morning, supervisors.
Mi nombre es Armando Santiago, soy organizador comunitario en mi COP.
My name is Armando Santiago, and I'm a community organizer.
Aquí en la ciudad de Santa María y estoy en el programa de robo de sueldo.
And I'm born in Santa Maria, and I am in a program, the stealing of the salaries. Robo de sueldo, stealing of the salary.
Quiero mencionar que el esfuerzo de cada trabajador agrícola es incomparable y admirable.
I want to mention that the farm worker jobs is incomparable and admirable.
Todas las actividades que realizan para poder llevar el pan de cada día a sus hogares.
All of the activities they do is to take the bread home, to their homes.
El trabajo agrícola es demasiado pesado. Ellos sacan el trabajo adelante sin importar el clima.
Farm worker is very difficult, and they carry on their activities no matter the climate.
El clima o la labor que se les pone cada día.
And no matter what type of job you ask them to do every day.
Es triste y lamentable que sigan pasando muchas carencias los trabajadores.
it's sad and it's lamentable that these farm workers are suffering so many drawbacks.
por un mal salario y muchas veces no se le paga correctamente.
Due to a bad salary, and sometimes they don't even get paid correctly.
En mi rol que tengo como robo de sueldo, he tenido muchas experiencias de apoyar a muchos trabajadores.
In my role in the organization stealing of the salary, I had a lot of experience helping these people.
Por falta de pago de días de enfermedad, por falta de pago de tiempo extras y descanso.
Lack of payment because of disease, lack of payment for extra time, and lack of payment for ¿cuál es la última parte? Falta de pago por
por tiempo extra y descansos.
For extra time and also time for rest or vacation time.
Día a día llegan muchos trabajadores en la oficina preguntando por sus derechos laborales.
Day a day, every day, the workers come to the office asking for their worker rights.
Y de cómo poder recuperar lo que trabajan y no se les paga adecuadamente.
And how to be able for them to recuperate what are not being paid for and how to do it appropriately.
Ellos trabajan por una necesidad, no por gusto.
They work out of need, not because pleasure.
Me llena de potencia estas acciones de las compañías, ya que cada trabajador tiene diferentes necesidades.
And it really angers me that a lot of these companies do not realize that each worker has different needs.
Por esta razón trabajan para poder cubrir todos los gastos que tienen de ellos y de sus familiares.
And that's why they work so hard, because they have to cover all of the needs that they have personally and all of their family's needs.
Ellos sacan el trabajo adelante y es aquí donde le pregunto a ustedes.
They carry the work forward, the labor forward. And now, this is what I'm going to ask you.
Es justo que después de una jornada extensa de trabajo y todo lo antes mencionado, no se le pague adecuadamente lo que se le prometió o lo que se le tiene que pagar.
Do you think it's fair that after they have worked very hard providing all the work they did, they don't get paid either correctly or they're not the proper amount that they should be paid? Is it fair?
Así como menciono los trabajadores cuando acuden a que los apoye con su situación de robo de sueldo.
That's what the workers come to me and they explain to me their situations when they come to my organization, stealing of the salaries.
Ellos no piden dinero regalado, tampoco piden que se les pague de más. Ellos solo piden y exigen que se le pague por su trabajo y por las horas de vida dedicada a cada compañía.
They don't ask for a gift. They don't want to be overpaid. They just want to be paid fairly for everything they do so that they can survive with their own lives.
Por esta razón es que la labor de robo de sueldo es enormemente requerida para la comunidad trabajadora agrícola porque es uno de los programas que los empodera y los ayuda a recuperar su salario perdido y robado.
That's why the company or the organization stealing of the salary, robo de sueldo, is what helps them to be able to go forward, being able to survive and to get paid fairly.
Pedimos que la discusión de un salario digno para los trabajadores agrícolas se incluya en la agenda.
We ask that in the next agenda to be included the fairness of payment for farm workers be included.
De la próxima reunión de supervisores en Santa María que se llevará a cabo el día 17 de septiembre.
And that will be the next Santa Maria meeting of the supervisors, which will be September 17.
Quisiera que nos tomaran en cuenta porque todos somos humanos, todos tenemos el mismo derecho y realmente el trabajo en el campo es uno de los trabajos más pesados que hay y necesitamos esa igualdad. Muchas gracias.
We would like to be taken into account. We would like to be heard. We would like to be counted upon because farm working is one of the most difficult jobs, heavy jobs, and very difficult jobs to be carrying out. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Juvenal Solano to be followed by Erica Diaz Cervantes. Juvenal?
Sí, gracias. Para el intérprete voy a hablar pausadamente y voy a hacer una pausa para que esté entendible.
For
Buenos
the
días,
interpreter, I'm
respetables.
going to speak slowly and make the pauses so that he can interpret. Adelante.
Buenos días, respetables miembros de la mesa de supervisores.
Good morning, respectable members of the Board of Supervisors.
Como ya han mencionado mis colegas, el trabajador del campo merece tener una vida digna.
Like my colleagues have already mentioned, the farm workers deserve to have a dignified life
para poder vivirla junto a sus seres queridos y en su comunidad.
so they can live it together with the beloved ones and within their community.
Y una de las formas para poder decir que el trabajador agrícola está viviendo dignamente
One of the ways to say that a farm worker is working with dignity
es contar con todo lo básico que todo ser humano debe tener.
is to be able to count on all the basics that a human being should have.
Acceso a la salud,
Access to health care,
acceso a una vivienda,
access to a dwelling or home,
y sobre todo un sueldo digno que realmente garantice que no le falte comida en su mesa.
and above all, a dignified salary that guarantees that he's not going to be missing food or lacking food in his table.
Escucho de primera mano de mis amigos, familia y miembros de la comunidad
I heard firsthand from members of my community, friends, families,
que cada año todo sube, el precio de la gasolina, la comida, la renta,
each year everything goes up. The price of gasoline, the rent, the food,
que por cierto está por los cielos.
true, they're up in the sky, the prices.
Pero menos el sueldo del trabajador agrícola.
But less is the farm workers. The salary of the farm workers is not.
Es triste ver que los trabajadores, que los padres deben trabajar jornadas completas.
It's sad to see that the parents have to work full days
para muy apenas poder pagar la renta y proveer para sus hijos.
and just to be able to barely pay the rent and barely provide for the children.
Pero esto puede cambiar si ustedes como supervisores pasan la ordenanza del sueldo digno en este condado.
But that could change if you pass an ordinance of a fair salary in this country for the farm workers.
Por décadas, el trabajador agrícola ha sido segregado de sus derechos fundamentales.
Decade after decade, all of the farm workers have been kind of set aside from their federal rights and local rights.
Como el tiempo y medio o sobretiempo, y que con la AB 1066 en el 2019 vino a dar un poco de esperanza.
¿Podría repetirlo, por favor?
Que con el tiempo, que con la AB 1066 en el 2019 vino a dar un poco de esperanza.
1016 on 2019 gave us a little bit of hope.
A este sector agrícola.
To this agricultural sector.
Y cabe mencionar también que los trabajadores agrícolas son los que menos están sindicalizados.
And we should mention that the agricultural workers are the ones that are less union organized.
Y sabemos las razones.
And we know the reasons.
Los agricultores ponen mucho de su poder económico para desanimar o asustar a los trabajadores agrícolas a organizarse.
The ranchers use their money and their power to kind of scare away the agricultural farm workers to be unionized.
Con el mensaje de que estar sindicalizados no es bueno y que les puede traer problemas.
Because the message is union is not good and it could bring you problems.
Pero no mencionan que estar sindicalizados les puede dar el derecho de negociar mejores sueldos.
But they never mention to them that, yes, if they are unionized, it will be able to negotiate better salaries.
Mejores condiciones laborales.
Better working conditions.
Beneficios como días festivos pagados,
benefits like holidays, pay holidays,
vacaciones pagadas,
pay vacations,
plan de pensión
pension plans,
y otros beneficios.
and some other benefits.
Ya es justo y necesario reconocer la gran labor que hacen todos esos trabajadores agrícolas.
It's fair and necessary to recognize the amount of work that these agricultural workers are doing.
Y una de las formas de reconocerlos es pasar el sueldo digno.
And one of the ways to recognize it is to pass the survival salary or the fair salary.
Ya es tiempo y justo.
It's the time and it's the fair thing to do.
Y nosotros podemos hacer esa diferencia hoy.
And today we can make that difference.
Sí se puede.
Yes, it can be done.
We will now go to Erica Diaz Cervantes to be followed by Daniel Segura. Erica?
Erika Diaz-Fernandez.
Good morning, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Erika Diaz Cervantes, and I'm the Senior Policy Advocate at CAUSE. Every story, every challenge, and every insight that was shared by farmworker leaders today is a reflection of what over 12,000 farmworkers experience daily in their lives in Santa Barbara County. Their testimonies over the years is what propelled the publication of our research report, Harvesting Dignity, the Case for a Living Wage for Farmworkers. I would like to submit this report into public records and for each of you to have a copy. Thank you. This report captures the essence of what farmworkers endure daily and serves as a vital resource that highlights their struggles and advocates for the dignity and fair compensation that they rightfully deserve. The report provides historical context to the uniqueness of farm labor, and it provides that context of how racially marginalized groups have historically filled farm labor in the U.S. Due to this racial discrimination, they have been excluded from labor laws such as the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 and the National Labor Relations Act. This has set farm workers on a different path in comparison to other industries that were able to achieve better wages and better working conditions. You heard from farm workers that they cannot afford to live in an expensive agricultural county that hosts one of the top 3 cities in the state, the city of Santa Maria, with the highest strawberry production and a total value of $810,923,022, yet workers only see 28 cents for each box that they make. Santa Maria, where rent for a 1-bedroom apartment is over $2,000 per month, but workers' wages average $17.42 per hour in 2022. 62% of farm workers are paying more than 30% of their income towards a unit that is not even solely theirs, but rather shared with 1 or more families just to be able to have just enough for other basic necessities such as food, gas, and more. You heard farm workers share about the hazardous working conditions they are subjected to, and our report corroborates their experiences, in which we disclose how farm labor has one of the highest injury and death rates in comparison to other industries such as truck driving and construction. Their injury rates of 4.1 and death rate of 18.6 in comparison to construction that is 2.4 and 9.6, truck driving with an injury rate of 3.2 and death rates of 14.1. Farm labor, construction, and truck driving are in the same regards to the physically demanding and dangerous conditions, yet their work is highly undervalued and underpaid. This report is not just a collection of statistics, it is a testament to the resilience of individuals who toil in our fields, face harsh conditions, unfair wages, and limited rights. Let us not turn a blind eye to the realities shared today and outlined in our report. Our ask today is that the board discuss this issue formally on September 17th when you meet in Santa Maria. We'd like to request a standalone special meeting so that the board can hold the meeting in the evening so that farm workers, the folks who are most impacted, can be heard and share their testimonies.
Thank you. We will now go to Daniel Segura to be followed by Fernando Martinez. Daniel?
I will not be requiring interpretation. Vete a estudiar para que no andes igual que nosotros. Go off to study so that you don't end up like us. A line that has become a constant in my life, as common as, and I love you from my parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles, and the majority of loved ones in my life that have toiled in the fields and given their lives to sustain ours. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Daniel Segura Esquivel. I am the Associate Organizing Director with Cause here in Santa Barbara County. My family's legacy of working in the fields throughout the Central Coast is one that I am incredibly proud of. My family, alongside thousands of others, have helped feed the world by doing the work that so few are willing to do. However, we have been no strangers to housing insecurity, food insecurity, lack of access to healthcare, and so forth. Even down to my own life, I should not be here today. Due to heavy exposure to pesticides and hard labor well into her third trimester, my mom's pregnancy with me was expected to end with my death. Unfortunately, our story is not a unique one. Taking time off for work, for injuries, for pregnancies, for life is not a viable option for farm-working families across our county. A single day of work can make the difference between having food on the table and a roof over our heads. Families across our county have to choose every day to endure intense labor in hopes of surviving another week, another day. We need to make work in the fields dignified and livable. Families' legacies, families' dreams have been extinguished because of the false American dream that they were sold. You all have the opportunity to change that. We are strongly urging you to call for a standalone special evening meeting during the coming weeks so that you may hear the testimonies of farm workers and the indisputable facts that farm workers deserve a livable wage. At the very least, we urge you to agendize this item for discussion at the next board meeting on September 17th here in Santa Maria, so that we can further continue discussing this issue that can no longer wait. I'll leave you with this. You have the opportunities to give families like mine the chance to have a legacy, to have dignity, to have sustainable economic opportunities for themselves and their families. Why would you choose not to take that opportunity? Thank you.
We will now go to Fernando Martinez, and then we will return to Zoom with Sherry Foster. Fernando?
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. It's an honor for me to be here and provide a public comment on a very important topic that is close to me. I come from indigenous farm-working families, parents who have both dedicated over 30 years of their lives working in the strawberry fields around Beteravia, Telephone Road, and unfortunately retired with little to no savings. And that's not even the case of my parents, but also the case of many and thousands of farm workers who have dedicated their lives into this ag industry, which is huge to this county. Today, you have heard not only from my fellow colleagues who are advocates, but also from farm workers themselves. One who shared about the harsh conditions that workers have to go through on a yearly basis, season to season. Another story was about how farm workers are constantly being injured at the workplace, but unfortunately, there's not a lot of regulations that are supporting farm workers. Usually when farm workers file a complaint, a retaliation comes after they're laid off, or the following season, they're not hired. So these are situations that farm workers have to go through with little to no minimal pay. Due to the ongoing economic hardships, farm worker wages have not kept up with the cost of living. Many farm worker families are forced to live in overcrowded conditions with multiple sharing a single roof because the cost of housing is beyond their reach. This overcrowding is just not a statistic. It's a reflection of the deep financial strains farm workers face on a daily basis. In response to these challenges, farm workers have taken significant initiatives on their own hands by organizing strikes, petitioning for better wages, which they have seen from 10 cents to 15 cents in increase, but they have also seen a huge pushback from employers that comes from retaliation, bringing the wages down the following season, and also just being put on the blacklist. That means not being hired by other employers in the county, but also Regardless of those type of retaliation, MyCop and COS have stood alongside with farm workers and have supported with connecting the workers with state agencies that oversees these labor laws, such as the Agricultural Relations Board. Despite these efforts, there has been little to no change in the ag industry. Today, we have the responsibility as a county to lead and pave the way to address the issues facing our farm workers. To address this issue and support our farm workers, we urge you, the Board of Supervisors, to develop a discussion on a farm worker living wage on the upcoming supervisors meeting that will take place September 17th. Thank you.
We will now return to Zoom with Sherry Foster. Then we will go to Karen Howenstein, who is our final speaker. Sherry?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, yes. I wanted to speak on election security because on June 25th, we were in a closed session about election integrity, and all the chair members tried to discredit when they had all the experts with the room who presented all the evidence to the election fraud in the 2022 general election and the primary and the 2020 election. And you did not affect us at all, okay? You tried to throw us under the bus and you failed. Because of the fact, when the truth comes out that 60% of all federal money coming from Washington, D.C. is 60% to California. There's 50 states in this nation. We're only supposed to get 2% of that money. And you may want to take a back and reassess your position when it comes to the elections, because we all know that multi-million-dollar computers that you paid for with taxpayers' money was misuse and abuse of funds. I know that working on multi-million-dollar systems for the military, that they can process thousands of millions of data nightly. It doesn't take 30 days to count an election and to verify it. I know because of the fact that the number of voters in the Democratic Party and the difference between the Republican voters is exactly 18,002 registered voters difference advantage the Democrats have over the Republicans. And I'm not saying the Republicans are not involved in this, because they are. They do all their stuff covertly through the Central Committee, and the chair is still trying to thwart our elections to this day for the 2024. And we need Joseph Holland to admit to it, and we need to investigate and have an open town hall on Constitution Day, which is September 17th. And I believe that it should be on an open platform so everybody can come in and see the grievances, especially for all these farm workers. This is embarrassing for not only us, but as American citizens, to see this lack of accountability happening in our county. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Maria with Karen Howenstein, who's our final speaker on general public comment. Karen?
What Sherry Foster said is very serious. You need to honor us with a forum at night where people can come when they're not at work so we can discuss this. Really has to happen. Also, the farm worker issue. I have information on that too, because I formed a friendship with a woman who was one of these farm labor suppliers. I found out that for every person she supplied for the day, they got $100. She also got $100 for supplying them. And I was like, that's how it's done? Yeah, that's how it's done. So the way it's done currently in the fields around our home currently is wrong. So the farm work issue really needs to be looked at. And the voting, Dominion voting systems, seriously? In Santa Barbara County, we're still using Dominion voting systems? You can't be serious. I have recently, after I spoke, I've been attacked by local law enforcement, partisanly. There are people in the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office who are malign to me for whatever reason. And I was arrested, and I did 3 days in jail on some vandalism, trumped up vandalism charge. And I'm prohibited from going to my home. I have a restraining order against me. I can't go to my house. Then Janelle Osborne and Jeremy Ball have weaponized the Lompoc Police Department. Because last Friday, after I got my car back out of impound, my dad had to spend $650 on that, and now he doesn't have his rent. The Lompoc Police Department pulled me over, full felony stop on College. They took my car again. I had to borrow money to get it out. And they kicked me onto the street with a misdemeanor citation after a full felony stop. I'm embarrassed by the weaponization of our law enforcement in this county by partisan interests. It needs to stop. This was the Karen Crime Report.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
County Council.
members of the board, you had heard about a lot of different topics today, so just wanted to respond that under the Brown Act, there's no action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item that's not appearing on the agenda. Board members may briefly respond or direct staff to put it on a future agenda.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that reminder. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just wanted to note that I have definitely had my conscience stirred by the farm workers and the representatives today. Supervisor Hartman and myself have already asked staff to prepare for an item to be agendized. We have a number of questions, many of which were brought up by the speakers here today. In an era when there is a staffing shortage, how some farm workers are paid, roughly mid-20s in wages and benefits combined, but some farm workers are still getting only $17 an hour in wages with no benefits. How that kind of exists, like how can you have a staffing shortage and while part of the sector is paying a larger wage, how are some doing less? And obviously part of that might be the role of farm labor contractors and the middlemen that at least one speaker cited. And so I think this is a complex issue, but an important issue to bring up. It's the chair's discretion as to what day and time. But
thank you for that.
A supervisor can request it to be agendized, and Supervisor Hartman and myself have requested that.
Yeah, and I think I know people had asked for the 17th, but I think a couple of our board members already have issues with that date. Supervisor Hartman, did you want to say anything?
Well, I just wanted to thank all of you who took off, especially those who took off time for work, and especially those who've never testified before. It's a really intimidating thing to do, and I just appreciate your courage in coming forward, and wanted to say that I support putting this item on the agenda. I think this is critically important industry in our county, and we want to understand better the dynamics and how some people are left behind. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I wanted to echo what Supervisor Hartman said. It's so important that all of our speakers come every week to participate in their government respectfully, civilly. This is your government, and I say that to every single speaker, and it's a really important and vital part of our meetings. But to have farm workers here today and just, made me think so poignantly about what it means for you all to be here, what that sacrifice is, how hard that is. It's incredibly compelling, and I just have such profound respect for the effort that you made to be here today and the effort that you make every day on behalf of the food that we get to put on our tables. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. And I want to thank all the speakers who've exercised the right to advocate for themselves. It's really important, and I appreciate that, even though I may disagree with some of the conclusions or the premise. I'd like to acknowledge the hard work and sacrifice and the value of our farm workers. I mean, if you spend any time on a farm, you'll know their importance and their value. And so I do reject the narrative that the abuse is pervasive. If any of you guys got a chance to visit Farm Day this weekend and got a chance to be out there and meet some of the employees and meet some of the these companies, you got a chance to see the integration and the opportunity for advancement. Even within these farms, many of those that are at minimum wage are at entry levels, but there's an opportunity for more money to be made. So I think it would be good, not just in this hearing, but for supervisors that are curious about that, to go out there and do some of your own research on this, because I think obviously CAUSE and MyCOP have a direction that they want to push this, but there is a broader story that is to be told that I think needs to be told even just outside of a hearing. So I would really encourage that. I do want to kind of caution our board about going down the route of trying to set a wage floor. There's a lot of workers in this county that are below that in other sectors that are also important: healthcare, food service, tourism. The county itself has over 400 employees that are below the standard right now that they're asking for here. A lot of our CBOs that we count on have wages that are below what's being asked here. So I think it's a really slippery slope for us to go down that route. As you heard today, that there is a labor shortage, and despite that, these are the wages, and that's because there's some market conditions at work here. So again, I just really want to caution the board as we go down this route. I know,
Mr. Chair and members of the board. So it sounds to me like I don't want the discussion to go, or a discussion to really start. So, we've had the brief responses, and so I think where we're at under the Brown Act, it sounds like there's a request for staff to come back to just report on the item at a future meeting, and then that timing will be coordinated with the chair.
And supervisors, I guess a couple of things. We heard the testimony. I'm not clear what you'd want staff to do. And so if any board member can place an item on the agenda, as long as it meets with the parameters of the long-range agenda, and that's the chair's prerogative. But if you are asking for something to come back, as the county council said, we're recommending that if a couple of board members want to bring that, we're not clear what you want staff to do. It's just to be clear what you'd like staff to do as a next step.
Well, and as chair, I'll just say that I'm never going to stand in the way of any board member that wants to put an item on the agenda. That is why we're elected. My only prerogative would be trying to figure out when to schedule it. And that's through agenda review and looking at where it fits as far as time-wise goes. But yeah, we're going to have the discussion. So Supervisor Hartman.
And it's a little problematic, given the Brown Act, what all we can say or ask for, how specific direction we can give. I have some list of questions now, but should an ad hoc committee work on it, or what do you suggest for how do we get direction to staff without violating the Brown Act?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, well, if individual board members have specific items they want to bring, you could choose to, you or in partner with one other supervisor could agendize it, and then you'd be able to detail the topics. Otherwise, it's really just placing the matter on the agenda for the future so that everyone can discuss it. And more than likely, you'd then have another meeting after that because you'd given some direction or maybe wanted more information.
So it sounds to me like we may end up having 2 meetings. I mean, I think we'll go as far as we can go, but we have a whole board that's going to have additional questions that may or may not be answered in the first meeting. But anyway, let's get one scheduled.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll go to agenda review as we normally do, and we will look at the long-range calendar and find out where it fits. But is this board offices making a presentation? Because it doesn't look like staff is prepared to make, I mean, they don't have enough direction. So I kind of like the idea of the ad hoc subcommittee. I mean, that way you get 2 board members, you put them together. If they want to hold a public meeting at night, that's fine. They could do whatever they really want to do and then come back and report to the board that this is, you know, these are the items that we found, and then we can have a board discussion.
Do we need to agendize the formation of an ad hoc?
Okay.
So members of the board, if you'd like to create a formal ad hoc committee, then we need to agendize that for a future meeting. But as I said, I mean, under the county code, 1 supervisor or 2 supervisors can just agendize and, working with the chair, can agendize a topic in the future for discussion.
But if we don't have a staff presentation, then I'm not really sure what the board directed. Why don't we just agendize that we're going to formalize an ad hoc subcommittee at our next meeting? We can put it on the agenda. We can form this subcommittee, and then you 2 supervisors can work on it.
And I'd be happy to work with Supervisor Hartman's office, and we could also, you know, make at least a bare bones presentation and create sort of a background for discussion before that time. So I hope it would not be agendized just for the formation of an ad hoc, but for you know, the type of discussion that the members of the public are asking for as part of that.
But I think you as the ad hoc then can create your, and we've done this before, this is where you create your hearing with the ad hoc, and then you can bring it to us. And that makes the most sense to me, but.
I might be agreeable to that. I also think we should hear from the public about it. But you know, that doesn't mean we have to hear from the public right this second.
Well, we can't.
And because of the procedures of the board, we can make that request to you outside of the board hearing. So we don't even have to solve that this moment. But I'd be amenable to either path to discussing this in public.
All right.
If I might suggest, Chair Lavanino, that we come back and form an ad hoc at our next meeting, and that we be prepared to frame an agenda. And that way, the ad hoc, Supervisor Williams and I can come up with some initial things, but I think we can get feedback from the board on how we'll proceed.
Okay. We don't need a motion or anything on that. That's just staff direction. Okay. Also on staff direction from public comment, I'd also like to, I think one of the things that we heard today that has me concerned, because I also see a bunch of it, and I'm sure Supervisor Nelson does too. People that are coming for elections materials and finding our office closed, we need to address that. So I'm going to need some either CEO help on that as well, or
I think many people have taken note of that, and we'll be working with the elections
great.
office.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you all for being here today. You'll be hearing back from us next week on the formation of an ad hoc subcommittee where we're going to have a couple of board members then bring us an item, and we will have this agendized sometime not in the not too distant future. So thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 11:10.
this.
All right, we'd like to reconvene meeting of the County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, would you please read departmental item number 1 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding Central Coast Community Energy, 3CE, member agency annual update.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, Jesus Armas, Community Services Director. I'm pleased this morning to introduce Catherine Stedman, Chief Communication Officer for the Central Coast Community Energy, 3CE. As the report indicates, the County of Santa Barbara has been a member of 3CE since 2019 and has had a practice of annually updating the board. So today, Catherine is going to present some updated information for the board's consideration. Catherine?
Thank you. And thank you, Chair, supervisors, and staff. Good morning. I'm Catherine Stedman with Central Coast Community Energy, and I really appreciate this opportunity to present to you this morning. Oops. So quickly, I'll go over who 3CE is, because not everyone knows. We're a new government agency. We were formed about 6 years ago when all these cities and counties came together and said, what if we purchased the electricity to serve our region? Could we do it better? As a local public agency, could we be competitive in price, make greater progress on renewables, and provide investment back into our communities? I'm here today to show you how we're doing and what benefits are being offered right here in the County of Santa Barbara. As our agency has grown, our investment in communities has increased. Our budget for community energy programs in fiscal year 23-24 is over $16.8 million, which are dollars that are available to the county and your constituents to help reduce emissions by electrifying vehicles and buildings. To date, on behalf of all the cities and counties that we serve, we've invested $4.5 billion in new renewable energy and energy storage projects, which are making the grid cleaner and helping the environment by reducing fossil fuel emissions. Some of those projects include new technologies that are pushing the envelope toward 100% clean and renewable power, like a compressed air battery storage project, which will be the largest in the world of its kind. And in the photo here, a geothermal project in Mammoth Lakes, the first new geothermal to serve the state in 30 years. We have power purchase agreements in negotiation or in place to cover 80% of our annual load with renewable energy. The challenge is bringing these projects online in a timely manner due to the current backlog in California around permitting and grid connection and delays in transmission upgrades. And yet, so much progress is being made. If you hadn't heard, this year, the amount of renewable energy on the grid exceeded customer demand in California for as many as 9 hours a day for multiple days. This is a huge accomplishment, and agencies like 3CE are very much a part of the reason why. Not only are the renewable projects we've contracted with contributing to the solution, but they are also achieving cost savings for our customers. And because of a decision by our policy board last year, they are being evaluated based on their commitment to local community engagement, environmental protection, and workforce support. In addition to providing clean power, I also talked about providing direct investment. Some of our recent projects include an all-electric school bus for the Orcutt School District and funding for the inaugural Clean Air Express bus that serves riders in Santa Maria. All these projects are reducing emissions that bring serious health impacts. We're helping to clean the air, protect the environment, and build better health outcomes for our communities. To reduce emissions in the built environment, our new construction electrification program supports affordable housing projects, including the Village Senior Apartments in Buellton, which provides units for seniors, senior veterans, and those transitioning from homelessness. We've committed support this year to 200 new units of affordable housing projects through multiple projects with completion dates ranging from this year to 2026. Another place we're investing is in agriculture. We provide funding assistance for all electric farm equipment to replace diesel-powered pumps, tractors, and more. We've helped big and small farms in all the 5 counties that we serve. In addition to providing clean power, I also talked about direct investment. Here is a summary of the residential, commercial, and agricultural rebates available to our customers, including the ever-popular Electrifier Ride, which provides rebates for new and used electric vehicles, chargers, and panel upgrades. I also have a brand new incentive to tell you about today, which is our residential battery rebate program, which when stacked with other available incentives, covers 60 to 100% of the purchase and installation cost for a home battery, depending on customer income level. Specifically, in the county of Santa Barbara, 3CE has invested nearly $4 million through its energy programs. And I want to emphasize the energy programs that are available to the county itself. As you know, California has strict mandates for the electrification of fleets. This is a major undertaking for local governments, and we're here to help. We have funding to help you plan how you are going to make this transition, how many EVs you'll need, and when you'll need to purchase them, when your vehicles will charge, and where they will charge. And after your plan is complete, we have funding to help you pay for the vehicles and the charging infrastructure. And I am so pleased that the county is taking part in these programs and encourage you to do more. The last thing I'll add for the public is that the applications for all of our programs are available on our website, 3cenergy.org. Go there to apply for the generous rebates and incentives available to all of our customers, including those to help purchase electric vehicles, heat pump water heaters, and HVAC systems. So I hope I have provided a good picture of what our agency is doing to bring clean energy and community investment to the county of Santa Barbara. And I also have to thank Supervisor Doss Williams, the chair of our policy board, for a tremendous job representing the community and leading our agency, and also to the County Executive Officer, Mona Miyasato. Both have provided such great leadership and wisdom, and we are very grateful. So in closing, on behalf of everyone at 3CE, we thank you for the opportunity to be your local electricity generation provider, to support you, and to be your partner. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to say, I remember back when we were doing the studies and trying to form community choice energy here in the county, and it was kind of rocky at first, a number of different studies, and then we became part of your organization, and it's fulfilled all of our hopes, and it's not often we get to say that, so thank you so much for being here and sharing.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very proud of this program as well, and especially the fact that your commitment to reasonable rates. I know that was in the presentation. Can you just expound on that point of how you keep rates reasonable for everybody?
Absolutely. A lot of it is through the strategy by which we procure the power for the community. So we're working on long-term agreements for new renewable energy and structuring those agreements so that we can provide the generation at a lower cost than the incumbent investor-owned utilities. So in Santa Barbara, we have been providing rates 2% less than Southern California Edison. Actually, this year, we're proposing moving to a cost of service model for people within the SCE service territory, which means that the cost, rather than tracking as a discount against the Southern California Edison rates, the rates would be based on our cost to serve and potentially provide even greater savings.
Thank you. I still think we're still in some of that dichotomy of if you want to be sustainable, it costs more. And the more that we emphasize, actually, this is cost saving is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Labanino. You mentioned Southern California Edison being the South Coast investor-owned utility. Could you speak to the rates in comparison to PG&E, which is the North County's investment-owned utility?
Yes, thank you. So for Pacific Gas and Electric, we actually have been on a cost of service model where the rates are based on the cost to serve. And that's provided in the past year, it's on average about a 17% discount from the Pacific Gas and Electric generation rates. Okay. And as I mentioned, we're looking to spread the cost of service model across our entire customer base. Thank you.
And if I could ask you, Ms. Stedman, so explain that to me a little bit more, because I'm just kind of trying to understand what the difference is between the cost to serve versus the current model that you're currently deploying down on the South Coast.
Sure. So, there are many 24 CCAs in California, and a lot of them employ what's called an IOU minus rate structure. And so you just track the rates of the investor-owned utility with a certain discount. So to date in Southern California, Edison territory, we've been 2% less. But what we did for Pacific Gas and Electric service territory a couple of years ago is, rather than follow that model, we looked at what revenue is required to purchase the power, to provide the service, to run the agency, and then you take that revenue amount and you design rates to collect that across customer classes.
So the excess revenue from the rates in the southern portion of our county is typically now going towards programs, and in the future that will just go towards savings for those residents and businesses?
Well, I would hesitate to say that there's excess revenue. So definitely Pacific Gas and Electric and Southern California Edison are very different utilities with different rates. But as a nonprofit government agency, all of our revenues go into our programs and running of the agency or providing further savings to our customers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I would. One of the questions that came up, Supervisor Capps, was how we've been able to offer it at a lower rate. And one of the significant decisions was made very soon after we joined 3CE, which is that we were the first CCA in the state to vote to discontinue the purchase of carbon-free attributes. And carbon-free attributes is a sort of tradable commodity of paper, essentially, that is not completely bundled with the product itself, if that makes sense. Maybe similar to what is referred to as unbundled RECs, and it has, in theory, been the middle ground that CCAs have used to be able to say, okay, we're purchasing, 100% renewable energy. Well, we decided we're not going to make that pretension, that we're going to use that money all towards the purchase of long-term contracts for actual electrons with a physical place, that we know where that physical place is, because that's what, in a lot of our views, actually creates more renewable energy on the grid, not a somewhat disassociated purchase of a commodity for carbon-free attributes. And I think that's helped us from a financial perspective procure a lot of projects because we essentially wanted to use all that we would have spent in carbon-free attributes for real renewable energy with a physical location that we know about, long-term contract. The other thing that you should be aware of, because I don't think it's in the presentation, is just that while our general services have become real pros about their applications, I'm really pleased with their work. They're here today. The incentive funds are still underutilized. So, and I think this is an important thing for the discussion of our next item, where a lot of the costs are enumerated for the next item, our climate action plan, and a number of those are enumerated as unfunded. However, this is the funding source for a lot of that. So, I kind of dispute the idea that some of those should be unfunded. We have already received more than $4 million from this source, and every year, as Catherine articulated, the source is $15.8 million available, and millions this fiscal year, which closes at the end of September 30th, will be unspent. So essentially, jurisdictions at this point can get as much as they apply for, if they apply fast. We do not know if that next year will be similar, because some of the CARB mandates are kicking in, and maybe more fleet managers and public works departments and general services departments are getting more aware. But right now, those funds are still available, and so my hope is that jumpstarts our and other jurisdictions that are local to apply for those funds. And I think it's especially germane, it shows how a lot of the work in our next item is accomplishable, and how there is funding for that work.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavigno. I guess my question's for Supervisor Williams. So we received $4 million at this point throughout the program, or is that this year? I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I think it's in the last few years. Okay. We've received, $4 million of incentive funds locally, and but I mean, like, if we applied for it, we could get hundreds of thousands more next month. I mean, these programs, the Electrify Your Fleet, the Plan Your Fleet, and the Electrify Charge Your Fleet, are not fully subscribed for this fiscal year, which closes September 30th. And so there is actually still time. And then, so there's the sort of established incentives for light duty and sedans, but there's this whole other category out there: buses, heavy duty vehicles, et cetera. And when staff can find those vehicles, there is not a cap on the incentive. If I'm correct, if I'm right, a cap on the incentive that can be obtained beyond the nexus between the fuel vehicle and the electric vehicle. So if one of our departments says, hey, we need an electric street sweeper, but they're damn expensive, or some other kind of equipment in that way, there is still time and money in that account to be obtained. And I haven't just been asking our department folks. I've gone to Paso Robles, to San Luis Obispo, to our jurisdictions, because I do want this money to be used for the climate action work that we're going to discuss in item 2. But I think the success of 3CE, through a mixture of sort of pragmatism of trying to make sure that this works financially, but also with the idealism of how are we going to accomplish the goals of carbon reduction in the Central Coast. And I think this is a powerful force for good. And I'm really pleased that when San Luis Obispo County and Atascadero joined, some of the very kinds of entities that opposed it in other areas were asking for, i.e. the Chamber and the Farm Bureau, were asking to be part of 3CE in San Luis Obispo County and in Atascadero. And I think that says something about the fiscal guardianship. I think it says something about the fact that Republicans can help reduce carbon too, and that this doesn't need to be a partisan issue. This can be a bipartisan issue because we all want a better world for our kids, and this has been a great engine of how to help create that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any public comment on this matter?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, yes, we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to remain here in Santa Maria with Karen Hallenstein. Karen?
Okay. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. Ms. Stedman, it's a nonprofit corporation. That's what you described. You described a process by which your nonprofit corporation.
Ms. Hallenstein,
Yeah.
you have to direct the board. A public
Sorry,
comment
I'm so
goes.
sorry.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. You all also described exactly what she described. A nonprofit corporation that rapes their customers, takes that money and invests it directly to the county or the state. And it disenfranchises those same customers. It doesn't take the savings and give it back to the customers at all, the ones who pay for it. It takes the savings and it puts them into your little pet projects. The state projects that are money suck projects, like Strauss Wind. How many times was Strauss Wind paid for before it was actually completed? Like 3? That Strauss Wind project was a horribly corrupt, money suck situation. And it didn't lower any of our rates here in the county. And now you're talking about, oh, we have all of this extra money, that we need other ways to use the money. You're actually sitting here talking about how it's okay to put the burden of funding these fantastical projects you have on the customer. And you're doing it with a type of arrogance that is really disconcerting. You have to respect the people who are actually paying the bills here, the customers. You don't think that anybody's going to research this and point out all the inconsistencies? Okay.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Mr. Chair, that's a good reminder just to let people know that it's not just the county that can qualify for the incentives, but any customer of 3CE, no matter how small, can qualify for the incentives of these programs. So if any member of the public is thinking of buying a used electric car, a new electric car, a plug-in hybrid, a charger, any number of ways or to electrify their home, any number of ways they can obtain an incentive from 3CE as a customer, just like people in the IOUs can obtain funds. So I think that's really important that the that is how all energy service providers do. We may provide bigger incentives because we don't have a profit that we have to give our shareholders, unlike the IOUs. But that is a similar way that both IOUs and 3CE do act.
Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to emphasize that people with 3CE pay less for their electric rates than they do for Southern California Edison or PG&E. But most importantly, I just wanted to use this opportunity to thank Supervisor Williams because the policy that he was bragging about was one that he's been pushing forever, and he had a tremendous influence on shaping that. And I've gotten to see him operate as chair, and he's really valued greatly in that role. So it's often a lot of travel and some heavy lifting in terms of the issues that come before that board. So thank you so much.
All right, so this is a receive and file. Do we need a vote on this at all? Yes, we do. Okay, I entertain a motion for A and B.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, could you please read item A2, not A2, going back in time, D2 into the record.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the 2030 Climate Action Plan adoption. And as previously noted in this morning's announcements, we did post an addendum for this item omitting recommendation B2, prepare the necessary environmental reviews.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, Jesus Armas, Community Services Director. For over a decade, you and your predecessors have considered and adopted various policies, guidelines, and protocols to achieve an overarching goal: to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in Santa Barbara County and to create a more sustainable environment. Most recently, in June of 2023, the board reviewed and provided direction to staff regarding the draft climate action plan presented to you at that time. In the intervening 15 months, staff has continued to refine the plan, taking into account both board direction and feedback from the community. Today, staff is pleased to once again present the plan to you for your consideration and adoption. In broad terms, the CAP marries two important objectives. First, it articulates measures, goals, and action steps focused on achieving an ambitious outcome: to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to below 50% of 2018 levels by 2030. Additionally, adoption of the CAP allows a second objective to be realized: to facilitate a streamlined environmental review process for qualifying development applications. Of course, understanding what the CAP does and doesn't do is critically important. To review the plan in more detail and to respond to questions, today I'm joined by April Price, our Interim Sustainability Division Manager, and Garrett Wong, Climate Program Manager. Garrett will be participating virtually as he is recovering from an illness. Additionally, staff from other departments involved in the preparation of the plan are available to respond to questions related to their areas of responsibility. Ryan Gardner from Rincon Consultants, who served as technical consultant during the preparation of the plan, is also available to respond to questions. With that, let me turn to April, who will offer some initial remarks, and then Garrett will commence review of the plan.
Thank you, Jesus. Good morning, Chair Levanino and the board. We are very pleased to present the 2030 Climate Action Plan for your review today. As you consider the plan, I would like to remind you that the CAP is simply a framework to support your emissions reduction goal. The framework lays out what we see as the most feasible path to achieve emissions reductions for you, staff, and partners to drive these emissions in the county in ways that we really feel that we can affect emissions change. But please note that the CAP does not establish any new mandates. There are strategies in the CAP that call for implementing ordinances, but ultimately it will be up to you as the board as to whether you approve any specific mandate. There will still be a process for developing and adopting any ordinance with public participation guided by the plan's equity guardrails. And with that, I would like to introduce the lead staff in developing the Climate Action Plan remotely, Garrett Wong.
Thank you, April. Thank you, Jesus. Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I would first like to apologize for not being able to attend in person. Yesterday, I tested positive for COVID, and I'm currently staying home to recover. Before we begin, I'd like to dedicate this presentation to Ashley Watkins. She's our former Sustainability Division Chief, whose leadership and dedication helped to make this plan possible. Today's board presentation encompasses 4 major actions that we would like to focus your attention on. Next slide, please. The first is obviously adopting the Climate Action Plan by way of resolution. Also prepared is an implementation cost analysis to inform the board and the public of the potential costs of implementing the action plan, and an environmental impact report. The second set of actions involves oil and gas. Oil and gas are not included in the county's greenhouse gas emissions inventory and are not covered in the Climate Action Plan. But due to advocacy from environmental organizations, we are presenting a resolution to direct staff to identify viable measures to reduce emissions from oil and gas and to return to the board for future consideration of those measures. The third set of actions involves updating the greenhouse gas thresholds of significance and adopting a new consistency checklist. These are tools used by planning and development to evaluate projects and their impacts on greenhouse gas emissions. Projects can voluntarily utilize these tools to receive streamlined review of their greenhouse gas emissions impact. The final set of actions concerns updating the comprehensive plan energy element to ensure that it is consistent and references the new 2030 Climate Action Plan. Next slide. Developing the Climate Action Plan has taken place over the past 4 years. We launched the One Climate Initiative and held community presentations. We prepared draft measures and actions and solicited community opinions and suggestions. Meanwhile, we also assessed the impact and challenges and successes of the county's previous energy and climate action plan with a final report. Early last year, we released the draft Climate Action Plan for public comment, along with the draft environmental impact report. And we presented to your board the draft plan for a study session and for further comments. Before this meeting, we presented the updated greenhouse gas thresholds of significance, as well along with the amendments to the energy element for recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission. Next slide. At the study session, county staff had suggested that the board consider adjusting the county's emission reduction goal from 50% down to 40%. However, the board emphasized the importance of maintaining the 50% emission reduction goal. Based on this, we created a range of targets to be achieved across most of these measures, such as building energy efficiency and electrification and vehicle electrification. These changes are now reflected in the updated Climate Action Plan. It is important to note that the Climate Action Plan is a set of aspirational measures and goals and actions that could be implemented. Adoption of the CAP does not automatically enact any policy, program, or project. Additionally, we'd also like to note that the CAP features equity guardrails that would be utilized to ensure that low-income populations and individuals receive economic benefits and are not further burdened by the clean energy transition. Each item that contains a policy recommendation would ultimately have its own process for development, stakeholder engagement, and board review and adoption to ensure that the public and the board will have ample time to engage with important policy questions before implementation. Given that we have presented the draft Climate Action Plan last year, we will not spend time on those details, but will instead move to the new information and analysis that has been prepared for your consideration. Next slide. Accompanying the Climate Action Plan, we have prepared an implementation cost analysis report, and this was done with the University of San Diego, who has done this type of analysis for other jurisdictions in the San Diego region and their climate action plans. We prepared this report following the direction from the board to understand the costs associated with implementing the climate action plan. The analysis estimates the potential costs and level of effort needed to achieve the emission reduction targets. It looks at the total upfront costs and the level of effort over the course of 6 years. This analysis, however, does not consider where a project or an action is receiving its funding from, such as grants or tax credits. Also does not consider cost savings that the county might see from fossil fuel reduction projects. The analysis is also limited just to the county's costs. It does not consider the costs and/or benefits that residents or businesses might experience. Also, the analysis does not consider the alternative of taking no action or diverting funding to climate adaptation or preparing for climate impacts. And finally, we want to emphasize that this analysis and the board letter do not obligate or authorize any specific amount of funding for the CAP. All that being said, the county will need to demonstrate meaningful progress towards reducing emissions and meeting its goals in order to maintain status as a CEQA qualified document and to be utilized for streamlined development review, which we'll talk about in a few slides later. Next slide. The analysis estimates that over $337 million in upfront costs would be necessary to fully implement the climate action plan. 60% of these costs are driven by mandates from the state or previously approved plans by the board. 40% of those of new and expanded programs are directly associated with the climate action plan, the majority of which are considered unfunded. Next slide. Looking more deeply at the existing programs, we see that 3 measures account for nearly 95% of the existing costs, and the majority of those costs are already funded. For example, the county is already diverting organic waste material from the landfill, which is regulated by Senate Bill 1383. Here, though, I would like to make a correction, noting that the measure W1.2 is closer to 141 million and not 147 million. General Services is already looking to replace future vehicles in order to comply with the Advanced Clean Fleet rules that is regulated by the California Air Resources Board, as previously mentioned. And finally, the Planning and Development Department is beginning to implement programs and policies under the updated housing element. The Active Transportation Plan is a public works document that was approved by the board, but not all projects have received funding. Next slide. When looking at the new and expanded programs, more than 90% of the costs fall within 3 measures. The first is municipal operations. This measure considers the cost of electrifying county facilities and buildings over a 6-year period. More details on this analysis will be provided in a future board letter from General Services and Community Services. The second measure is focused on transportation demand management policies, programs, and projects, which would be designed to reduce vehicle trips and to encourage people taking alternative forms of commuting. And the third measure is focused on increasing zero-emission vehicle infrastructure to ensure people feel confident in adopting electric vehicles. Next slide. We're now going to transition to the second set of board actions focused on oil and gas. Currently, the Climate Action Plan and the county's greenhouse gas inventory do not include oil and gas as a covered sector and are not a part of the county's emission reduction goals. They're amongst a group called stationary sources, which include other types of activities and entities such as UC Santa Barbara and Vandenberg Space Force Base. Next slide. In order to maintain a CEQA qualified climate action plan, the county needs to demonstrate a meaningful progress towards reducing emissions from all covered sectors. Since oil and gas is not covered by the climate action plan, it is currently subject to the 1,000 metric ton threshold that was adopted by the board several years ago. Since that threshold was established, the county has not seen any new applications from oil production. However, as a result of local oil spills and impaired infrastructure, oil and gas extraction has significantly declined over the past 2 decades. Environmental groups contend that the county's inventory and climate action plan and its status as a CEQA qualified document are insufficient if oil and gas are to be omitted. We have prepared a brief memo which summarizes actions that local jurisdictions have taken either to include oil and gas in their climate action plans or to adopt policies affecting them. In that document, we'd also like to clarify, to our knowledge, that currently there are no outstanding lawsuits or issues in Ventura County with their general plan. And we'd also like to note that LA County's climate action plan, which was noted as draft, has now been adopted. Rather than updating the county's current greenhouse gas inventory and climate action plan that is being presented, staff recommend that the board adopt the CAP in its present form and then separately adopt a resolution to direct staff to identify viable measures to reduce emissions from oil and gas extraction and processing and to return to the board for future consideration. Next slide. The next set of actions is focused on the threshold of significance for greenhouse gas emissions. Development projects that need to undergo environmental review have the option to voluntarily utilize a checklist to demonstrate consistency with the climate action plan. The checklist identifies measures that projects can incorporate through design and operation to reduce their estimated emissions and receive streamlined review of greenhouse gas emissions. If projects cannot or choose not to use the checklist, then they will be subject to the thresholds. Next slide. The new thresholds are updating existing interim thresholds that have been in place since 2021. They are effective for residential and non-residential and mixed-use projects and do not apply to stationary sources like oil and gas. The new thresholds represent roughly a 30% reduction from the current threshold. Next slide. The last set of board actions is focusing on the comprehensive plan amendment to the energy element. These are minor changes that would ensure that the energy element is referencing and consistent with the new 2030 climate action plan. Next slide. In summary, we are requesting four major sets of actions from the board: adopt the climate action plan, adopt a new resolution to address oil and gas, adopt a resolution to amend the greenhouse gas thresholds of significance and consistency checklist, and approve the amendments to the comprehensive plan energy element. I'd like to thank the board for their comprehensive input, feedback in the weeks prior. I would also like to acknowledge the numerous staff from General Services, Public Works, Planning and Development, and Office of Emergency Management who have contributed greatly to the development and the discussion of this plan. They're currently standing by in person and via Zoom for any questions, as well as our consultants. Thank you.
Thank you, Garrett. Come back to you. Okay, that finalizes the staff presentation. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. Got a good amount of questions here for staff. I'll go ahead and start with the programmatic EIR portion. And maybe this is a question for planning, because I know that they're on the line as well. But I'm just trying to understand if we didn't have the cap, how would a project deal with the CEQA consequences of the GHG portion?
To answer that question, I think I'll defer to planning and development.
Garrett, they're walking up right now. I know you can't see.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, Supervisors. I'm Ben Singer, one of the planners for Long Range Planning, who's been working on this. If we did not have the programmatic EIR for this project, we do currently have interim greenhouse gas emissions thresholds, which your board adopted a number of years ago. That is how we are currently analyzing projects for emissions impacts, and without the adoption of the Climate Action Plan and the EIR, that is how we would continue to do so until new thresholds are adopted through some other method or something has changed.
So a threshold is like a significant amount of potentially greenhouse gases that the project creates, right? And if it's above that number, then they need to mitigate down to that number. If it's below that number, then it's not significant and not going to be evaluated through the CEQA process. Is that how I understand it?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is correct. It is a numeric threshold that a project calculates their emissions, they compare it to that. If it's above, they do have to do mitigation measures to reduce it below that number. If they are below it, they are deemed not a significant impact in that area.
Okay, how many projects do we typically see that are above that threshold?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's not something we have on hand right now. We're not sure.
I mean, do we have a couple a year? Do we have 10 a year? Do we have 100 a year? I'm just trying to get a scalability of the significance of the threshold. I think it's important to kind of understand as we're making decisions up here, and the programmatic EIR and being able to tier off that is one of the significant reasons for moving forward the cap. So I think it's really important to understand that.
Yeah. You can say Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. I would say it's the larger projects that we would see. So like subdivisions where there's a number of units or a large commercial project, that's where you would probably see the triggering of that threshold. The smaller projects, like, and I've had some conversations with board members like single family homes, things like that, they would not typically, they wouldn't trigger that threshold.
Okay.
Because they're just too small to do so.
All right. And while you're up here, I just want to talk about that checklist that's going to be a part of the process, because what I was reading in there was that for somebody to have their project deemed complete, they have to perform the checklist. And so, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg piece there. And so I'm concerned about that because the checklist is fairly thorough, and it's going to potentially add additional time for an applicant to get through the process and cost. And so I want to make sure that that's not something that most applicants would have to fill out.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I want to start with, I believe it may have in a previous draft said complete. I do not believe the project completeness is a standard for that any longer. It is part of the application if they're going to use the checklist.
Okay.
The checklist is optional if they want to try to streamline through the CAP PEIR. Additionally, any project that is exempt from CEQA, which is the majority of small projects, especially single-family dwellings, minor commercial things, anything like that, that would be exempt from CEQA review, either categorically or by some other method, would not be required to do this. This is only for projects that will require significant environmental review through an initial study and either a mitigated negative declaration or an EIR.
Okay, so I'm confused because in the actual resolution includes the checklist, and it says that it's the CEQA HG checklist will be a completeness requirement. So I'm trying to understand, help me with that. So it says that in the resolution, so you're telling me it's not
Understood
required?
that.
So which one is it?
Sorry, that may have been, I believe that was mentioned in the checklist as well, and that may have been where it was changed. If it says it in the resolution, it would be required if they're going to use it. And again, they can opt not to use this checklist. It is only a requirement if they're attempting to streamline through use of the CAP PEIR.
Okay, so.
And I think the key here is that, and we'll look into that issue about the language, but the key is if they use the CAP, this checklist helps us determine whether or not they're consistent with it, and then that issue area is resolved essentially for their environmental review. So it is necessary for us to be able to determine whether or not we have to analyze that issue area. So we do have to have that information if they're going to try and rely on the CAP to cover that issue area. So technically, we would need it by the time we would deem the application complete and ready for environmental review.
And that's again if they're above the threshold piece.
Well, that's if they're the type of project that's not exempt.
Okay.
Because we wouldn't have done the analysis yet, right? So the project comes in, we look at it. If it's an exempt project, it goes down one path. If it's a project that's going to require environmental review and a checklist, we would want them to fill out that checklist. I'm sorry, an initial study checklist. We would want them to fill out the CAP checklist so we can tell whether or not that they don't need to do any more analysis, right? Because they're consistent with the CAP. If they're not, then that issue would be covered in their environmental review, and we would use that threshold.
So
that's in the CEQA thresholds.
Okay. I know this is kind of thick, but I appreciate you guys going
Sure.
through the exercise with me. Just because I think it's also important that, maybe we all understand that this is with the intention, but the words on the paper actually, that's what other people are going to look at in the future. And it says it's a required for completeness. I think people are going to lean on that in the future. And so I'm concerned that might impact some of the planning process. And so that's what I want to try to avoid and get clarified here in this process. So if they're going to do the checklist, do they have to abide by the checklist if they're below the threshold?
So
They could fill it out, but maybe they say no on some of the answers. But if they're still below the threshold, then they don't necessarily have to electrify their building.
You can pitch in.
Well, yeah, it's
Essentially, we would not even be looking at the threshold if they fill out that checklist and we find that they're consistent with the cap. We
Sure.
wouldn't even look at the threshold.
Let's say they're going to use natural gas. And so they're automatically not going to be consistent with the checklist. And so at that point, would they be able to, as long as they're below the threshold, that's not something we're going to continue to look at?
Yeah, that's right.
Supervisor Nelson, that's correct. So if they say no to one of the measures on the checklist, they're not consistent with it, they would then do the calculation for their emissions. And if they come in under the threshold, it's still a less than significant impact.
And again, like a single family home would never have to fill out this checklist.
Very, very rarely. We occasionally see a single family home that has to do environmental review, usually for an impact to biological resources.
Sure.
So in that situation, they would then have to do the checklist. But again, a single family dwelling, it's very rare. And even then, this is a threshold that they're likely to come under for that.
All right, thank you for that. And that's my questions for planning. I have other questions about, I don't want to monopolize the board if they have others. I guess my next question was back to staff. I understand that you guys did some evaluation on the cost of the county if we implemented the cap, and it looked like, you know, it's significant and ongoing. That's not necessarily budgeted. Board direction was to actually have also a community impact study financially, and I didn't see that in there.
I actually reviewed the video of your meeting of June of 2023, and there was agreement on the analysis that you requested and that we've submitted to you, but the board deferred action on that community impact cost aspect.
Okay, I'm pretty sure in the minutes it actually says.
I agree, but I took a
we
look at the
adopted.
video to make sure that it, and you and Supervisor Williams had a conversation about that, and there was consensus to defer action on that component.
Okay. All right, I wish we would have had that, because I think it's a big part of the conversation, especially as we look at housing and whatnot, and we want to keep housing affordable. A lot of these mandates are going to eventually impact the cost of housing, and that's something that we're concerned about as a.
The discussion at the time,
body.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, was the board wanted an opportunity to reflect on what aspects would be incorporated in such a study, because it can be so broad and so general that it may not achieve the objective that you were discussing at the time.
Sure. Okay, thank you. You know, one of the things that was said in the presentation was this isn't a mandate, but I do think that's kind of mincing words, because we're directing staff to create mandates. And so that's somewhat concerning to me. So I want to go through the mandates that I see in here and try to understand where we're going with those, if you would bear with me. I think it's on page 52. There's a TR 1.2, which is one of the measures. It says develop and adopt an ordinance that increases EV charging readiness. So we're going to have an ordinance. What does an ordinance like that look like? Just kind of give us I mean, that's just a small paragraph. I think it's helpful for us to understand what staff is thinking about, so that as we move forward, you know, not only the board members but the public can understand what to expect with the future ordinance.
Well, I think that could encompass a variety of things, including the physical layout of a development application, to understand the manner and method in which it proposes to address and provide the option of EV charging. So they might incorporate some features in the physical structure. They might incorporate some features where vehicles may be parked, things of that sort. And so the idea is to make sure that the readiness component is addressed.
Okay, thank you. And then next one I see is TR 2.10, which is development ordinance that requires large employers, including the county, to meet vehicle trips and emission reduction goals. What does that look like for us?
I think that's a significant point, that we're going to have to spend some time understanding what kind of requirements are appropriate given the array of public transit and other methods that are available. And so we're simply asking the board to concur that we should evaluate that in more detail and bring back specifics for your consideration.
Okay.
As we noted in the report, there's also potentially a need to consult with our employees to make sure that any meet and confer responsibilities are satisfied.
But the idea is we then would require those businesses to have those types of plans in place.
To the extent that the board concludes that that's a direction it wants to go, yes.
Okay. Those were the softballs. There's a few other ones that are coming here. TR 3.3, which is outreach and incentives, 3.2, time of replacement. To ask the board to develop an ordinance to phase out light-duty gasoline and diesel-powered off-road equipment. And that's pretty clear. So, and the time frame we have is 26 to 28. So, I mean, is that what you're asking our board to do, is to phase out light-duty gasoline and diesel-powered, the off-road equipment by 2028?
Well, we're not asking you to eliminate them. We're asking you to authorize the preparation of some documents for your consideration. But assuming you were to go in that direction, there is obviously some concerns on segments of our industry and our businesses in our community. We've heard most directly and more forcefully from the agricultural community, who have expressed some concerns about that type of direction for a number of reasons. The availability of the equipment is in short supply, the cost seems to be excessive, and more fundamentally, they're concerned about the absence of a good infrastructure to support anything that might come forward.
So I know how this kind of works, and we'll get this ordinance comes back to us and say, hey, you guys need to adopt this ordinance to be consistent with your cap, and if you don't do that, then you're going to be out of compliance. So I know it's not a complete, hey, you absolutely have to do it, but I understand how the story goes. But so.
But there is a sort of a companion element to that discussion, and let's assume for the sake of this conversation that the board decides not to move in that direction. Right. You would then be tasking us to identify other measures that are worthy of consideration to offset not moving in that direction.
Okay, so that's actually really helpful. Thank you. The next one is building electrification, CE 1.1. So it's asking us to restrict natural gas infrastructure for new development and any major remodels.
Yes, this is somewhat really a continuation of a conversation you had before when you were aware of the Berkeley ordinance that had been adopted, and of course that method is no longer available. So this now requires that we identify other measures to achieve the same purpose. We will be bringing forward to the board in September options around a REACH ordinance that moves in that direction, and then the board will need to decide which of the options that we present to you it cares to move forward on.
But the idea would be to restrict the natural gas usage.
In certain areas, and that we think that there are some exemptions that are worthy of consideration as well.
Okay, and that going along with the natural gas is CE 1.3, natural gas appliance replacement. It's on page 60 for those that are following at home. It says develop an ordinance to require replacement upon burnout requirements for residential natural gas appliances. So my understanding that's if your oven or your furnace or your dryer, which are typically your gas appliances, if they no longer work, that you'd be prohibited from purchasing and using a replacement gas appliance, right? You'd have to, at that point, then replace it with electric.
That's the thrust of that action step.
So we're asking staff to come back with an ordinance to require that in the county by somewhere between 2026 and 2028.
In that time frame, yes.
Okay. All right. So the reason why I brought those all up, I mean, those are some mandates there that are, this document is sometimes seems, soft and fuzzy, that it's a lot of good goals that I think that a lot of us want on reducing our greenhouse gases, but there are some really serious things here that impact households and businesses and families, and I wanted to really highlight that and make sure the public understood and our board fully appreciates that, because those are things that I'm really concerned about. It's not consider those things, we're actually directing you to develop those things. And if we don't develop them, then we're gonna have to find alternatives. I would rather those alternatives been in this, the cap to begin with, instead of, because this is obviously a big part of that. So that's why I brought that. The last question I have is kind of around the agricultural issues, not just on the diesel engines, but on, there's conversation about carbon farming and sequestration and compost. And, I was asking staff, what do we know about what we're already doing out there? And do we have a good baseline that already exists? Because, it's my feeling that we're already doing a lot with carbon sequestration. I mean, agriculture is is a key part of our community, and we're doing a lot to reduce greenhouse gases without even trying in our county through our farming practices. We don't necessarily go get the certification that we're reducing this, but through the growing of millions and millions of pounds of crops throughout our county on a daily basis, we're sequestering carbon. Have we got a chance to be able to quantify that and really incorporate that? Because I do actually think our county is a part of the solution already, as well as we have a big forest out there in Los Padres. So I think our county is above and beyond on contributing to reductions. So do you guys have a good sense of that already in this plan?
Let me ask Garrett if he can respond to that question, please.
Yes. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. What we've done in addition to the climate action plan was a technical study on the county's natural working lands. We did an analysis of estimating the total carbon stock across the county, which includes things like the rangelands and the orchards and the forests, as you mentioned. We did set up a baseline looking also where change has taken place over time, and then looked into the future towards 2030. What potential change might we see in the natural working land space? And then also what types of land management practices could be encouraged to help increase the carbon stock, so that way we're not experiencing any net loss of carbon.
Okay, so for example, the compost one, thank you, Mr. Wong, for that answer. So the compost, we talk about 6,000 acres of compost. What kind of baseline do we currently have in the county, and what are we looking at as far as, I think I had a question yesterday for you about what does that look like? Because 6,000 acres is a kind of a, I guess it's a three-dimensional thing, but we don't know about the depth of that. Is that 6 inches of depth? Is it 1 inch depth? There's a lot that goes into that. We already have a significant composting program with our Public Works Department, as well as with some of our other partners, as we've celebrated Compost Week with England Gray a couple months ago here, and they actually one of the great participants at Farm Day, talking about their importance as part of our agricultural community. Do you have any idea of whether we're maybe already meeting the criteria through our existing compost practices?
Garrett, I think that question is directed to you.
All right, you can come back to that another time. Maybe somebody else has some other questions.
Any other questions from board members? I'm sorry.
Oh, I said, I'm sorry, my Zoom cut out, so I'm on my phone, but I'm available now.
Bob, Supervisor Nelson, you want to restate the question, or?
I was wondering about the compost and whether we're potentially already meeting our goals of compost countywide. If you were able to take a look at the standard that we're looking at here in the climate action plan along on the working lands, and whether our current operations could satisfy that.
We'd have to probably look at the Kachuma Resource Conservation District and what information they have to set up that baseline.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Capps, did you still want to go? No?
Sure. I have some questions about implementation. I just want to applaud the work. I know how much this has been a huge lift, and I just take note of the part of the CAP that talks about the collaborative process in developing the actual policy. And so where I'm going in my line of questionings, which is what we've had discussions about, is just how are we going to get everybody to engage on this massive task? I know that's a huge question that can't be answered succinctly, but that's I point to the page 4 of the plan that talks about lessons learned from the previous CAP, where we actually went in as we all know, went in the opposite direction of the goal. And I really appreciated the honesty of the lessons learned. Point number 3 was lack of dedicated funding and staff limits the ability of all implementing parties to achieve the plan's goal. And so that's really where I'm focused on, is wanting to partner, wanting the board to be supportive of, hopefully we pass this today and so we can really dedicate our time and energy towards implementation. And what are your thoughts about that very generally? Because so little of this is actually things that the county has direct jurisdiction over, right? It's incentivizing, and kind of to Supervisor Nelson's questions about residents, and it's getting big, massive employers to reduce emissions. I know that transportation in the unincorporated areas contributes to 48% of our emissions, at least from the latest data we have of 2018. So using that as an example, like what are we doing? How are we doing? What can we be doing more? How can the board support those entities within our unincorporated county who contribute to the transportation emissions to make these goals? What's the overarching plan to engage stakeholders and partners?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, and I apologize, Chair Lavanino, for not referencing you earlier when responding to Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I was going to call you out on that, but let it slide.
My apologies. Well, I think the Community Services Department, and more specifically the division that's responsible for the preparation of the plan, takes very seriously the public engagement that you're referencing. In reviewing the work that staff had done in previous years and then leading up to this document, I was impressed by the level of engagement that and steps and measures pursued to make sure there was a robust public engagement. So I think it's sort of the heart of how the division and the department operates. So we're going to approach it from that perspective. I think it's also important to recognize that there are a variety of stakeholders in the community that have a variety of perspectives, and we're going to have to sort of navigate the various points of view and come back and develop some policies for your consideration that really reflect those common areas of agreement. With respect to actual implementation, I think what we'll need to do, once we have an adopted policy framework that the board has embraced, we can then really devote the time to develop some more concrete steps with schedules and a variety of timeframes beyond the broad frames that are identified here to present to you. What's also important, I think, is to make sure that to the extent that there are policies that the board needs to consider and adopt later, that we bring those to you in as timely a fashion as possible. So we're going to spend some time, assuming this cap gets approved, developing a work plan, if you will, that itemizes those tasks so that we can remain on task and also adhere to the ambitious timeframe that's outlined in this plan.
I completely appreciate that, and I know how earnest you've taken it as a goal to engage others in writing the plan, but that's different than engaging others in committing to the goals. So is that what you're speaking to? Like
yes.
Major employers, major developments. I know, a huge emphasis of our housing element was to get people to hopefully start living closer to where they work, which would obviously contribute tremendously to this goal. But
and of course, Supervisor Capps, through the chair, it also means that we have conversations with developers as they're pursuing their plans to respond to some of the objectives that are here.
Sure.
And as we interact with a variety of other service providers, other nonprofit organizations, to make sure how they can assist in this effort. And there are other governmental entities that we need to interact with as well.
And I just would commit to the county. I mean, how many people do we have in our sustainability team?
What are we up to now? Less than 10, 7?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, particularly when we talk about resources related to this, is that we do a lot with a very small team, and other entities, I think you can count it in different ways, but the city of Santa Barbara counts 30, right? And so again, I'm not trying to reduce this to an org chart, but really to make the point that this is hopefully an effort that engages a bunch of partners. And I just want to always prioritize who are the biggest emitters at the beginning, rather than we have to engage citizens, and everyone has a role to play in climate change, but it's by far this existential threat and crisis. But I'm just really looking, I'm hoping that we can pass this so that we can devote 100% of the energy on implementation and getting partners like school districts, I've spoken about it many times, but like Cottage Hospital, like major employers to the table even more so that we do really succeed. I mean, success is the goal here. It's a very audacious goal, 50% by 2030 when we're talking now in August of 2024. So that's just my emphasis and the nature of all of my questions and sort of this impatience that I have when reading these words. It's like, okay, good words, important, really, really a ton of time and energy that's gone into this, but let's get moving, and how can we help you? How can we support? That's my questions for now. I probably have some more later. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a couple real quick ones. So I'm just curious on, so the resolution for oil and gas, and then on the final slide for the presentation is going to return back in 6 months to talk about oil and gas and how we can further reduce. So that would be for new or existing?
Well, as you know, existing applications, existing businesses have certain rights, and so we're looking at prospective rules. Typically, the structure is around in some other environments where there are substantial modifications, substantial revisions, that may afford an opportunity to consider some of the requirements, but largely centered on new.
Okay. And I don't think there's been any new applications in the last, well, since it's been a while. Yeah. So I'm not really sure what's coming back to us in 6 months. We saw 68%. I mean, if you look at the presentation from 15 years ago, oil and gas GHGs are reduced by 68%. I wish we could get that in every other industry. But the other question I had was about what criteria was kind of used to establish the inventory. Like what kind of decision making did we make to decide what industries were in, what industries were out?
You mean in terms of calculating the greenhouse gas emissions?
Correct.
Let me invite Garrett, and we also have Rincon consultant that can assist on some of the technical dimensions.
Chair Lavanino, we utilize protocols that have been established in the climate action planning industry, so to speak. Those protocols are used across the nation and also internationally, so they want to ensure as much consistency as possible when jurisdictions are accounting for various sectors within their community. And a lot of the direction, especially for local governments, is really focused on what the activity that's happening within their borders and the activity that they have some ability to influence, whether it's by policy or by infrastructure and other types of activities.
So that's, yeah, I was pretty sure that's where we were going to go. That's why, I mean, for me, it's interesting that transportation is in. We don't really have jurisdictional power over it. I'm assuming what you're thinking is the reason why it was included because we could encourage people to ride the bus more. We could figure out a new way to get to work. Is that why that one was included? I mean, that's.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. I know we have a lot of public comment. Oh, Supervisor Nelson, so.
Yeah, I apologize.
No worries.
I wanted a couple more questions along those lines, especially the oil and gas. So oil and gas operations, they participate in some programs on emissions through the CARB, through the state, is my understanding. And so do they already participate in a program that reduces their impacts through that? I mean, whether it's reductions by employing new technologies, but also buying credits to help pay down those types of things. Can you speak to that?
If you would,
I'd like to invite our consultants from Rincon to answer that question.
Ryan Gardner represents Rincon Consultants.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Ryan Gardner with Rincon Consultants. Mr. Supervisor, through the chair, yes, the industrial sources participate in California Cap and Trade program. That program is administered by CARB. It captures all industrial sources, 10,000 metric tons and larger, above 25,000 metric tons per year. They must reduce their emissions below a cap. That cap decreases annually. Emissions above that cap, they must either purchase offsets or find a way to reduce their emissions on site and pay into that program.
So those offsets go towards other emission reduction programs that, like, kind of stuff that we want to do in this cap?
Yes, they go into a big bucket of funding that CARB has, and they distribute that funding to help reduce emissions in other sectors.
So the oil and gas industry plays a big part in making sure the county has the revenue that they need to apply for some of these programs that we want to do.
It goes into funding CARB's programs, and those can be through various ways. Sometimes it's funding reductions in other industry, but it's a market mechanism to try to find the most low-cost way to reduce emissions over time.
But they're aggressively reducing those emissions greater than even the some of these other state goals or even our county's goals.
The cap and trade program is one of the tools in the state's overall kind of quiver that's called out in the state scoping plan, which is raises CARB's roadmap for aligning with the state targets, which are SB 32 and AB 1279, which are the codified greenhouse gas reduction targets. So it plays into that overall picture.
Okay, great. And maybe you might be the one to answer this question, so I'll ask it while you're still here. There's this other program that we have with the ships through APCD, and I know there's been some significant reductions.
Blue skies, blue whales.
That's it. So I always want to make sure I had it right. How does that play into our numbers and our reduction? Because that's a newer program that should probably be leading towards some of our countywide GHG reduction goals.
I do not believe that we included emissions from most cargo ships, unless we did include like operations at ports and things like that, but not those ships that are just kind of passing through the channel and things like that were left out. And that would fall under, an overall state program, just like we leave pass-through emissions from transportation out. So if people are just driving through the county and not stopping, we don't count those, and we didn't count the ships either.
And same with oil and gas.
And yes, oil and gas was not captured in the main inventory. So to answer the previous question a bit more, we use the local government community protocol. That's the standard in climate action planning. They call out several sectors that must be included in order for the climate action plan to be considered qualified. Transportation is definitely one of those. So is commercial and residential energy consumption, electricity, water, wastewater, waste. Those are kind of the standard, and all of those were included. Oil and gas was not.
So if we reincorporate oil and gas, might be smart to also do these pass-through transportation trips and the ships into there, so we can maybe really look at the whole picture if that's the goal for those advocates out there.
Could be.
All right, great, thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we should be focused on what this document is focused on, which is the largest areas that we can make reductions in the most cost-effective manner. As Supervisor Nelson pointed out, one of those is in land use practices in agriculture. Compost application is a very cheap way to reduce carbon by a large amount, and our plan only has a threshold of 6,000. That is an area, acres, which is a very small goal. We could outperform that, and therefore, in areas that we fail to meet goals, still achieve this goal. And of course, the most important one and the biggest bang for the buck that I can think of, aside from compost application, is EVs and charging. And I think there's a lot more that the county can do to interest the public and our own workforce on EVs and charging. The plan calls for a very modest amount of chargers. I think we should outperform that. I just so you know, Kirk, I accused you of pulling a Scotty, of doing a low one so that you can outperform that and just show us how awesome the folks in general services are. That's okay. If you want to pull a Scotty, engineer Scotty, that's okay. I think we should be doing more. And previously, we have been looking at charging from the viewpoint of how to facilitate a municipal fleet, our own vehicles. We could also look at it from the viewpoint of where on our land and within our jurisdiction, because we're not restricted to our land, we could use the public right-of-way as well. Where in our jurisdiction, where in our power is the cheapest, where in our power is the way that it will facilitate EV ownership for members of the public or for our employees. And so to me, the challenge of meeting this goal is facilitated by having a document that accounts for this in a way that also shows us what are the easiest for the price to be able to implement, and focus on those, to me, in a manner that is particularly urgent. Achieving the percentages here of EV ownership will be a challenge, but it is eminently possible. To the idea that we could save the world from undue amount of climate change, in my view, probably will necessitate a difference in lifestyle. But this plan articulates a way for us to meet the goals without changing our lifestyle. This is a technology change, and so if we, and therefore less of a sacrifice to pass on a world that is better for our children than a lifestyle change. And so I just think it helps us treat it with urgency, particularly in the categories that are easier to implement.
All right, I know we have quite a few public speakers. How many do we have?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we currently have 23 requests to speak from the public on this.
We are going to go 2 minutes apiece, and we will close public comment at this time. So that list is at 23. Let's begin.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we are going to begin on Zoom with Sharon Broberg, to be followed by Riley Pa. And for those of you on Zoom, please note we do not need to use the raise hand feature. And if you are using your touch tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself when I go to mute you. Alrighty, we'll begin with Sharon Broberg. Sharon? Sharon, we have unmuted you on our end, and since you are using a touch-tone phone, you might need to press *6 to unmute on your end.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
There you go. We can hear you.
Oh, my name is Sharon Broberg. I'm a business owner in Smithfield County.
Sharon, I'm just going to stop you because it sounds like you're trailing away. Can you please speak into your microphone?
Okay. I'm a little bit thrown off by being the first one, but can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure when I went off, but we signed a letter penned by 350 Santa Barbara, signed the letter penned by Sierra Club and Community Environmental Council, and I think you'll be hearing more about that. But we want to have the emissions from petroleum producers included in the climate action program plan. Excuse me. Okay, I'll make it quick. That's what we'd like. Thank you.
We will now go to Riley Pa, to be followed by Vivian Shaka. Riley?
Riley?
And Riley, you are also using a touch-tone phone, and you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Riley, we have unmuted you on our end. One more time. Riley, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can press *6 to unmute on your end. Alrighty, we will return to Riley. We will now go to Vivian Shakad to be followed by Ben Schwartz. Vivian?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for taking my comment. My name is Vivian Chan Kai, and I am an advocacy co-chair here on behalf of UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. We appreciate the county's desire to update the current climate action plan. However, the exclusion of emissions from oil and gas facilities renders the climate action plan ineffective and jeopardizes the county's ability to effectively address climate change in the coming years. Because of the widespread impact that greenhouse gases have, climate action plans are one of the best methods counties have to work towards reductions. Unless emissions from oil and gas facilities are inventoried accurately, however, the county is unable to accurately ensure that it will meet its goal of cutting emissions by 50% by 2030. The county still holds regulatory responsibility for all oil and gas facilities, and therefore has the ability to help reduce its climate impact. Los Angeles County and Ventura County already have similar climate action plans that take oil and gas emissions into account. There's a great opportunity to ensure the county creates climate strategies that create a better future for the people of Santa Barbara County. I urge you to include oil and gas facilities in Santa Barbara County's current and future greenhouse gas emission inventories. Thank you again.
We will now go to Ben Schwartz to be followed by Haley Weinstein. Ben?
Thank you. Ben Schwartz from the Clean Coalition. We're a locally based nonprofit. I'm the Clean Coalition's policy manager, and I just wanted to echo what former commenters have said, that it's important that the Climate Action Plan effectively capture the full range of greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from within the county. While it is admirable, all of the mitigation options that the county is discussing, it is less effective if the true emissions that are coming locally are not understood. And that could also potentially include leaks from the La Goleta gas field, as well as oil sites that are not truly understood. So we definitely appreciate what is being done and all of the steps that are taken, but we advocate that the county also include all of the point sources that are occurring within the county's jurisdiction. Thank you.
We will now go to Haley Weinstein to be followed by Haley Ellers. Haley?
Hi, my name is Haley Weinstein. I'm with the Clean Coalition, just like Ben, and I'm also an environmental studies student at UC Santa Barbara. I'm here to strongly advocate for including oil and natural gas emissions into our Climate Action Plan's greenhouse gas inventory. Without this data, we lack a complete picture of our county's emissions, which hinders our ability to create effective mitigation strategies. This is crucial for creating meaningful climate solutions. Thank you.
We will now go to Haley Ellers to be followed by Molly Troop. Haley?
Hello, my name is Haley Ehlers, representing Climate First Replacing Oil and Gas, or CFROG, an advocacy organization leading a just transition away from fossil fuels to protect our health, economy, and climate here on the Central Coast. We urge you to direct staff to amend the Climate Action Plan to include pollution from the oil and gas industry in the greenhouse gas inventory and develop pollution reduction measures. The Ventura County Climate Action Plan does correctly include stationary and oil and gas sources, along with successful reduction measures. In fact, stationary sources make up 16% of the emission inventory, only 1 percentage point less than building energy and solid waste. We'd like to reaffirm that there are no open lawsuits between the oil industry and Ventura County on this matter. Ventura County finalized the settlement on April 9th by adding the words "if feasible" to 2 policies. The lawsuits that the oil industry has thrown on local governments that are imposing their rights to protect communities from pollution are intended to scare off other governments and leaders from taking action. Don't take their bait. Local governments have always had the land use authority to limit or even prohibit oil and gas operations, methods, and locations within their jurisdiction. Failing to include oil and gas pollution also means Santa Barbara is intentionally choosing to not recognize or deal with the pollution that frontline communities are breathing in every day. Over 31,000 residents live within 3,200 feet of a toxic existing oil well, 60% of whom are people of color. You have the responsibility to recognize and reduce this pollution to protect public health and address the climate crisis. Thank you.
We will now go to Molly Troop, and then we will return here in Santa Maria with Andy Caldwell. Molly?
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and County Board of Supervisors. My name is Molly Troop, and I am the Science and Program Manager at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, a local environmental nonprofit focused on protecting and restoring the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds. Channel Keeper thanks the county for its work over the last several years to update its climate action plan to include policies and steps necessary for our community to take in order to do our part and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We support the approval of this plan today by your board so that work can get going on the steps outlined in the plan to reach the important goals. I also want to express Channel Keeper's support of the oil and gas resolution recommended by staff. While the climate action plan creates the roadmap for our community to cut emissions in half by 2030, this effort is only meaningful if the oil and gas industry is also included in this equation. The resolution included in the materials is a critical step in incorporating the one industry that has been left out of the cap. While we strongly believe that emissions from stationary sources needs to be incorporated into the accounting equation, this is an important step in that direction. Thank you for your consideration of this item.
We will now return to Santa Maria with Andy Caldwell to be followed by Ramon Elias. Andy?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. In my 33 years as serving as a government watchdog, I've never seen this extravagant, ominous omission. And that is the implementation cost analysis says we will not consider costs borne by county residents and businesses. Now, your cost estimated here is $300 million. The cost to businesses would be several $billion, billion with a B, and you're not going to count the cost? How is that serving your constituents? You're supposed to be representing the public up there, not government. So you're going to go to your constituents and literally say cost is not an issue? Cost, we're not even going to consider the cost? I've never seen anything like that. This is the most expensive measure in my 33 years the county has ever undertaken, and you're not going to even count the cost to the people that are going to pay for the bulk of this. Because they're not only going to pay for their cost, they're going to pay for your costs. Because you don't have any money except what you came out of their pocket to begin with. And, you know, this is already, these measures, this climate action stuff and all the rest has already hit the two largest entities subject to these measures. One, the largest winery in the county has closed doors, and they're going to open in two other counties that don't even regulate greenhouse gas emissions from wineries. So it's not a state mandate. They don't even regulate it in the two counties they're going in. And then secondly, the largest trucking company in the county closed shop because they were going to be the first one targeted by having to go diesel. It would have cost them, I think, $40 million to convert their fleets. They said, screw it. We can't make that money back. We're out of business. And so for you to not count the costs.
Andy, that is your time.
Just absolutely horrible. Please throw this back and get the cost and reveal it to your constituents. Thank you.
We will now go to Ramon Elias to be followed by Maureen Ellenberger. Ramon?
Thank you. And that's Elias. I represent both the state and Santa Maria Council of the League of United Latin American Citizens, also known as LULAC. LULAC has been following the process of this entire effort for some time, and I'm also a member of the Climate Collaborative Equity Advisory Committee. Our concern is simply this. To frame it, it's our understanding that the CAP is defined by the EIR. If I'm incorrect, please say so. The EIR does not recognize or account for equity concerns. Equity concerns impact over 30% of this county's population. And what I mean by equity concerns is the fact that some of the measures that are being discussed impact the elephant that was in the room this morning. That is not. You all expressed your, heartfelt feelings for those people, but when you look at what's contained in this document, where is it? And for those of you who are proponents of the document and are not going to recognize equity concerns, shame on you. Because what you're saying, what you said this morning is not being said this afternoon, assuming that you let this thing go forward as it in its current form. So we have submitted 2 letters. The first letter was submitted on June 27th in 2023.
Thank you, Ramon. That is your time.
Our second letter you should have detailing what we think is important. Thank you.
We will now go to Maureen Ellenberger to be followed by Ken Huff. Maureen?
Good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I've relished every moment of being in this room with you. I know sometimes it's hard for you, but it was great for me. I live on the Mesa in Santa Barbara. My name is Maureen Ellenberger. Yes, I drive an electric vehicle. I am a member of the Fearless Grandmothers, the treasurer of the Sierra Club Ventura chapter, a UC Climate Steward, and a League of Women Voters Environmental Action Committee member. I have reviewed drafts and attended meetings regarding the Climate Action Plan for a few years now while it was in development. I want to thank the county staff who have worked so hard to get the CAP to this point, for the goals they have set and for the work they have done to engage the community. Of course, consumers, commuters, and end users own a piece of making this plan successful. But what I do not understand is how we can have a climate action plan for our beautiful county that does not include defining the controls needed to prevent the growth of one of the largest contributors to our climate pollution issues, the oil and gas industry, and the corporations that support them. Over 25 organizations have signed a letter asking you, our county supervisors, and the team that has worked so hard to make this plan a reality, to include oil and gas emissions in the climate plan. The opportunity to have all these organizations who work hard to protect the environment in our county be the strongest proponents of Santa Barbara County's proposed 2030 climate action plan is an opportunity that I fear we will miss. The plan can only be successful, as Supervisor Capps mentioned, if we all back this plan together and we work together. The plan will be successful that way. Instead, some of us will blithely pat ourselves on the back that we have a plan to reduce emissions by 50%, ignoring the very large oily, dirty elephant in the room, slightly different than the last elephant in the room.
Thank you, Maureen. That is your time.
Thank you. I support this plan, and I hope you also use this time to talk about the resolution for oil and gas.
We will now go to Ken Huff to be followed by Tracy Baird. Ken?
Hey, thank you, Chair Lavanino and supervisors. I'm Ken Huff, representing Santa Barbara County Action Network. SB Can also would like to have seen oil and gas included in the inventory. At this point, however, rather than delay the adoption of this, it's important to get it adopted and get started on what's in it. But I say this in light of the resolution that is proposed today by your staff that's in response to concerns raised by our 25 organizations. And that resolution directs staff to identify potentially viable measures and a goal to reduce emissions from new and existing oil and gas extraction and processing. I think having such measures before you within 6 months might be even more important than having oil and gas production included in the official inventory. Thank you.
We will now go to Tracy Baird to be followed by Katie Davis. Tracy?
Good afternoon now. As we continue to advance the climate goals reported in the Climate One Action, this is for the affluent. This is not talk about diversity, does not talk about inclusion, does not talk about the equity piece for the people that were here earlier today. Think about your voters, think about the people that were here. Where is their equity? I've been a member of this for 4 years. We don't talk about the equity and the cost of equity for the people that we do represent. First of all, we must recognize the equitable access to resources like electric vehicles, charging stations, the farm workers. How are they going to have? Low-income neighborhoods, rural areas, communities of color have been historically overlooked at these initiatives on Climate One. There's nothing in the plan for those people. We need to listen to what was happening today. Where's the huge lift for the equity, for the people that need to have that? Second recommendation is we need to have focused on the projects of apartments, trailer parks, our fields. When you drive down and you look at El Suento, you see over 70 cars. Where's their equity going to be on their charging stations? Who will pay for those electric vehicles? Stop the vote now. Listen to what you have coming up from the last group of people that were here. Ask people, in terms of fairness and equity, according to the CPU, low-income households are impacted highly by the rates that are already 5-to-1 behind the electric bills, with the average owing $745. Into addition, the electric vehicle costs are much greater and higher to the prices, adding an unburden on the low-income families. We must remember that as we want to look forward into what climate is. Look at your renters, the apartment buildings. Look at where people are really living that were here earlier today. Thank you.
We will now go to Katie Davis to be followed by Farrah Stack. Katie?
And I just wanted to take the liberty to ask a question of County Council before Katie, just because I want us to walk in to this with our eyes wide open. I personally have supported making sure that we have oil and gas as part of the cap, at least in the future. I don't necessarily want to wait to start implementing things, but I also want to understand the ramifications in CEQA. So my question is to County Council, just that one of the ramifications of doing so would be the ability for a project that meets the reduction goals that we articulate in the cap to tier off of our CEQA, and thereby meaning there wouldn't be Class 1 impacts associated with that project. Am I correct in my understanding of CEQA on that, County Council? So I just want us to, as we're wrestling with this, do so in terms of understanding what the ramifications would be.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Williams, yes, that's correct. So the Climate Action Plan, if it's adopted by your board, the compliance for future projects is voluntary. So if they choose to comply with it, then they're streamlined for CEQA. So the projects that are analyzed as part of the inventory, those are the ones that are going to qualify for that streamlined review.
Got it. Okay. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Katie.
That's okay.
I just wanted to get that out
with
there.
Sierra Club. I just want to start with some good news because we were talking about costs. There's a lot of savings to be had if we achieve this plan too. We could see from 3CE we're actually saving money on our electricity costs, switching to renewable sources of energy and getting all this program money back. There's savings from energy bills with more solar projects. There's savings on fuel costs and maintenance with EVs, and there's grant money that's coming in when we have these climate action plans, and So I think if we do all the numbers, we'll actually come out ahead. There's also health savings. Burning fossil fuels pollution is the #1 killer in the world. It actually reduces life expectancy globally by almost 2 years. So we'll have health savings as well if we have cleaner air in our homes and along our roads. So it's all good. In respect to the oil and gas, we're just asking that it be treated like every other industry and included in our overall inventory, so we see how we're doing and we see whether we're reducing our emissions sufficiently. If it keeps going down like it has been, it'll help us. The state is taking actions. There is cap and trade. They're taking actions on transportation and stuff too. It's not enough. This recent study found that we have to triple our reductions in order to meet the state goal. So everybody has to do their part, and that's local jurisdictions as well. We absolutely can, and we should. I understand you want to pass the Climate Action Plan now. I think the oil and gas resolution is a starting point to include that industry since they have been left out. And then we can come back in 6 months and see, is it an amendment to the climate plan or is it this separate thing? But we'll have all the information at that point. So thank you.
We will now go to Farah Stack to be followed by Vicki Connor. Farah?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Thank you for your time today. My name is Farah Stack, Senior Policy Associate, speaking on behalf of the Community Environmental Council. CEC is a climate action nonprofit dedicated to reversing the climate crisis and building a more resilient California Central Coast. And we serve Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. CEC appreciates the hard work that went into the final draft of the 2030 Climate Action Plan. We're pleased to see that many of the measures we advocated for, such as increased electric vehicles and chargers, building electrification, and climate-smart agriculture were strengthened. However, while we support the county's climate action efforts, we believe the plan doesn't go far enough. I am here today to urge the board to direct staff to amend the cap and include emissions from fossil fuel facilities in the Climate Action Plan's GHG inventory and emissions reduction measures. As Santa Barbara faces the worsening impacts of the climate crisis, it's essential to get this plan right. Over the past year, we have endured extreme climate events from storms, floods, heat waves, and wildfires that have impacted all of us and have disproportionately harmed vulnerable and frontline communities, putting public health and our futures at risk. July was California's hottest month on record, and the effects were felt across our county. We must ensure that emissions from fossil fuel facilities are treated the same as all other sources of GHG emissions in the inventory. To comply with CEQA, Santa Barbara County's plan must include emissions from all activities, including those from fossil fuel facilities, unlike Ventura and LA counties, which include oil and gas industry emissions in their GHG inventories. Santa Barbara County does not. Excluding these emissions undermines the progress we've made in reducing carbon emissions through initiatives like electric vehicles and solar energy. CEC strongly encourages the county to adopt this plan and to also include emissions from fossil fuel facilities in the cap. This industry should have the same emission reduction goal as the rest of the community and eventually be included in the cap. And we stand ready to support the county alongside local advocacy groups to collaborate and achieve our shared goals together. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Vicki Connor to be followed by Claire Weinman. Vicki? Oh, thank you. We will now go to Claire Weinman to be followed by Jonathan Ullman. Claire?
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Weinman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We have been involved with the county's climate action planning process since the adoption of the first plan and have remained actively engaged since, both through the county's Agricultural Advisory Committee and more recently through the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee. In recent meetings, and as you heard today, this plan has been described as largely voluntary and aspirational, and the comments submitted by the Ag Advisory Committee reflect that understanding. But the documents and policies before you today don't read like they're voluntary or without standing. We are concerned with the direction of many of these foundational policies and lack of clarity on what the county or its many stakeholders are being committed to. More specifically, we are very concerned about the proposed new thresholds of significance, compliance checklist, and policy consistency findings. We are concerned with just how unclear the policies and implications of this suite of actions are. For example, if I'm not mistaken, the new thresholds would be the equivalent of less than 300 gallons of gas per employee. And even if employees are driving in North County, it seems like it wouldn't be hard to exceed those numbers. We believe there are opportunities for some great improvements and meaningful engagement, but we've consistently voiced concerns about lack of feasibility, realities of rural life, cost relative to benefit, business sustainability, and myopic focus on specific actions and parcels rather than a more holistic approach. For example, if a facility helps to reduce food waste or water and fertilizer use and reduces imports from Mexico, it seems like we should support rather than hinder these efforts. We would like these comments more specifically reflected in the plan, policies, and implementing mechanisms if it does move forward at some point, but we'll flag concerns about the burden and ambiguity that's before you today and the lasting impact this could have for years to come. Thank you.
We will now go to Jonathan Ullman to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Jonathan?
Thank you very much. My name is John Ullman. I'm the director of the Santa Barbara Ventura chapter of the Sierra Club. I am here to read into the record a letter that you have seen. I'm not going to read the whole letter. I'm just going to read the first 2 paragraphs. It's by a organization, a coalition of groups. There are more than 25 signatories to this letter. Dear Santa Barbara County Supervisors, we, the undersigned, representing thousands of county residents, thank you for considering the updated Climate Action Plan, which outlines actions we can take to help meet the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030. However, there is a significant omission. The greenhouse gas inventory excludes emissions from oil and gas facilities. We are writing to ask you to direct staff to include these emissions. And I have a minute, so I'm going to read the groups. Sierra Club Santa Barbara Ventura Chapter, Environmental Defense Center, Community Environmental Council, Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, or CFROG, Wish Toyo Foundation, the Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation, the Santa Barbara Standing Rock Coalition, Los Padres Forest Watch, Society of Fearless Grandmothers of Santa Barbara, Center for Biological Diversity, Central Coast Alliance, United for a Sustainable Economy or Cause, Clean Coalition, 350 Santa Barbara County Action Network, Food and Water Watch, Citizens Climate Lobby, Committees for Land, Air, Water, and Species, or CLAWS, Santa Barbara Audubon Society, Indivisible Santa Barbara, Climate Reality Project, South Central Coast Chapter.
And many others.
Channel Keeper, Channel Keeper, Santa Barbara Legal Women Voters, Get Oil Out, UCSB Environmental Affairs Board, and Leah Stokes, the professor who's always on the news.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein to be followed by Ben Oakley. Karen?
That's okay. I am no longer impressed by that list of money wash organizations at all. A lot of nonprofits that are originated and operated in Santa Barbara County are washing a lot of money that isn't going to their intended mission statements. Okay, this is about UDOS. Yeah, this whole thing. This very aggressive policy action that's too broad at this developed stage to implement on our communities is your swan song. We understand that, and you've worked on it really hard. But when you're going to be on the dais and you're going to tell us that you intend to stop people from using off-road vehicles, that you're going to implement these standards directly onto individuals, residents of our county, you need to consider the direct documentable impact to those people. Those are the constituents. And the other thing that everyone on this board needs to consider is the fact that it's totally hypocritical for you guys to introduce this new broad policy when you have CEQA violations on your own properties, namely the Bridge House, where the wastewater sewage effluent to Bridge House is being percolated in a 2-acre field right next to the structure. It's a clear violation.
We will now go to Ben Oakley, and then we will return to Zoom with Riley Pa. Ben?
Good afternoon. Ben Oakley with the Western States Petroleum Association. We've heard this afternoon commenters suggesting that the local oil and gas industry is somehow unfairly not included in the cap and is therefore being given a free pass, but that's just not the case. Oil and gas operations are regulated by over 24 federal, state, and local agencies. GHG emissions from stationary sources are governed by CARB through the LCFS, Low Carbon Fuel Standard, and cap and trade programs, as we heard earlier today. Together, these programs, according to CARB, are working to transform the areas of transportation, industry, fuels, and others to take California into a sustainable, low carbon, and cleaner future while maintaining a robust economy. CARB's authority is granted under Division 25.5 of the California Health and Safety Code, and that's pursuant to AB 32. So this regulatory space is fully occupied by the state. The 11th hour edition of an oil and gas resolution is inconsistent with the county's own position on the matter as articulated throughout the cap in every version presented thus far, including this final draft. And then finally, I find it interesting that commenters have pointed to Ventura County as an example of taking action against the oil and gas industry. It's more of a cautionary tale. After activists there convinced the county to adopt arbitrary policies that would curtail oil and gas production activities, the county spent $2.8 million in legal fees over 4 years to defend their decision before settling earlier this year. We urge you to reject the oil and gas resolution. Thank you.
We will now return to Zoom with Riley Pa, and then we will go to Santa Barbara with Mike Stoker, who is our final speaker. Riley?
Hello, Evan Edgar for Riley Pa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Yeah, I'm with Edgar Associates of Sacramento, California, and I'm represent the California Compost Coalition. Riley couldn't make it today. She's doing edible food recovery programs. But we're doing carbon farming statewide with a lot of carbon farming plans from Ventura to Sacramento. We got one going on in Santa Barbara. I was involved with a scoping plan of the natural working land for the last 20 years. And we, last year in 2022, made agricultural a carbon sink, not a carbon emitter. So that's good. I want to praise Doss Williams, supervisor. When he was in Sacramento, he got rid of green waste as alternative daily cover at landfills that count as recycling credits. So Doss, after all these years, we took all that daily cover at landfills and used it for carbon farming. So thank you very much for that work. Locally, I represent Marburg Industries and Agromin, and we have a local carbon project we're working on right now. It's going to be a piggyback on your good work as baseline information that you guys already have. We're going to piggyback on that. And I'm creating a carbon farming plan for Santa Barbara County where SB 1383, all that organics being diversion meets carbon credits. Agromin is working statewide with a lot of other ranches to create carbon credits. So as part of your climate action plan, you guys have carbon farming, carbon credits. We're doing that locally right now, but just upstart, and we'll keep you posted. So we're highly supportive of your climate action plan, and we're highly supportive of carbon credits. And thank you, Doss Williams, for servicing California to get rid of green waste ADC carbon credits and create a climate action plan where we can have a carbon sink in Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
And we will now go to Santa Barbara with our final speaker, Mike Stoker. Mike?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board, I'm President and CEO of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayer Advocacy Center, and on behalf of our more than 250 business members, we urge you not to support this plan. You know, when I sat where you sat back in the 80s, we sat in real contentious times between board members. Contentious times between the regulated and business community and the regulators in Santa Barbara County. I led efforts to change that atmosphere And by the mid-1990s, whether environmental health, APCD, planning and development, we had created an atmosphere and a working relationship where the regulators did what the regulators were supposed to do, but it was in a good, working, friendly relationship with the regulated community, which created, I think, more congenial relations with board members that previously we hadn't had. And it did, for 30 years, I think, serve this county well. And you see that congeniality today on the board. I really believe this document, if it's adopted, it has the potential to take us back to the 80s. And the reason there's suspicion, and I hope I'm wrong, because we've had a good 30-year run, and you don't want to go back to the way that was, trust me. When you don't have funding, when you have funding, you can do it in a voluntary way. When you don't have funding, you do it in a confiscatory way. And that's why the business community is worried. You know, Chairman Nelson said, what are we going to do 6 months from now in terms of oil and gas? I'll tell you, the only way where you can go, and I think Ben Oakley did a very good overview on where the oil and gas industry is being regulated and being taken care of. The only where you will go is with vested operations. And if you do that, you're back to confiscatory, you're running risk of Fifth Amendment taking claims. He mentioned the liability down in Ventura. And the agricultural industry is looking and saying, are we next? For those that are going to support this plan, you have a greater responsibility. Prove us all wrong. Don't let us go back to where we were in the 80s. None of us want to relive that. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to staff for a minute. If there was anything that you felt you heard through public comment that you'd like to address.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there was a comment about the policies and the CAP as a whole not taking into account the economic diversity of our county. And I just wanted to highlight a discussion that appears in the plan under the heading of equity guardrails, which very directly identifies particular principles that are to be taken into account as we develop ordinances and other measures for your consideration. So I just wanted to recognize that the plan does take into account that some of the policies may have some impacts greater or disproportionate to parts of our community, and that we have a responsibility to make sure we address those aspects of any policies or ordinances that come before you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion, questions. All right, seeing none.
I got one question.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson, get us going.
No, it's actually just a question about when we previously had this as the draft update back in June of 2023. I did look back at the minutes, and my understanding is the minutes control moving forward, despite what the video may have appeared to be. So I don't know if we need to have some type of motion to say that we're no longer going to do a community cost analysis, because that was board action at that time, and whether that was needed to be altered. I don't know how exactly to do that structurally moving forward. It sounds like that we determined that it was not going to be feasible to do that, but there is that board direction sitting out there, and I'm trying to wrestle with how maybe we incorporate that into the motion if this does move forward, that we'll no longer be doing a community cost analysis for the climate action plan. It was a part of the original recommended actions, and it made the minutes as well. So that's the part I want to try to understand.
Supervisors, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. We did confirm it is in the minutes, but it wasn't on the tape, and I take responsibility because I asked Director Armas just to look what's on the tape, not understanding that, and also because I remember there was some conversation about the community analysis. I think at the time, it was also difficult for us to figure out how do we do the community analysis, and so if the board wanted to instruct us, because there wasn't a timeline, or maybe there was, but if you'd like to instruct us today about coming back with that community analysis, I think we'd have to think of how we would do it and what's the cost. Just realistically, we try to figure out how do we do that. A lot of the information that's in the internal one, it's because we know our costs. We know what salaries are, We know costs of certain projects. So doing a community-wide one, it might take greater effort, and we don't know if we could get all the data we would need. So we would take a little thinking, how do we get that data since we're not privy to private employers' costs?
Yeah, I understand that, and I imagine whatever document comes out would be somewhat flawed, just like even ours is, or just like the climate action plan is somewhat flawed. You know, it doesn't have all that information. I don't know if we actually even reached out to UCSB. You know, obviously the forecast project gets a lot of data. We just had a presentation on Friday about that, and I don't know if there's been any outreach to them. I mean, we have one of the greatest economic departments in the world sitting right here in our county, and I don't know if there's any outreach that was done on how some of these climate action policies might impact, because local families and businesses and taxpayers, it seems like that's something that's a bit of an elephant in the room. There's one side saying that's going to cost significant amount of money and going to be prohibitive, and then we have other people here that says it's actually going to save people money. So it'd be nice to have somebody with those, independent, with those resources to be able to look at it. And again, it's not going to be perfect, just like we're looking at right now with the climate action plan. There's an inventory, and so I just, I think that was the. I'm sorry that the tape didn't fully reflect my memory. My memory was that we were moving forward on it as well. My vote was contingent on moving forward on that. So that was my recollection. And so that's why I'm still kind of like a dog after bone on this, is because I really felt like that's how I was able to get my brain wrapped around moving forward, was that we would be making these decisions eyes wide open. I still think that we're even seeing the costs here, and I guess as part of my deliberations. Right now we're spending $500,000 on our climate action plan. We look at this and we're seeing that we need to be making somewhere between a $15 and $20 million investment annually to be able to do this. And I hear about other programs. Supervisor Williams brings up there's $4 million coming from CCE, but I mean, that's $4 million over multiple years. So we're quite deficient in those areas. And I am concerned about an overinvestment in chasing down greenhouse gases. While it's important, I think there's some things that we can do, and we are doing. And so that's why I'm not worried about whether we adopt this or not. Our county has been a leader in addressing some of these issues, and we didn't wait for the climate action plan to be adopted for us to start on those things. Supervisor Williams, I'll commend you. You've been a champion on this for your entire service on our board and in your time in Sacramento. So it's not that we're waiting to adopt the plan to actually start to address these things in a real way. I think our county has a lot of other issues, some of them around potential climate change, like resiliency, that some of those future dollars should be better spent at, that might actually impact the lives of our constituents. We also have issues around housing that we have to spend money on. We have issues, we have a underfunded CIP. We have employees that come to us and ask us, for more money. And so I'm just concerned about a continued investment here where we're chasing something that may not be the best use of our limited taxpayer dollars. So that's one of the reasons why at this point I'm not supportive of where we're going on this, but I'm interested in hearing what my other colleagues have to say as we deliberate.
Let's just go down the line. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I'm just on the narrow question of what controls the minutes or the tape. I remember the discussion on the tape. I didn't look at it again, but we were pretty overwhelmed by the scale of analysis and who could do it. And we would be spending all of our money and effort on that analysis, because not only is it the cost to the community, but it's the benefits to the community, as well as the cost of not doing anything. And then pretty soon you really have an extensive analysis. So my memory was we decided to focus on the county. We're talking about business as usual, and we're not in that. We're in a serious crisis for human life as we know it to continue, and life on the planet to continue. I can't emphasize that enough. And so to take it as if it's just another issue seems to me missing the whole point. We need to take a major step to transform how we are operating as a county, how we're operating as a community. And this is a framework to start in that direction. And I'm supportive of staff recommendation. I think they've worked hard. We've been invested in this. And it's time now to try to codify it. And there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of priorities, as Supervisor Williams mentioned. How do we take off the things that are most, the lowest hanging fruit first and get some accomplishments and build on those? I think many things, once you start, then more things happen in often an unpredictable way to feed on each other and to yield an overall good result. So I may have more to say on specific things, but the thing about the farm workers who we heard today, we heard, and I've heard in other occasions, I mean, they're having to work in extreme heat. They talked about injuries resulting from these heavy rains, these atmospheric rivers. We're experiencing whole new pest communities and responses that they're the frontline people dealing with. So, I mean, that's an example of once you start analyzing, it gets very complicated in trying to even lay it all out, let alone get numbers for it. I think we have to operate with our best judgment, going into terrain where we don't know all the answers, but we do know we can't continue on the path that we're going on now.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I fully support the plan, and I'm looking forward to support its passage today with the resolution for oil and gas. I appreciate the advocates. And thank you for addressing the equity issue, because I know how important, not just important, but how, entirely central equity is to this work, to the work that we've been doing, and to the state. I mean, the kind of money that I just witnessed as a school board member that was coming down from the state to make sure that those who live in socioeconomically more challenged communities receive the bulk of grants for charging stations. We saw that. We were able to put them in schools, parking lots, because most of our schools reside in neighborhoods that are somewhat low income. So I just know how central, it's not just sort of like an afterthought or a PS anymore, thank goodness. It's central to the work, and it's very reflective in your plan and the fact that you had a committee from the onset, and it's so central. So appreciate that clarification was made. And again, I just go back to my strong, intense desire to make this succeed and make sure that these aren't just goals on paper, but we really lift up the entire community that's already there. I mean, we live in such a completely devoted environmental community. The birth of Earth Day, just the fact that so many people are engaged, the fact that 20 groups signed on to this letter, pushing us to go further in their mind, is just significant. So I just want to ask you, Ms. Price or Jesus, how are we working? I mean, I know I've read from cover to cover the recent Community Environmental Council Climate Resilience Plan that came out in 2022, which has 700 actions. Just assure me that these are all kind of working together, because again, it's you can't quantify. We do the renewable resource we have of intention and passion and dedication towards our climate crisis. I just want to make sure that we're being as practical and results oriented as we possibly can to match that commitment.
Supervisor Capps, via the chair. I think you're pointing to a really critical piece of the entire climate action plan, in that this will not be a county alone effort. It will be impossible to achieve anywhere near the emissions reduction goals that we have outlined doing this alone. And so the development of these strategies has been done in concert with stakeholders, and it's just a framework at this point. And as we get into how we will actually be implementing this at your discretion as the board, we will be doing much deeper engagement with these stakeholders to make sure that what we're asking people to do, what you ask people to do, is realistic, and that there's outside resources, which Supervisor Williams, you've brought up just a piece of what's available. I think that the cost analysis that you've seen is very limited in what it looks at, because, as you've pointed out, it's just the cost. And when we're not looking at all of the benefits that vast stakeholders will receive as a result of plan implementation, we're really not looking at the entire picture. So yes, it's a huge effort in building and maintaining partnership with a vast array of stakeholders. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams. Well, I just am enormously supportive of this plan and enormously also supportive of amending it in the future to include oil and gas, as has been articulated by staff. They've given us a kind of productive way to do that. We should adopt this plan today to make sure that we can continue the urgent actions that should take place in the next 6 months or a year, and the formulations of future policies. I think this document is impressive for a couple different reasons. Number one, because of the enormous stakeholder involvement. Contrary to some people's beliefs, this is not just DAS sitting in a room somewhere coming. This is a movement. The climate movement is widespread, especially in Santa Barbara County. The environmental movement is strong in Santa Barbara County, and to me, what's most impressive is how many times the environmental movement in Santa Barbara has been a leader in being internally consistent. A lot of these folks are ones who turned around when one of our local jurisdictions started saying no to battery projects, and did exactly what they do right here, is advocated for it, that we cannot be the ones calling for an improvement to the environment, but the ones saying no to alternative energy and to batteries. It is nonetheless data-driven, which sometimes can be lost if something has a lot of stakeholder involvement. And as it being data-driven, it's a useful document. It reminds us that there's some things that we could do for very low cost that can be very effective. We already talked about composting. We talked about EVs a little bit. Methane leakage. I mean, that's a significant part of our emissions, and yet it's a basic thing of protecting public safety. Any chance we can get to reduce or to have policies that reduce methane leakage is going to be really important, and it's going to become even more important in the future as the infrastructure ages. And so the couple $100,000 we spent on spectral whatever thingamajiggies to recognize leakage sounds really cheap now, right? That's the kind of investments that we need to make. And I also think that it is facilitates moves of equity, not ignores the need of equity. For me, as someone who grew up low income, I don't look at EVs and go, hey, that's just for rich people. I'm not interested in things that are just for rich people. I, in fact, flip that on its head. Is why do our systems not allow for or not facilitate people of low income to be able to take advantage of the relatively low cost of EVs both in terms of repair and most importantly in terms of fuel. There's nothing that it impacts people's lives in terms of cost and struggling, housing and fuel. And if you can create a situation where households in this county have access to a fuel source, i.e. electricity, that's a lot cheaper than gasoline, we are facilitating equity. I just Googled how much a used Leaf is in this county, and it varies from $4,000 for an older model to $18,000 for a brand new model with a few, 10, 20,000 miles on it. A Bolt after incentives in this county is $17,500. A brand new Chevy Bolt that hopefully some of you have tried out in our county fleet is $17,500 after the incentives. If you're low income, that would actually be $15,000 after incentives. Don't tell me that these cars can't be for working class people. They can be. We just need to have the charging infrastructure out there to facilitate that. And this plan can help us make that happen. I think it's, the one thing that I find to be inflated about it, but I understand why it is the costs, because it does not recognize the cost sources for agencies that we are members of. It does not even recognize some of the discretionary money that we already use towards those sources. So it doesn't recognize things like Safe Routes to School grants, the SB CAG streams of funding. It doesn't recognize 3CE funding. And so those are big. And going back to it being a useful document, the grants that we can procure are enhanced by us having a cap. It is already a requirement on many grants, and it will be a requirement on many, many more going forward. So to me, the first thing is that's why we should pass this, is it's a useful document. And only secondarily because it's a visionary one. And I got to read this paragraph that someone in staff, knows how to write and how to articulate something. This cap is more than a plan. It is a community-driven vision for a more equitable and resilient future, and therefore is fundamentally ambitious and transformative. I can't put it better than that.
Oh boy, I got to follow that. Okay, well, okay, let me go with what I like about it. And that is, the main thing that I like about it is it's actionable for the county on the CIP projects, detailing out which one for the right amount of money is going to give us the most bang for the buck. We haven't had that before. And that's great because that's something we're actually going to do. When we talk about Santa Barbara County as being a leader in the environmental community, we are the leader when it comes to rhetoric. We're good at talking about it. Not so much good at doing it, because I know people don't want to hear this, but we don't get it done. The city of Santa Barbara uses 2.5 times per capita the amount of water the city of Santa Maria does. But if you asked, they'd be like, these people are the crazy conservatives and the environmentalists are using way more water. Why? Why, when we tried to go through a GHG reduction in 2015, I look at it like when we set goals, it's like losing weight, right? So in 2015, we said, we're going to go 15% below 2007 by 2020. So we're going to go out and lose 30 pounds. 3 years later, we got back on the scale. And we're like, we didn't lose 30 pounds. We freaking gained 20 pounds, right? So we were now in 2018, we were 14% above. We hadn't reduced anything. We had increased it. So we're good at talking about it. And we're not so good about doing it. And the reason why we're not so good about doing it is because we all believe it. We all feel like, as Joan said, that this is a crisis. People need to address it. But the average person out there is more concerned about going to work, providing for their kids, taking their kid to soccer practice, making sure their park is nice. That's what they're concerned about. Not these existential, and they may be worried about, but they're not really sure how to attack it. A couple items for me really I just, I have trouble with. And one of them is, first off, it's always nice to come to these meetings and we roll out the old boogeyman to scare everybody. It's the oil and gas industry. The one that has reduced by 68% their GHGs. They're the bad guy. Not one person I didn't hear talked about marine vessels. Might have been just a quick talk about it. I think it came from Bob. Marine vessels going through our channel pollute 5 times what oil and gas does. 5 times. And nobody says, man, should we reroute them? What should we do? Can't we pay them to go somewhere else? That would be a typical Santa Barbara way to look at it. Santa Barbara County thing is, hey, let's have them go a different way and they'll pollute somebody else and that way it won't count it against us and we'll get credit for it somehow. But we can't say that we couldn't affect that. That should have been part of the climate action plan. We don't have, let's say, jurisdiction over marine vessels, but we're all members of Air Pollution Control District, and we all know about a very successful program where we incentivize these large shipping corporations to slow down in the channel, which does 2 things. It stops whale strikes, or reduces them, and number 2, it also reduces the amount of NOx that's produced in the channel. So it should be included. I mean, we have as much power over marine vessels, I feel, as we do with transportation. Trying to get people convinced to get on a bus, which we've been trying to do for 20 or 25 years. I don't know how well it's working. When I drive through Santa Maria and I get passed by a bus that's public transportation, generally empty, right? Now, we do have some success stories with the Clean Air Express, and I support these things. I mean, this is what I want to talk about. There needs to be a balance. I voted to join C3CE because it was the right thing to do. And I saw the vision of where we could go. I voted to electrify our own county fleet because I also thought that was the right thing to do. I voted to install solar here at the county and reduce water consumption. But that's our own house, right? It's different when we're trying to fix what we're doing as opposed to going out and mandating to people that this is something you need to do and you need to change your life. Removing natural gas from people that want to be able to use it. We should be incentivizing people if they'd like to, or do more education about what methane leaks do to the inside of a house instead of a mandate. And if we want to talk about methane, I think the largest producer of methane in Santa Barbara County is the seep in the channel, as well as producing a terrific amount of methane. Last thing, I just want to talk about agriculture real quick. Farmers are all about efficiency. And if they could find a way with the competition that's out there that they could produce a crop more efficiently by using a different type of a tractor, we wouldn't need to incentivize them to destroy their diesel engine. They would be the first one in line to do it. They've got the capital to do it. They need to invest for the long term. They'd be lining up. But from what we hear, here and there with the Carl Moyer program, we'll get a one-off here and a one-off there where people are trying it. But you don't see this huge change in mechanization because they tell us it's not as efficient. And a farmer is not going to put themselves at a disadvantage when they're trying to produce food for this country. And we saw what happened with COVID. We had outsourced manufacturing. When COVID happened, we ended up with this supply chain issue. And God forbid we ever do that with our food. So I do not want to see us outsourcing food. So for a lot of reasons, I think I voted for the original climate action plan. I really also hear very carefully what Supervisor Capps is saying about this deal of these just shouldn't be goals on paper, right? We shouldn't just be patting ourselves on the back. They can't be goals on paper. They have to be. And that's kind of where I guess I'm frustrated after all these years that they do feel like goals on paper. This does feel like we're just going to put this up on the shelf and be like, check the box. We did a climate action plan. Everybody's happy. But what really changed? What what did we do different than we've done in 2015? So I'm not going to be able to support it. And I'm not really sure where the resolution on oil and gas is going to go. You're going to come back in 6 months and tell us, well, we can't touch vested interest rights, and there are no new applications. So not really sure where that's going to go, but that's where I'm at. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all the comments that I heard from all of my colleagues. I did want to touch on the whole equity issue, and I want to thank Ramona Elias for serving on the Equity Advisory and Oversight Board. And the guardrails that exist in this document, I really hope staff and the county takes that to heart. I often see that as just words here in the county. You know, we talk about investing in disadvantaged communities. That's typically the North County, and a lot of these things hit us, and that's why you're seeing almost all the public commenters that were against the Climate Action Plan were North County constituents or representing North County groups, because there's a lot of concern there that ultimately these things hit us. You know, the South County has been developed for years on the backs of oil and gas. You know, you guys have youth centers and courthouses and a lot of infrastructure that was paid for by oil and gas. And then now when those jobs are up here, we're actually being prevented from having those things by the same South Coast powers that received the benefits previously. And then we look forward to, okay, maybe that will come from the new clean energy economy, maybe that the board will support those things. You know, look at our CIP. Most of our investment's still down on the South Coast. You look at SB-CAG and all of our regional dollars, mostly in the South Coast for infrastructure. So I really hope that these guardrails are something that we stay to. Even our outreach in the different various communities, I think actually getting Ramon on the Equity Advisory Committee actually had our office have to get involved because there's actually no North County representation on that originally. And so I just really hope that these equity guardrails are actually something that's meaningful moving forward, because I do think that we are missing the boat as a county when it comes to fully appreciating the needs of both North and South. You know, we're definitely the birthplace of the environmental movement, but that's led to leaving many of our constituents behind. And so I just hopefully that we as a board take that seriously as we move forward. I, like Supervisor Lavanino, I'm not going to be able to support this today, but I will commit to be engaged moving forward on many of these issues. I don't think there's anybody on this board that has fought harder and work directly to help properly abandon idle and orphaned wells. I have many of them in my district, and that's one of my big advocacy things is going out there and making sure that we're keeping some of these oil companies accountable as well. So I'm definitely still a partner on addressing some of these concerns, but today I'm not going to be able to support this plan.
Okay, well, we have A through I as recommended items. Supervisor Hartman?
So I will move A through I of today's staff recommendation.
Second. And that includes the path for possible inclusion in the future of oil and gas.
Yeah, the resolution's in there. Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Chair Lavanino?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Well, we're now going to be recessing to closed session. County Council, could you?
Chair
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to express my appreciation to the Sustainability Division staff. They put a lot of effort. When I arrived, they educated me quite quickly, and I was really a beneficiary of their knowledge and their hard work. So I wanted to acknowledge in particular Garrett for the effort. Obviously, Ashley's no longer with us, but she was instrumental in bringing it forward, and April has done a yeoman's job in bringing it forward to this point. And of course, want to express our appreciation to the other departments that helped us, as well as the consultant, and to the board for excellent guidance.
Well, and I just want to say I know this can be kind of a hot button issue, so we appreciate all your neutrality and answered all my questions, and staff was great. The more I questioned, the more information I got. So thank you very much on that. Okay, let's have County Council read into closed session, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board is scheduled to consider 2 items of existing litigation, Pacific Pipeline Company versus the county, and that's a U.S. District Court, federal district court in the Central District. Suzanne Duca versus the county, which is a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case, and conference with real property negotiators with APN numbers 061-220-009 and 010. 061-261-001, 061-040-023, and 065-320-004. The agency negotiators are Public Works Director Chris Snedden, General Services Director Kirk Lagerquist. Negotiating parties are Mike Alvarado, General Manager of La Cumbre Water District, and Meredith Hendricks, Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Land Trust. Under negotiations is price and terms of payment, and the time estimate is 40 minutes.
40 minutes. Oh, I doubt that. Let's see. Let's say, well, we'll try to be back by 2:30, but I would say more probably 2:45-ish. All right, we're reconvening this meeting of August 27, 2024, the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam County Counsel, please report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 3 items: Pacific Pipeline versus the county and Suzanne Duca versus the county, and also real property negotiations on the assessed parcel numbers listed in the agenda, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please read departmental item number 3 into the record, please?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Probation Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding WellPath and the Department of Behavioral Wellness, DBA, annual report for healthcare and mental health services at the juvenile facilities.
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. I'm Holly Benton, the Chief Probation Officer. Today, the Probation Department is before your board to present the 2023 annual report regarding medical and mental health services at our Juvenile Justice Center and the now closed Los Prietos Boys Camp program. Probation has brought this annual update to the board every year of the contract, either on the administrative or the departmental agenda. Presenting with us today are our partners, WellPath, represented by Dr. Carrick Adam, and the Department of Behavioral Wellness, represented by John Masuda and Keisha Ojeda. Our presentation also includes the results of quarterly audits of WellPath's contracted service level agreements, which are conducted by the County Public Health Department, and those partners are here as well. There's no doubt that our services to youth are stronger because of these partnerships and because of the oversight and continuous improvement processes we are all engaged in. With that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Belinda Barrera, who has oversight of probation's juvenile services and facilities, for the presentation.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. As Chief Benton said, today's presentation to your board is the 2023 annual report on healthcare and mental health services at the juvenile facilities. In 2023, probation had 2 operational facilities. The Juvenile Justice Center, whose average population in 2023 was 36, housed both pre- and post-adjudicated youth, including those with secure youth track commitments who would have formerly been transferred to the State Division of Juvenile Justice. The secure track youth have been adjudicated on serious charges, resulting in substantially longer stays in custody. Los Prietos Boys Camp was a commitment program for post-adjudicated youth who could safely engage in treatment and transitional programming in an open, less secure setting. In 2023, the camp's average population was 5. Over the past few years, the population of youth has changed. The youth detained present public safety risks to the community, have complex needs, and diverse family concerns. But the primary purpose of the facility has remained the same, which is to provide a safe and secure environment to address each youth's individualized needs with treatment and educational opportunities. To effectively reach that goal, the facility continuously seeks to add new activities to provide a variety of treatment, educational, and mental health programs for the well-being of our youth. At this time, I will pass it over to Dr. Adam to present on last year's healthcare services.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak on about the healthcare services that we provide to the youth in Santa Barbara County Juvenile Justice Centers and the Los Prietos Boys Camp. We'll start with the healthcare staffing levels for 2023. This was for 2 sites for both the camp and the Santa Maria Juvenile Justice Center. In 2023, our staffing levels at the Santa Maria Juvenile Justice Center were 94%, and at the boys camp it was 89%. Okay, next slide. The healthcare services that we provide, we're very proud of the services that we provide to the youth of Santa Barbara County, and it starts at intake up until their release. So when medical's on site, we're there 16 hours a day, Monday through Sunday. And when we're on site, we start with the receiving screening. And in there, the purpose is to identify and initiate or continue any treatment for any acute or chronic medical conditions the youth may have, to also identify and initiate monitoring and treatment for youth who are either under the influence, at risk of withdrawing, or in withdrawal. and help identify youth who are with serious mental illness and or suicidal youth that we would refer on to mental health. All youth are have a well child exam when they enter juvenile hall, and then if they come back within a year, it's a more targeted exam, kind of addressing the needs that they have, which are mostly, mental health, substance use disorders, STI, sexually transmitted infections, skin issues, injuries. And then I also provide sick call. I'm there 4 days a week, and the nurses are there 7 days a week, 16 hours a day, doing sick calls, monitoring youth in isolation or suicidal youth. And then we also offer STI services, so testing and other family planning services, emergency contraception, and we provide all immunizations that are recommended by the Vaccine for Children program. The only on-site specialty clinic we have would be our medication-assisted treatment clinic. All other services are provided off-site, and then we also have a discharge planning program where we help coordinate care with their community providers. Next slide. Here's just some stats that we have, just to mention the trends that we're having. Basically, over from 22 to 23, we saw an increase in services of the youth at the hall. We increase encounters with the medical, increase encounters with the nursing, more medications were delivered, and more off-site appointments, mostly dental. It's probably about 80% of our off-site appointments. And this was mostly due to what Deputy Chief said as far as the kids being there longer, being housed there longer. So, for example, prior to the kids being there for such a long time, we would deal with, say, their dental issues, acute, we get the plan going, and then they would leave. And now we're having to send, multiple appointments to get their care completed, including cleanings, and we're even doing, wisdom teeth extractions, which we probably weren't doing before. But the thing that I think I'm most proud about, or WellPath is most proud about, is our medication-assisted treatment program. It's very small if you're going to look at the jail's numbers compared to our numbers. But in 2022, we did a quality improvement study, and we just went through the charts and found that about a third of the kids were using opioids in the past year. And so the kids, it happened a little bit later than the adults. I've been there for 20 years, and in the first 15 years, I probably did a withdrawal protocol or detox protocol for opioids in maybe 2 or 3 kids. And in the last, probably since 2019, it's just skyrocketed. So in 2022, when we realized that there were that many youth that were endorsing that they had used opioids in the last year, we in mental health and behavioral wellness did a kind of a larger QI to look at our processes as far as identifying when they come in, making sure we're initiating the withdrawal protocol, we're monitoring them correctly, they're getting referred for if they're eligible, if they have an opioid use disorder, an alcohol use disorder, they're referred back to me to start to discuss medication-assisted treatment. We work really well we've solidified our processes with behavioral wellness. We're 2 different departments, so sometimes it's a little bit harder to the communication, and the charts are different. So we solidified those processes, and especially and outside services for alcohol and drug for adolescents. And we have now a great process for when youth are leaving to transition into the community. The kudos to the Be Well transitions team. They're a very important part in taking the youth who are on medication and kind of hand delivering them to the alcohol and drug services. So they've been a big, huge part of our team. We also decided that it was probably a good idea to prepare the facility for any kind of opioid adverse event. So identifying kids that are under the influence, withdrawal, responding to an opioid overdose, making sure there was enough Narcan in the facility, lots of drills, we did a mass drill, and then also educating the youth on harm reduction, overdose prevention, and other stuff if you have any questions about it. But we're pretty proud about that. And lastly, we had our NCCHC accreditation survey in December, and we were provisionally granted accreditation. They came back in June to revisit the issues that we were having, and we just learned yesterday that we received a full 3-year accreditation. So.
Thank you, Dr. Adam. To present on mental health services at the juvenile facilities, we have Justice Services Program Manager John Masuda and Juvenile Justice Mental Health Services Team Supervisor Keisha Ojeda.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I would like to present on the services that we're providing at the Juvenile Justice Center. And I will start by going over our staffing for 2023. We had 1 full-time team supervisor, 3 full-time practitioners, 3/4 time with a psychiatric technician, and 0.65 FTE with a psychiatrist. And I also want to inform the board that this includes staff at both the Los Prios Boys Camp and at the Juvenile Justice Center. And to talk furthermore about our services that we provide at the Juvenile Justice Center, I'm going to turn it over to our team supervisor, Keisha Ojeda.
Should I?
Oh, here.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, thank you for allowing me to be here today to talk about the mental health services that we have to offer at the JJC and Los Pretos Boys Camp. So after they see Dr. Adam and her team, they usually get a referral to our behavioral wellness team. And every youth is offered an assessment within the first 7 days of their booking. All of our services are voluntary, so they can say yes, they can say no. If they say yes, then they are offered individual, family therapy, group therapy. We ask if they want to do a psychiatric evaluation with our psychiatrist, Dr. Jones. We also, group therapy consists of MRT, which is moral recognition therapy that promotes moral reasoning, better decision making, and more appropriate behavior. We have interactive journaling, where we teach them about handling difficult feelings, substance using behaviors, and victim awareness. We also have 2 new modalities that our team is being trained in. It's EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. So those are good for the youth that don't like your traditional talk therapy. You get to sit there and do bilateral stimulation by hand movements or tapping, whatever they prefer. And that's to help them reprocess all of their traumatic events that they may have gone through and reduce the emotional charge that's attached to it. And we also are training our staff in DBT, which is dialectical behavioral therapy, and those are designed to help the individuals manage their intense emotions, improve their relationships. It was originally developed to treat youth that had personality disorder, but now they're using it to treat depression, anxiety disorders, and substance use abuse. Other services that we provide, we do weekly treatment team meetings with probation, Be Well, WellPath. We all come together, talk about the youth and their goals. We do weekly rounds in the units. So every Monday, we have 2 of our staff go into each unit, talk with the JIO that's there, and maybe address any sort of concerns they may have. We attend child and family team meetings, multidisciplinary team meetings. We go to heart court meetings for our CSEC youth. And we also do a lot of discharge planning. So we'll go to our outpatient mental health clinics and we'll present the case before the youth is being discharged, just to say, this is who we have. They're doing this sort of treatment. They're taking this sort of medication. When can you get them on your schedule so that it's a smooth transition? And then we also provide crisis stabilization and 24/7 on-call support. And now I pass it back to John.
And these are some of our numbers for 2023. As you can see, the number of assessments, initial psychiatrist visits we've had at both facilities, follow-up psychiatrist visits, safety status checks, exclusive to the Juvenile Justice Center, individual therapy sessions, and then total hours of individual therapy and family therapy sessions. And with that, I will turn it back over to Ms. Barrera.
Thank you. During this time period, Public Health conducted quarterly audits evaluating well past timeliness with health assessments, identification and continuation of essential or psychotropic medications upon booking, which includes verification, bridging medication, and treatment plans, as well as well past ability to keep use immunizations up to date. Public Health maintained that well past staff consistently performed well during the audits and reported a compliance rate at 95% or greater. Additionally, this past year, Be Well, as previously reported, implemented 2 new therapeutic modalities to engage youth in treatment. Overall, we are pleased to note that youth detained at our facilities continue to receive quality health care and mental health services, and that Public Health's quarterly audit independently confirmed the results related to WellPath. Next slide. This concludes our presentation of the 2023 annual report, and we are happy to take any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thanks. I just really wanted to appreciate the timing of all these reports coming at the same time, and feel like we're getting on a better process and system. So thank you for that. And again, just I appreciate that you called out the MAT program and the fact that you're utilizing that more. And I know that's, if you could talk a little bit more about the results of that program, because it's really the first I've heard it being described for kids, for youth. And it prompted questions in my mind of how, what qualifies somebody for that kind of medicated assisted treatment, opioid use versus abuse. If you could just elaborate a little bit more, please.
Yes, Supervisor Capps through the chair. So for adults, a medication-assisted treatment for alcohol use disorder and opioid use disorder has been the standard of care for a while.
Yeah.
I think it was maybe in 2019, the American Academy of Pediatrics and also the American Society of Addiction Medicine said that it really should be. In youth, historically, it's been like, let's kind of see how they do. For methadone, historically, they've had to fail twice before they could get put on medication. They're like, why are we doing that? Addiction is a pediatric onset disease. People who have a substance use disorder, it starts in adolescence. Mm-hmm. I think they would agree that when I'm asking kids, when was it that you started using? I would say 12, not opioids, but like their use starts around 12, and now we're starting to see like 10, a little bit young. We're kind of catching up the pediatric world, and it's mostly through the child and adolescent psychiatrist, kind of that world. And so basically what happened was when we started seeing kids that were using and withdrawing, I'm boarded in addiction medicine as a pediatrician. So for me, it was like, okay, we need to be doing this. And maybe at the time it was unclear whether the services in the community were, we could continue those medications. So we worked with behavioral wellness and the psychiatrist, and in North County, he would continue them. But back to your question, as far as who is eligible, so you have to have an opioid use disorder or a substance use disorder. So to be eligible for those medications, just like an adult would have to be. So if it's a kid, I said a third of the kids have used opioids. Not all of those kids have an opioid use disorder. Right. Only, a percentage of those, smaller percentage of those kids would have an opioid use disorder. And so my philosophy was, I'm going to give them, if it's a first line of treatment for adults and it's saving lives, then it's going to save their kids' lives as well, right? So that was kind of our basic, the psychiatrist and myself, that was at the beginning. So not a lot of other juvenile facilities use medication-assisted treatment, though it is becoming the standard of care, and it will become the standard of care. I think we just started a little bit earlier. And I don't remember your
Well, no, that's helpful. I just asked you to expound out of my curiosity and concern for these kids. And now that it is the standard of care, do you have a wait list, or you have enough of this medication? Because I know that's an
No.
issue in the jail.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our numbers, we had 10.
Or 16, I thought.
Well,
Yeah.
16, but it was 10 unique youth. And then this year, we've already had 12.
Okay.
So then that was through June. So yes, we do have, and we keep the Medicaid, well, we keep buprenorphine stock, and a little bit of naltrexone stocks. We're not using it, we don't have a lot of kids. And we've never had a trouble getting it. We've never had trouble kind of continuing it. Now that we've solidified these procedures with the community providers, kind of connecting them to their provider, and they usually have an appointment before they go. I think the biggest, with kids, it's a little different because you have to get, if they're under 16, you have to get the consent from the parent. And we always like to get the consent from the parent. So, you have to talk to the kid and then also
Sure.
talk to the parent. And it's kind of, there's a little bit more. And that's where mental health, behavioral wellness comes in a lot with the transition team, because they're really good at connecting. So we have not had any
Excellent.
trouble.
Okay, good to hear. And my second question just has to do with that. Certainly we all understand how important that warm handoff is after kids are, after, I shouldn't say kids, because I know they're older than that to some degree. Youth are successfully go through the program. Can you talk about the resources and how things are going in terms of connecting them to the right resources? Here. Thank you.
Okay, yes, I would like to answer that question. So we have a transitions team. So 2 of our therapists are on site, and 2 of them are on site and off site. So they meet with the youth before they're even released, and they do a lot of the discharge planning with our 2 therapists on site. And because we are part of the county, it's a lot easier for us to get them linked to the county clinics as well. We have access to the records, so we give them a call. Hey, we have one of your kids in here. Can you get them on the schedule? We try to see them within 72 hours after getting released. So we'll go to their home, whatever we need to do to get them linked to services. We try to schedule all their appointments. We give them a discharge paperwork. It tells them their appointments, where they need to go. We give a copy to their PO. Just constant follow-up.
Yeah, thanks for the work. Thanks. I really impressed by the report. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Levanino, and thank you guys for all the work you guys are doing with our kids out there. This report is both those facilities, and now we're down to one facility. So can we just talk about what that looks like staffing-wise and delivering of services? Are there some abilities to have a little bit more efficiencies? Are we going to be staffing the same moving forward? What does exactly that look like?
The staffing for WellPath
Yes.
specifically? Well, the contract was in existence until, currently still is in existence with the staffing pattern, the same staffing pattern. You want to speak to it?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. The staffing is the same, so it's the same staffing pattern, but now everyone's just at the
same site.
They're at this one site, and yes.
So I imagine that's going to be a added value for delivery of service. I mean, we know how difficult it is to provide medical services at 2 jails. I know probably 2 juvenile facilities was also a challenge, especially one of them that was fairly remote. Are we seeing some efficiencies there? I guess we need to have a nurse covering 16 hours a day, right? At some point, were they doing that at both facilities before? Do we now just have 2 nurses at the juvenile hall facility?
The 8-hour position at Los Prietos Boys Camp has moved over to Santa Maria Juvenile Hall or Juvenile Justice Center, and that's just it's a daytime position. At the Juvenile Justice Center, we've always had the 16 hours of nursing. So there's just an extra nurse there during the day.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman?
Well, it's kind of wrenching to see all the things that youth are dealing with. And then what you're dealing with, an increase in psychiatric medications, 51% from 22 to 23. So that's a statistic that kind of caught my attention in terms of how much more serious the problems are of the youth that you're treating. So I just wanted to say that with your NCCHC accreditation and with the public health finding 95% compliance and it seems that you're really on a good path to figuring out how all the partners work together in a productive way for a problem that is increasingly difficult to address through no fault of yours. So thank you.
Okay, is there any public comment on this matter?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, and we have recommended actions A and B.
I would move that we adopt staff recommendation A and B.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Oh, yeah, forgot. I was watching the musical chairs going on. All right, Madam Clerk, can you read departmental item number 4 into the record, please?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, WellPath 2023 Annual Report for Healthcare Services at Sheriff's Jail Facilities.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Levanino and Supervisors. It's my pleasure to be here to introduce our team that will be providing your annual report to you. I do want to start out just to quickly point out, Sheriff Brown and I, when we come up and talk about our custody team, we say that our deputies work the toughest beat in the county, day in and day out. And the reality is that our WellPath partners are also operating some of the most challenging healthcare facilities within our county. And they have been great partners to us within those challenges. You're going to hear about areas where we have done really well. You're going to hear about some areas that we need to make and continue to make improvements upon. But again, this is just an opportunity to let you know where we're at and where we're going. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Cassandra Marking, who oversees healthcare services in our facility, along with Brian Smith from WellPath, and we also have Commander Lammer available to us to answer questions. And with that, I'll turn it over. Thanks.
Thank you, Undersheriff. Chair Levanino, members of the board, thank you for your time this afternoon. I am Lieutenant Cassandra Marking, representative for the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, Custody Division. Also present from the Sheriff's Office today is Commander Sean Lammer and Chief Vincent Waskaluski. You just got the opening from our Undersheriff Craig Bonner. Today, I will be presenting the 2023 Sheriff's Office WellPath Annual Report to your board with our WellPath partners. Presenting first is WellPath, and I would like to introduce WellPath Regional Director of Operations, Brian Smith.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you again, Chairman Levanino and the members of the board for the opportunity to speak in front of you today on the things that we have done and accomplished with our partners at the Sheriff's Office in both of our facilities, both in Santa Barbara and Santa Maria. My name is Brian Smith. I'm the Regional Director representing WellPath. This relationship began in 2017, and our goal was to provide the most effective and cost-efficient healthcare to the patients within our facility. So during 2023, we've made some great strides. We have implemented and designed 3 behavioral health units. We've continued to mitigate the cost of COVID. Though the pandemic is technically over, they're still impacting our ability to provide care, whether it's our staff or the patients who come into contact, and we have to provide care to them. We expanded our jail MAP program in both facilities. We also expanded service to our IST patients through our EASE program. We collaborated with our custody partners to continue to implement the remedial plan of Murray versus Santa Barbara County. And then I'm happy to report, just as they did in the probation presentation, that as of yesterday, we have received reaccreditation from NCCHC for Main Jail. Next slide. We provide a multitude of services, both in medical and mental health, as well as administrative and operational services. Just a few that I like to highlight is our ability to provide access to care for our patients, whether that's through sick call, on-site clinics, telehealth, and e-consults. Additionally, we provide education. So we are actually talking with the patients about their health, whether it's a chronic care or other disease that are happening, and giving them what they need in order to have healthy lifestyles. Because we are a national organization, we do have national contracts that allow us to be able to provide on-site and off-site services that benefit our patients. I also like to highlight our MAP program in the jail, which is our ability to treat substance use disorder. It is something that we've been focused on for the last 2 years, and we continue to expand. I will talk more about that after this. Our mental health and behavioral, as I said earlier, we expanded with the behavioral health units, but we also have been able to achieve great things such as group therapy, multidisciplinary treatment teams, where we're actually looking at the patient from a holistic standpoint. We also are continuing the jail-based competency treatment, and our IST population have benefited from EASE. We also continue to partner with the county and the sheriff's department for discharge planning, and then the community outreach, which is important to ensure that our patients have that warm handoff back into the community. Our claims management, as well as our utilization management, also allow us to be able to ensure that the county and the sheriff's office are receiving have the best providers providing services, as well as we're able to ensure that things are being paid and handled on time. Next slide. Just some statistics from last year, 2023. The average daily population was about 758, which is slightly down from the previous year. However, our receiving screenings, this is the number of patients that we're seeing when they come into the facility, almost increased to 10,000 during 2023. We had about 115 emergency responses. Our medical providers saw about 2,000, had about 2,000 encounters. We had about 1,500 chronic care visits. Our nurse sick call is about 6,000, a little under that. We did about 6,559 labs, 457 x-rays. We administered over 500,000 meds during 2023. And I like to highlight that piece just because that is we are seeing patients having more medication that has to be passed, which is one of the things that we definitely wanted to address in our expanded staffing that we did earlier this year. We had about 223 COVID cases, 1,195 dental visits, 1,564 TB assessments, 294 off-site services, 4,500 psychiatric sick calls, 11,271 mental health sick calls, and there were 5 patients deaths last year. Our JBCT team, the staffing has remained the same as previous years. We have a psychologist, a psychiatrist, a licensed social worker, competency trainer, a dedicated deputy, and administrative assistant. Since its inception in November of 2020, we have successfully restored 121 patients. I just want to note that the program that we have here in Santa Barbara is actually one of the top programs in California. We are very proud of the work that this team does. And we also want to highlight that they're often a site that DHS actually refers to as a touring site for those wanting to establish a similar program. Our EASE program began admitting patients in September of 2022, both at Main Jail and Northern Branch. Our goal is to start restorative services prior to them actually going into the JBCT program. So it's within 3 days of their competency status being rendered. The program takes about 30 to 90 days, and we have enrolled 113 patients, and 18 have been restored. I know that those numbers doesn't look very telling, but I will say that we start the process early, but they also roll into either the JVCT program where they continue services and are restored, or they actually go off to DHS as well. So I don't want to give the perception that our actual restore rate is very low. Next slide. In custody deaths, we have had 5 during 2023. The coroner's findings show that there were 2 that were due to overdose, 2 due to suicide, and 1 due to alcohol withdrawal. This is just a graphical representation based on the cause of death as well as the location. 40% were at MBJ and 20% were at main jail. Or 60%, sorry. In terms of our opiate response, we understand that this is a national crisis, and so WellPath and the Sheriff's Office take this very serious. So we actually have expanded our medicated assistance treatment program. We continue to provide education for our substance use and abuse, as well as look for signs and symptoms of overdose within the jail facilities. We continue to provide Narcan to our custody and WellPath staff to carry on them as they're within the jail. And then we also provide Narcan for patients that are being discharged, so they have access to that upon release. In talking about our program, I would like to report that we actually have more than doubled the number of patients. We expanded from 33 to 68. We served a total of 223 patients. We completed discharge plans for 203, with only 23 of them who returned to custody during that year. We actually held 2 of our first MAP program graduations to recognize their efforts, and we also received certification for moral recognition therapy, MRT, for our program participants. And then our collaboration with the discharge teams continues to be enhanced. In regards to the NCCHC accreditation, we did have our visit in December 2023 where we did receive provisional accreditation. Originally, that was done in 2022. They did come back in June of 24 to do a follow-up survey, and as I stated earlier, we received full accreditation as of yesterday. We have submitted and applied for a survey for Northern Branch, and we are just pending a survey date from the commission. Finally, we just want to highlight some things that we think are important that will be coming in the 2024 report. We continue to expand our MAP program. One of the things that I'm happy to report is that the wait list at main jail is actually 0. And we do have close to over 120 patients in the program total. We have implemented 2 additional BHUs, a 16-bed facility at main jail for males, and then also, or 2, sorry, both at main jail, CMOD and DMOD. We continue our collaboration with Public Health and Be Well. We have been intensely focused on our CalAIM preparations. Discharge planning collaboration is also improving, and we also continue to expand our CQI program. Thank you again for the opportunity to present WellPath's portion in front of you. I just want to take a moment to highlight our exceptional team and just thank them for all the work that they're doing for this population that's very vulnerable. Their commitment and effort to what they're doing is truly exceptional. Thank you.
Does that complete the staff presentation, or are you?
I have a portion for the Sheriff's Office.
All right.
Thank you, Brian. I would just like to recap some of the history of the WellPath CFMG contract. WellPath has been our partner in providing correctional patient care for over 7 years. That collaboration has recently included a healthcare workshop, which included 2 attendees of your board, community groups like the Santa Barbara League of Women Voters, CLUE-SB, and additional county entities, including Behavioral Wellness and the Public Health Department. We just had a recent authorization for an amendment to the existing contract with WellPath in June of 2024 that passed. This agreement went into effect July 1st, and it expands our future partnership with WellPath through March of 2025. Beginning in 2023 and into 2024, the Sheriff's Office, in partnership with WellPath Behavioral Wellness, Public Health, and the CEO's Office, increased oversight of this critical contract. This contract oversight includes regularly involved scheduled monitoring meetings with identified county departments and provides auditing, quality assurance, and process improvement planning for our contracted responsibilities. With the Sheriff's Office and the county monitoring, we have the bullet points listed above. One that I would like to note is bullet 2, the Public Health and Be Well enhanced quarterly monitoring tools to better address the service level agreements in late 2023. More information on the enhanced monitoring tools will be discussed in upcoming slides. In bullet 4, enhanced death and custody reviews to include thorough reviews by Public Health and Be Well prior to the multidisciplinary review. These enhanced reviews are very informative and provide an opportunity for dialogue and the presentation of initial fact findings relative to the in-custody incident. And in bullet 5, Sheriff's Office implemented monitoring and review of 17.2 of the agreement related to payment reductions for staffing shortfalls with cost avoidance. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, previously requested additional information regarding the monitoring of this item. The Sheriff's Office is working with council as well as WellPath with this complex task, and we are taking great care in correctly calculating and identifying and rectifying this data to present to your board in the upcoming weeks. As mentioned previously, we have been conducting audits with Public Health. These are some of the data points collected by those Public Health audits. In reviewing these audit findings, there is a notable decrease in the compliance percentage between quarters 3 and quarters 4. We go from 96% down to 69%. This drop is in relation to the monitoring areas increasing by 18 items, which doesn't seem like a relatively high number, but as far as monitoring areas, it is quite significant. This increase also identified areas where corrective action plans were implemented. These are plans that include improvement recommendations and implementation and completion timelines with the attempt to address deficiencies noted by Public Health. Some of those corrective action plans, or we call them efforts to address the audit findings, are additional training provided to nursing staff regarding medication verification and appropriate referrals to providers in a timely manner. Additional training provided to nursing staff to initiate follow-up diagnostic evaluations for individuals with hypertension. The reallocation of existing staff to perform health appraisals at the Northern Branch Jail. Implementation of additional positions which are allocated by your board effective July 1st, 2024. Part of the monitoring tool collaboration includes conversations and discussions with behavioral wellness. Their audit data is listed above. We have the same understanding with the monitoring tools being improving. So we have the overall compliance that actually increased in this area to 83%. This is from a high collaboration with our WellPath team working in conjunction with behavioral wellness on a regular basis, meeting quarterly and often monthly to discuss corrective action plans as well. Some of those efforts to address the audit findings from behavioral wellness includes updates to the documentation processes provided by WellPath, the reassignment of mental health professionals to conduct restrictive housing rounds on inmates that are in restrictive housing, the reassignment of duties related to checking on individuals in safety cells and observation cells by our LVNs, additional training provided to mental health professionals relative to completing post-suicide watch for individuals who have recently been cleared from intensive suicide watch monitoring. And as mentioned before, the implementation of additional positions which were allocated by your board effective July 1st, which includes the 16 FTEs. Also included in our report is the Sheriff's Grievance Oversight Coordination Report. You can see that there was a significant grievance increase in all areas from 2021 to 2022. The Sheriff's Office opened the Northern Branch Jail facility in the beginning of 2022, and that required a division of resources in both sheriff's custody operations as well as WellPath provided services and staffing. The most notable items to note on this graph are in the category of dental. In 2022, there was a staffing shortfall where there was not a dentist available, and oftentimes when there was one available, those resources had to be split between both sheriff's office facilities. That staffing shortfall has been rectified, and there is an established dentist who provides dental services at both facilities weekly. A notable concern was medication, and although the graph doesn't go into the details of the issues noted on the grievance, more often than not, those grievances were in relation to med pass times, not necessarily the missing of medication. So the timeliness of the delivery of medication, not that the task did not occur. We also had an increase, as Brian mentioned, we increased our MAT resources. In turn, there were grievances about the wait list or the type of medication that the inmates were on. So grievances related to that type of medication were received from the MAT program. We would like to discuss the efforts in progress. Your board has recently authorized a 1.5 FTE position to assist with oversight of the agreement. These positions are allocated through the Public Health Department. Interviews and facility tours have been conducted in preparation to filling these positions, but the most recent update has an estimated start date near the end of September for those positions to be filled, or at least one of those positions to be filled. The implementation of revised medical advisory committee and the continuous quality improvement monthly meetings, which is a collaboration effort with county partners as well as WellPath and sheriffs. The enhancement of data sharing between WellPath and county systems, which they collaborate often and have access for data sharing to behavioral wellness. The healthcare services request for proposals is being completed by our county partners and is set to be presented after this agenda item. And we recently have the implementation and preparation for CalAIM, which is expected to begin in October 2026. Lastly, we have the recommended actions for the board, and that concludes the Sheriff's Office presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Supervisor Hartman.
Would you, excuse me, go back to the slide second to last before your recommendations? Could you describe in more detail the implementation of your revised MAC and CQI monthly meetings? Because I think that that's really core to tracking and giving feedback and improving over time. So I'm just curious how that has changed.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. This has been a collaborative effort with county partners, both behavioral wellness and public health, and the Sheriff's Office and WellPath, to really review what are the key metrics and indicators of success for the facilities that we want to make sure that we're tracking, discussing, and then also thinking about what we can do to improve. And so there's been a considerable amount of effort of looking at what was previously presented, which was a list of data points that honestly in a silo did not have any significant impact. What we decided to do is really look at the continuum of care and the system as a whole. What can we measure? What can we look at? What can we point to show that we are discussing those pain points, but as well as implementing process improvement and who's responsible for carrying that out. And so through those efforts, we now are doing some of the reviews of incidents that are happening within the facility, whether that's an emergency response or if there is grievances that we feel like rise to the level of needs to be explored and talked about, but also our med pass, our sick call, looking at what we're doing and how we're performing, looking at chronic care numbers to see are our patients getting the best care, and if there are some instances that we need to specifically review, we review them, discuss them, and then we implement action based on that. That partnership has been key to expanding that conversation. I will say that the number of people who attend now and the number of points and slides that we actually go through have dramatically increased. I think the last presentation we had about, I would say, 50 or so slides for each month, just discussing the different data points and aspects from that. Yeah.
So this reminds me of the PUF, I think. That's the similar process where, I mean, they really get down to detail how many patients didn't get exactly the right dosage of medication or, you know, what records weren't entered into. Are you getting that level of detail? And are you then getting, I mean, sometimes things fall in and out, but sometimes you identify really a kind of an area of concern, and those areas of concern I think are important to get trend data and see what's happening, so it's not just trade-offs, but you're seeing improvement.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. Yes, absolutely. That is the level that we want to discuss these specific incidents, and then to your point, look at trends to see if there is a systematic approach that we need to change in that. And so with that, we are making sure that we identify those opportunities, we actually address them as quickly as possible, and if there are some changes that need to happen, we implement those and track them to see their success.
And who all is on the MAC? Just the WellPath, the Sheriff's Office, Be Well, and Public Health?
Also, we do have representatives from the county CEO's office as well.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Great, thank you. So thanks for starting off your presentation with the news about your accreditation status. That was certainly a concern I had. Can you tell us just how long you were provisional or whatever the right status was, and sort of steps that you're taking to make sure that there isn't that lapse of accreditation going forward?
Thank you, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So there is not, from the commission standpoint, they do not consider the provisional time period actually as a lapse. It is their thought process is that when they come in to either do an initial survey or a recertification, that they want to collaborate with the site to ensure that delivery of care is the best as possible. And so the provisional is still considered a type of accreditation. And so that was, I believe we received our response from them in February or March timeframe. And then they revisited again in June. And then, of course, yesterday we learned that we were fully accredited. So it's still, we still maintained the provisional accreditation from before. It's just that during that time we just had a follow-up remedial type plan that we had to execute in order to return to full accreditation.
And can you speak generally about the areas that were not meeting the accreditation standards? The areas of care that we should keep an eye on, or others should be keeping an eye on?
Yeah, so yes, thank you, Supervisor Capps. There was a couple of areas around just record keeping over time because it is a 3-year survey. So just the ability to find records both from each of the years that we were accredited, as well as the coordination of care. And that includes the whole facility, not just specific to medical or custody, but those were the two main areas of concern in terms of that. And then there was also some training and education that they wanted us to conduct and ensure that that had been carried out for the Sheriff's Office and WellPath.
Okay, thank you. Next, I just wanted to ask about these 5 deaths in custody. Certainly, there's been a lot of well-deserved attention around what happened, what could have happened, et cetera. And we all share the sense of tragedy with the 5 deaths. And the ones that were suicide in particular, I read in the Public Health Be Well audit of WellPath that these, I'm going to read it out loud. Post-suicide checks are often scheduled but not always, and usually are completed late or not at all. And that just really, I don't understand how someone who attempted suicide wouldn't be checked on afterwards, just from a complete human nature, humanity's standpoint. It seems as though that would be the highest of priorities. So can you speak to that deficiency that was highlighted in the public health Be Well audit?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Capps, through the chair, for that question. Yes, that is a high priority for both WellPath and the Sheriff's Office to make sure that we are checking on those patients who have recently been released from Suicide Watch. One of the things that I can say in balancing all of the different needs that are happening in both facilities, we do, there is a passion and a desire by our staff to want to make sure that they're meeting all of the needs. As you can see from our stats, we have about 11,000 sick calls. That is not inclusive of like the assessments that happen for mental health and other things. And so our staff were attempting with their resources to do as much as they can. And that is a deficiency that has now been corrected. Our mental health staff have been reorganized to ensure that they're doing that. With you all's support, you expanded the mental health staff that also allowed for that this year, which was one of the things that we wanted to address to ensure that we consistently were able to do that in both facilities, which was one of the things that was a big concern. So we share, your concern, and we wanted to address it quickly, which is why we reallocated sources with the support of behavioral health and public health to ensure that that was happening.
So apparently, I understand that you've changed a policy about these post-suicidal checks. Is Be Well, are they aware of the change in policy? Can you share that? Is there a new metric of how many times someone gets checked on afterwards? Can you speak a little bit more specifically? And mostly, I want to make sure that Be Well is aware of that information. As of the time that I was preparing for this meeting, they weren't.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that question, Supervisor Capps. So the time frame in which we actually check on patients has not necessarily from a policy standpoint changed. So it's 24, 3, and 7 days that we check on them afterwards. It is just the reallocation of resources to ensure that that happens. And then also the prioritization of those checks to ensure that that is happening. We now have licensed technicians who can assist with those efforts, as well as we also have involved our medical staff to ensure that they, when mental health is not on site, that they also are doing their part. So there's always someone touching those patients and making sure that if there is something going on with those patients, that is escalated to the mental health staff. So it's been a collaborative effort that the team has put together to ensure that we're meeting those timeframes.
So you said 24, 3, and 7, you mean 24 hours?
Yes,
or?
24 hours,
And then-
3 days, and then 7 days.
And so those are now getting scheduled? You can assure us?
Yes.
Because again, that was just quite alarming that those visits weren't even being scheduled.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, did you want to add something?
Yes,
to that point?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. I was going to make a correction between the hours.
Okay, thank you.
24 hours, 3 days, and 7. And then I also did want to ensure that on the sheriff's office part, there are some things that we can't discuss in some of the cases because it could go to a closed door session with you guys.
Sure.
However, in addition to the mental health follow-up or the WellPath medical follow-up, both of these patients, neither of them, when they were out of a suicide observation watch, were placed in restrictive housing by themselves. One of them was actually in the behavioral health unit with adequate resources and access to a custody deputy and access to care on a regular basis. The other was scheduled to be seen, and the tragic incident happened within hours of being removed and assessed and placed into a housing. So that 24 hours and 3 days and 7 days didn't even reach to that point yet.
well, sounds like maybe it needs to be sooner than 24 hours. Anyway, okay, I'm harping on this because it's incredibly important, and and to be noted as a deficiency that these visits weren't even being scheduled is, again, I'm repeating myself just out of alarm. So I'm glad it sounds like you're redoubling efforts, and I certainly support those. Lastly, I just want to, maybe Supervisor Nelson's going to ask about the historical credit data that he raised at the last time that we spoke about WellPath. So I don't want to jump on that, but I am curious to hear what the latest is on that status. So I'll let him have his time, but I was appreciative that he made that point. And again, I just will end by saying I'm looking forward to the work that Public Health's new position will have with more boots on the ground. It's clearly needed, and appreciate this report coming to us sooner, and a lot of hard stuff to read and to absorb. And I know that this work is incredibly challenging, but I just hope we can up the standard even more. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, back from, I suppose, the one cause of fatality to another, I like hearing the anecdotal information that there is now no waiting time for Matt, and I want to make sure that I understand the numbers provided in the report adequately. So, the number of people under withdrawal protocol, is that a number that is the same number of people that would be receiving a drug to help them withdraw from drug use through MAT, or is that number not the same? Is that, if I look at that number, is that telling me how many folks are having the drug administered?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Williams, through the chair. No, it is not the same number, because there are, as stated earlier, there are patients who don't necessarily have a disorder that do go through withdrawal that may not go into the MAT, may not qualify and go into the MAT program. So there is a population that could potentially go through the withdrawal but not be a candidate for MAT medication, and there is a protocol and process for handling those patients as well.
So maybe it would be useful just for us to get a number, because the message I'm hearing from you is that things are getting better, particularly in the MAT program, and it would be good to have not just a snapshot that indicates that, but numbers now that we're well into 2024 that let us know that. I think that would be really helpful, and something that you could provide afterwards. I have a couple, questions about, whether the areas identified for needs improvement by Be Well are in the provider evaluation summary. If that's, I'd love to hear how that is being handled. One of those is really of concern to me, which is just the WellPath continues to struggle with overnight safety cell checks for medical and mental health, and then just that WellPath needs to ensure that 24-hour, 5-day, and 7-day post-safety cell checks are scheduled and completed on time. And that, is that something that's completely changed between then and now?
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. To clarify, there is no mental health for WellPath in the facilities overnight. So the checks that would occur in the middle of the night would not be performed by WellPath. And so from the mental health standpoint, medical, absolutely. And so, yes. So you'll see the line that says the LVNs have been reassigned to ensure that is happening during the night. So we adjusted their workflow to ensure that they're able to conduct those checks overnight, since there is not mental health staff in the facility during the night. And if there is any of concern, that is when we do collaborate and reach out to behavioral health to come in and to assess those patients if there is a need, since that's the agreement that we have for those hours. But yes, we have reshifted workloads to ensure that that is happening overnight, and that outreach to behavioral wellness is happening as well.
Then do you have any thoughts about, your number of grievances for your, 5-year rolling average is up last year, why the grievances are going up, and particularly there seems to be a population skew where you have twice as many grievances in the main jail. Is that just because of population level? Is that consistent with number of population levels, or is there another reason?
Yes, Supervisor Williams, thank you for that question. In terms of that, the number of grievances, as my partner, Lieutenant Marking, outlined earlier, with the resources allocated, a lot of times the grievances were centered around, like, for instance, medication and mat availability in terms of that. And so as we continue to work through being able to expand services to that population, of course, grievances are going to increase because they do want a specific medication, or they want to or request those. So in terms of that, in 2023, there actually has been, I would say, more control in that particular area to solve those issues before they get to that level, and the timeliness of the medication pass. So that is why we expanded the positions this year to include additional LVNs to support our increased medication pass and availability. And so with that, we do anticipate, or we do believe that we will see a difference from 2024 compared to previous years.
I wanted to clarify my request on the MAT numbers, like waiting time or number of people in it at a given time. I don't expect you to come and do an interim report back here. I just think that the board should be given that number as a progress report, for, now that we're midway through 2024, so that so that we actually see whether there's been an improvement. And ditto for staffing levels, which we haven't talked about today. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, sorry.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. The much anticipated questions I would have about the contract. I've heard a lot about partnership, and I know when we're on the floor and we're working with the clients, it is a partnership. There's this other relationship out there where, we are you're a contractor of ours, and we need to work on making sure there's contract compliance and that we're getting what we're paying for. And so my understanding is that we have gone back and looked at this last year on charges, and that we have identified a significant amount of potential chargebacks. Is that correct, Lieutenant Marking?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Yes, that is correct. We have initiated that discussion. We have worked with council, and we have also reached back out to our WellPath team just regarding the date ranges, the amounts, and also the positions that require that chargeback. As mentioned in the presentation, it's a high capacity task.
Sure.
It takes a lot of eyes to be on it, and also formulate the calculations and make sure that those are correct. And we are working our hardest to make sure that those calculations are made correctly the first time, or at least the second and third time if needed. And just making sure that we are respecting our partnership with WellPath and asking for a quality in return, or the reimbursement that we deserve.
Great, thank you. But it's interesting to have this item right after the probation's item with the juvenile side, because we had a chart in the board letter there where they had been doing this process for the last 7 years with WellPath. So, WellPath was expecting that, but that doesn't seem to have happened until just recently. I imagine WellPath had those records because they were just doing that with the probation side. I'm still kind of confused on why this is so much work, because obviously they're keeping those records on one side. I got to imagine they're keeping it on the jail side as well. And that's why I've been struggling, especially seeing how well probation's been able to keep track of that. And it's amazing they were keeping track of that, and they had a greater amount of staffing and better results. And so that's why contract compliance is so important, is you have to have that accountability then to get the actual results in a true partnership. Partners can, they can be partners, but they can take each other for granted at some point, especially if they're continuing to get paid. And so that's why that relationship needs to improve and make sure there's that accountability in place. I guess maybe the question is for Mr. Smith. You guys have the records for the last few years on missed shifts, right? That's all information that you have.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So yes, we do have records, time records, to be able to utilize for this specific purpose. What I will say is that during that time frame, there was a change in systems, and so some of those combing through some of those records older records is time intensive, just because it was a different system, as well as just to Lieutenant Marking's point, the allocation to the different sites, as well as some of the language that we're sorting through on what positions actually qualify under this is some of what the rework may have been around the understanding of what the contract is saying, and then back and forth between the Sheriff's Office and WellPath on gathering the additional information.
And I want to acknowledge that my understanding also WellPath had worked like overtime in some places as well, and so that's part of the math here is that you guys did above what was required for the contract in some places, and so. The question is are we just all good? Because it's, you got your half and I got my half. But I really do think the accountability, just because we're dealing with taxpayer funds, is really important. That, it can be a partnership and there's a relationship, but, we have people that we're accountable to. And so we need to make sure that we can answer to them that things are done correctly. Like I said, that accountability exists at probation, and their numbers are better. Now, they have a smaller population, totally understand that. They have a youth, which are probably a population is more easily to work with. So I also factor that in there, but they do have better numbers with that half of the WellPath contract. So I just really want to keep stressing that, and I definitely do want to look back and same is true if we actually owe you more money. If we look back at those dollars and that you guys worked overtime and that we should have been compensating you in another way, I have no hesitation making sure that you're properly compensated as well. So that's really about what I'm hoping that we accomplish at diving in and auditing those numbers.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Any other questions from the board? Is there any public comment on this matter?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, we have recommended actions A and B.
I'll move A and B and staff recommendation.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. That gives us to departmental item number 5. Madam Clerk, can you read 5 into the record for us, please? 5 and last departmental item.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office and the Probation Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a request for proposals, RFP, for healthcare services at Sheriff's Jail Facilities and Probation's Juvenile Justice Center, JJC.
Lieutenant Marking, they got you busy today, huh?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Again, I am Lieutenant Cassandra Marking, representative for the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, Custody Division. The Sheriff's Office, in partnership with the Santa Barbara County Probation Department, has collaborated with Health Management Associates Consulting to prepare draft a request for proposal for healthcare services at the Sheriff's Jail Facilities and Probation's Juvenile Justice Center. HMA will be presenting on our behalf today. I would like to introduce you to our presenters, Dr. Mark Richmond and Rich Vander Heuvel. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing us to present this afternoon on the Santa Barbara Adult Jail, Main Jail, Northern Branch Jail, and Juvenile Justice Center's Healthcare RFP. My name is Mark Richmond. I'm a psychologist with 30 plus years of clinical, administrative, and leadership experience in corrections and behavioral health. I retired from Delaware's Department of Correction. I was the Bureau Chief for Correctional Healthcare Services. I have extensive experience providing expert technical assistance to jails and prisons across the country on behavioral health and correctional health care. Have much experience in monitoring and auditing of correctional health care, including settlements, and have extensive experience with contract and correctional RFP procurement experience. And with me today is my colleague, Rich Vander Heuvel.
Thanks, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. Rich Vander Heuvel with Health Management Associates, or HMA, as you'll hear us refer to our firm. I'm a social worker by background with 30-plus years experience in community-based behavioral health. Formerly CEO of an organization in Michigan similar to your county, B. Wells, here in California. I work exclusively these days with justice-involved populations, jails and prisons across the country. Over 70, actually, Mark and I determined over 80 county jail systems currently, and at least 8 departments of corrections around the country. I'm one of those people who's got the itch to work with corrections populations, and it's all I do now. I'm also the jail MAT coach. Santa Barbara County has been enrolled in the California Jail MAT Learning Collaborative for a number of years now, and I've been the coach for Santa Barbara County. I appreciated your questions about MAT earlier, by the way. Do an extensive amount of work in that area, including with this county. And like Mark, quite a bit of background in quality improvement, outcomes monitoring, and even accreditation in my career. So you'll see those topics highlighted here. Just by way of background, very briefly, HMA is a national research and consulting firm specialized in publicly financed healthcare. You don't have to remember any of that. Probably the most important part is that we are part of a smaller team within our very large firm where we specialize in justice-involved populations. And again, we do this work including with learning collaboratives and with individual county jail systems and DOCs around the country.
So we are going to provide a very, very high-level overview of the healthcare RFP. Is basically distilling close to about 120 pages of an RFP into something kind of a high-level presentation. So the RFP, it's going to be providing medical and behavioral health care for adult main jail and Northern Branch Jail, and just medical health care for the Juvenile Justice Center. The decision from the county is to engage in a 5-year contract this time. So there are 4 main goals for the RFP, really to prepare bidders to comply with the requirements from the Murray v. Santa Barbara settlement and remedial plan and all the monitorings that go along with that settlement, to provide all inmates with the community standard of care for medical care and behavioral health care, to prepare for and to execute CalAIM requirements, and we'll talk a little bit more about CalAIM in our presentation, to improve healthcare outcomes, maximize cost efficiencies, and reimbursement. And again, engage in a long-term commitment with the County of Santa Barbara and what this means regarding expectations. So what are the requirements for the bidder, for the providers? Well, first, obviously, full compliance with requirements that are set forth by the remedial plan. requirements of what is and what are the community standards of care, and jails are responsible providing the community standard of care to their detainees and inmates. To provide the best practices that are consistent with the California Office of Youth and Community Restoration, OICR, and the Board of State and Community Corrections, BSCC, standards. And as you've heard a little bit about the NCCHC accreditation, obviously either obtaining or maintaining. Preparation, again, and execution for CalAIM. Have a robust, continuous quality improvement program, build upon what we have now and refine it. And then compliance with service level agreements and all liquidated damages. Rich.
So key healthcare service areas in the RFP include booking and receiving assessments, detoxification and withdrawal management. Again, appreciated the earlier questions and comments about that. Medication-assisted treatment and evidence-based standard of care for substance use disorder. Prioritize sick call, including emergent, urgent, and routine sick call requests. Emergency services and crisis intervention, both medical and behavioral health emergencies, specialized treatment units for inmates with serious mental illness, specialized health care, including dental and optometry services, et cetera, pharmacy and labs, and off-site specialty services. And a little further about CalAIM, or Medi-Cal Transformation. I'm sure you all are abundantly familiar with this initiative in California, but California was the first state in the country, not the last. Several more have been approved and several more are in the process of applying. But California did not have the benefit of learning from others' mistakes, so California is going first around the country with the CalAIM initiative, and that has really changed, been a real game changer for jail healthcare, because it is the first federal policy initiative to remove the Medicaid exception, meaning county jails and prison systems have not been able to leverage the Medicaid system financially, historically, as a matter of federal policy. So California first in the nation on that. Many things I'm sure you're aware of, but DHCS will partner with counties to establish coordinated community reentry process for individuals. You probably heard and discussed a good deal about enhanced care management requirements with the CalAIM demonstration. A real focus on assisting individuals with continuity of care, connecting to physical and behavioral health care services needed prior to release. So pre-release enhanced care management, as well as post-release enhanced care management. Coverage for Medi-Cal members with behavioral health needs, chronic clinical conditions, intellectual and developmental disabilities, pregnant or within 12 months postpartum, and all youth in correctional settings. Covered services include, again, reentry, enhanced care coordination or care management, physical and behavioral health consultation and treatment, lab and radiology services, medications, so MOUD, medications for opioid use disorder, as well as psychotropic medications are covered under CalAIM, as well as services provided by community health workers with lived experience. Just a very quick snapshot, but it was important in the RFP process to update and improve language. CalAIM under the previous contract did not exist as a policy initiative. So this was a key focus area, in addition, that we wanted to make sure the county was well prepared for, and also able to update future contracts based on the CalAIM policy requirements. The other area that Mark referenced, and to go into a bit more detail related to contract management and oversight, there was definitely, in working with the county and county leadership and sheriff's office leadership, a premium, even again some of the questions previous, premium on establishing the structure and the expectations around accountability. So this includes robust service level agreements with built-in liquidated damages, specifically targeting performance in withdrawal management, specialized mental health services, medication, discharge planning and continuity of care, access to care, staffing and staffing plan, NCCHC accreditation, and at JJC, intake, screening, and treatment. As we saw in the board letter in preparation for this presentation, and as I'm sure you saw, it was also intentional to make sure that the SLAs could be updated at least annually in order to stay current. There are changes in standard of care, and there are also changes in, if your CQI is operating appropriately, there are changes in your priorities over time. One area measured improves, you may want to add other focus areas, so that was also intentional in working with county leadership to continue that continuous quality improvement and explore other areas within SLAs at least annually to support that accountability. Mark?
Sure. So a premium, obviously, in this RFP will be regarding the electronic medical records system. There'll be a premium placed on a provider, a bidder, having the core EMR system, which is what is being used now, that platform. But it does allow bidders to utilize other platforms so long as what is called interoperability is assured and demonstrated. But there is the understanding from the county, from the sheriff and probation, is that the EMR within this contract will be moving to the Epic platform over the course of the next 5 years. And the purpose, obviously, we want to make sure there's a continuity of care and there is the ability to support transitions to the community. That is all what CalAIM's about, is to make sure we're taking folks inside the jail and helping them re-enter the community and have it be as seamless as possible and keep people as healthy as we can. Also, the RFP will address pharmacy and medication services. Clearly, the RFP will be make sure that the provider provides all over-the-counter and prescribed medications, supply of all opioid reversal medications. Generally, we're talking about Narcan here. It'd be critical that the pharmacies are enrolled in Medi-Cal and compliant with all prior authorizations and utilization management. And that will also dovetail with making sure within CalAIM that all of our claims are clean, so the county can be reimbursed completely for that. And then participation, very, very important, in quarterly pharmacy and therapeutics committees, something called the P&T committee, to analyze costs and trends. And that is a critical meeting to examine opportunities for efficiencies for medication trends and ultimately cost savings. Staffing, certainly, flexibility with proposed staffing models as long as the requirements are met with the AVOSET staffing guidelines, which is included right in the RFP. So we in the RFP, their current staffing model is demonstrated, and then we ask the bidders to make sure they're meeting the mandatories, and if there are opportunities for suggestions, so long as ratios are met, it's being encouraged in the proposal. Encourages efficiencies and cost savings while meeting all requirements, meeting all licensing requirements, helping the bidders to understand that the expectation is for staff to be working at the top of their license. And then very clear enforceable penalties for unfilled staffing vacancies, what Rich talked about a couple of minutes ago. Rich?
So in terms of quality assurance and monitoring, there are expectations laid out for participation, again, hearkening back to some of the discussion you had prior to this presentation, participation in robust jail and JJC quality assurance programs, collaboration with behavioral wellness, monitoring and audits for behavioral health, collaboration with public health's chief correctional health medical advisor and quality care improvement coordinator, requirements for providers' internal quality assurance program to be shared with the county, and compliance with any needed corrective action plans. We're actually meeting tomorrow with staff from public health and leadership from public health to provide some coaching and support around the ongoing quality assurance and monitoring that will be part of this next contract.
So we will open it up to questions. We appreciate Chair and Board allowing us to present to you, and we have members of the Sheriff's Department, Public Health, Behavioral Wellness, and the team to answer any questions. Thank you.
Right. I'll start down there with the person that was cheerleading for the penalties. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I do really like the sound of these provisions. Seems like it could make sure that we and the taxpayers get what they pay for. What happens if there's a dispute in this, right? Meaning, what if, they're out of compliance and they haven't been, and they're asked to become in compliance? You're saying that they'd have to. What if there is a dispute about the staffing, what the staffing numbers actually were, and we expect a clawback amount from them, and they say, you're not entitled to. What's the recourse in the contract?
I can start a response, Supervisor, and then I'll defer to county leadership on this, but our scope is actually around the RFP. We would expect, and obviously it's best practice in our advice, is that the contract be modeled after the RFP. So to the extent possible, the RFP establishes the contractual expectations, which is what any bidder responds to. And I'm sure you know this. The contract itself would lay out the process for dispute and liquidated damages. And then ultimately, boilerplate contract language usually contains dispute resolution or arbitration, but I'd defer to your county around processes with that, within the specific contract.
Supervisor Williams to the chair. The RFP, as has been indicated, includes the liquidated damages, and it does expand on them further than what we have in the current contract to ensure that there's liquidated damages associated with potentially losing their NCCHC accreditation or our NCCHC accreditation, failure to fill vacant positions, failure to comply with investigations or evaluations, any paperwork that's required or any reports. It also includes provision for liquidated damages to be imposed if there's been a failure to meet CAPs or the corrected action plans, 2 consecutive cycles, and failure to meet any of the service level agreements. When it comes to going beyond the liquidated damages, though, it would be, as indicated, pursuant to the contract language that isn't fully established at this point. Once applicant is accepted and we go into contract negotiations, some of those would be addressed at that time. We would obviously be working very closely with council to ensure that any provisions related to breach of contract met the county standards and your board's desires in terms of how to enforce the contract long term.
Thank you. That sounds very, very comprehensive. And yes, obviously I would expect that anybody who responds to the RFP would already have it established that you would put it in the contract. Yeah. But that's good. Yeah, I mean, that's good, sending the right signals from the very beginning.
Supervisor Hartman?
Let's see. I am, the accountability measures are good. CEO Heitman, I may have, this may be for you. I'm just interested in the process of developing the RFP, and were you involved? Was Be Well involved? Was public health involved? Can you describe that process?
Yes, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, it has been an extremely collaborative process. And HMA has been of incredible assistance to us. HMA has worked with our county on a similar RFP as well as a number of other projects. So they came to us well positioned, knowing our county and some of our county needs and having a relationship with the Sheriff's Office and probation coming into it. The Sheriff's Office, probation, public health, Be Well, and the CEO's office have all worked with HMA on it, as well as county purchasing and county council. There really was a great amount of agreement and concurrence for the vast majority of the provisions. I think that this team's been working together very closely for the last year, trying to move our provision of health care along, and therefore they really had a lot of alignment going into it. They knew what we needed to improve upon, and we have a lot of guidance from CalAIM as well as the stipulated agreement that really set the stage for what needed to be accomplished. I think the CalAIM compliance and the CalAIM readiness is probably the trickiest part of all of this, because we have very little guidance from the state for as far along in the process as it is, in the very particulars of how facilities are going to do this. And as indicated earlier, there isn't any roadmap that we can look to another facility that has been doing this successfully for a long amount of time. So I think that's one of the reasons why HMA's guidance was really key in this effort, but it has been an absolutely very collaborative process.
That's good to hear, and that gives me a lot of confidence given that and your role in it. So can you describe the process going forward, and do we expect any bidders?
Well, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, we certainly expect bidders. I think there's every reason for us to believe that WellPath intends to apply, although I haven't spoken to them directly about it. I think that their discussions in terms of compliance and monitoring so far suggest that they would like to maintain a long-term relationship with us. I do believe that there are probably at least 2 to 3 other vendors that are in this similar space that may be interested in applying as well. In the board letter, though, you will note that there is also reference to public health doing some assessment around staffing and cost analysis, just to hedge our bets and make sure that we can provide the board with as much context and options when we get to that point, if necessary.
Supervisor Capps?
Thank you. I appreciate, again, the sequence of these items with these reports and now this RFP discussion. And it's clear that this is a really robust RFP with, at the heart, I mean, a lot of money, a lot of contracts, a lot of accountability, penalties, but at the heart of it are humans and healthcare, and perhaps the toughest jobs that we have in this county. And we've logged on a lot of hours up here about this topic of jail health for good reason, and I'm just hopeful for the future of getting a good process that begins with a good RFP. And at the beginning of that process is a selection committee, and so I just had one question about that selection committee. I know a lot of thought has gone into who's at the table. That's really important. This line stood out to me. I just wanted to clarify it. It says, if the sheriff and/or chief probation officer did not endorse the selection committee's selected provider, the sheriff and/or chief probation officer would have the discretion to cancel the RFP. I know the sheriff isn't here, but I just wanted to ask sort of what scenario would prompt the canceling of an RFP if the sheriff or chief probation officer didn't go along with the selection committee.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I'll defer to the undersheriff, the chief probation officer. I know there was negotiations and discussion between the two departments about that particular provision.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. This comes down to the sheriff's sole and exclusive authority, the statutory authority to run the jail. And ultimately, obviously, we've looked for a very diverse selection committee. And, you know, we haven't created a situation where the sheriff has, you know, the numbers within that committee to pick, so to speak. So the concern is that, you know, if the committee went, you know, completely against what the sheriff thinks is not a viable candidate, then he would not put his recommendation to that for the board, right? So that's just when the sheriff doesn't enter into the contract, the board does. Ultimately, it gives the sheriff that sole and exclusive authority to not recommend to the board moving forward.
But does that mean canceling the RFP? I mean, like this whole process would have to start over? That worries me at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that would have to go through purchasing and you know, legal, but ultimately it comes down to the sheriff's willingness to attach his name to the recommendation to the board. Yeah, hopefully that's completely unnecessary, but it's just something that was worked out with everyone involved. Did I miss anything?
Supervisor, through the chair, I don't foresee a scenario where that would happen. One of the things that we discussed extensively in the preparation of the RFP is what happens if we do have questions? What if the scoring committee, completes its work and that recommendation comes to us and there's an issue or a question or something that we feel wasn't addressed in the scoring? The process now includes sending it back to the committee for additional questions to be answered. And I think that, that allows us to follow process and avoids any one person being the person who would cancel the RFP, because it provides for some additional discussion around any issues that may surface during scoring of the RFP.
Well, I'm all for making sure that everything's been thought about and looked at from different sides. I do take issue with this language, and again, given some track records of things being very delayed and contracts being way off time and then getting sort of jammed and us feeling that jam of having to approve contracts. So again, it sounds like this has been worked out, but I do take issue with that cancel language.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I never thought I'd have to ask this question, but I'm just trying to understand what kind of RFP this is. I think a lot of us
I was going to ask the same question.
Yeah, are used to RFPs where, the lowest responsible bidder wins the RFP, but this is a scoring criteria, is that right? Is there a dollar amount that is also one of the scoring criteria? I want to make sure, is there a factor of actual cost in this? Because that's a really important factor for us too. So would you mind expanding on that? We learned, some of us after the fact with our EMS process that was excluded, and that's kind of was unique for a lot of people in the public. When the public hears RFP, they're thinking that we're going to go after the lowest bidder that's responsible. Can you speak to that a little bit, how this is different?
Yeah, I'll pull up a score. Has the scoring criteria been finalized?
It's remained the same.
Okay. So I don't have that with me, but budget is part of, obviously, the scoring criteria. It's based upon 100 points, and each scope of service is worth a certain percentage. Somebody can actually pull that up. Is part of a transition plan, as part of the scoring criteria. But we believe it gives the county, the sheriff, and the team the maximum flexibility for choosing the best, they believe is the best healthcare provider.
So when they give us that cost, are they giving it to us for 5 years? Like, hey, this is what you're going to pay for over the next 5 years? Or is it one of these things where it's kind of time and materials plus some overhead? Or how's that exactly work? Is there inflation in there? Is there cost overruns? Because, and what's the percentage of cost of that 100 points? Because, you might have something that's crazy expensive, but since it's such they get a lower score on the cost side, but they do really well in other places because they promise us the world, they win the bid, and there's quite a bit of cost overruns. So I'm concerned there.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the criteria are very broad criteria. Understanding the scope of work, being able to articulate that, is 50 points. Cost is 20. Organizational stability and previous correctional healthcare experience is 20, and your transition plan is 10, for a total of 100 points. And this is on page 87 of the RFP.
Okay.
The highest scoring proposers may be invited to make oral presentations to a selection committee with a question and answer period following. So that presentation would allow the selection committee to take those highest scorers and dive into their presentation or their proposals a little bit more intensely before they make their final recommendation.
Okay, I mean, it's a deep concern to me that, it's only 20 points, especially if they vary greatly. I don't know if they do or not when it comes down to those bids, especially since, a lot of the jail comes down onto the general fund costs. So those are things that we have to be very aware of as a board, as well as their ability to bill things like CalAIM and other sources of revenue. So I'm just going to give that as feedback. That would be, I'd be really disappointed if we broke the bank here going with one specific provider. So.
And Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I only brought this one sheet up. So I would also refer you to page 86. There's some points on that page before it. But you'll notice that also item number 4 at the top of page 87 says that the references are going to be taken for those highest ranking proposers, and that those would also be looking at the satisfaction of services. So presumably those are going to be other counties, other jurisdictions that are also receiving services from these vendors, that their feedback on how happy they are with the services being provided would get factored in. So broadly speaking, I think there are a number of different ways that the overall application is really going to be looked at pretty thoroughly. And keep in mind that it's coming from the vantage point of a variety of individuals that would be working within the jail environment, the juvenile hall environment. We also have our, public health on that scoring committee. The BWell will be on that scoring committee, and the CEO's office, and we'll all be looking at it, through a little bit different specialty lens. So just want to assure you that it is not going to be just a straight whoever is the highest score, because these other things will be factored in there as well.
Are they all going to be proposing the same amount of staff members? Is that kind of a fixed piece there?
Not entirely. We've provided the Averset report as an attachment, but we're allowing the proposers some flexibility. Averset is one consultant our county's used to look at how someone could staff the jail and achieve the requirements, but it's not the one and only way to do it. Sure. So if a proposer feels like they could do it more effectively, efficiently, if they feel like they are better equipped to utilize a different classification, say, of a healthcare staff, they can certainly propose that, and that would be taken into consideration as an additional efficiency that they were offering us.
Okay, forgive me, I should have known the answer to this, but is this the first time that we're bidding this both with both probation and the main jail, or has that been our normal practice?
That is the way that we bid it last time as well.
Okay, so and that helps me. That makes me feel a little bit better, because I want to make sure that commingling the contract doesn't necessarily mean that sometimes that the main jail will rob from the probation side. Because I know that the work that they're doing over there with the juveniles, they may not be as loud sometimes, but I don't want to see staff having to be pulled from the juvenile side over to the main jail, because that's where all the crisis is. Right. So want to have some consistency and stability there on the juvenile side. So I'm understanding that correctly?
Yes, that is absolutely the case now, that the way that the credits are calculated on the juvenile side is that is a completely separate budget. It is billed and invoiced completely separately. And if the vendor were to pull a staff, say a nurse from the juvenile hall, and put them at the jail instead, they would receive, liquidated damages or an equivalent for that action. It is not something that we have ever, allowed to happen for more than just an emergency. Someone to go for the day and backfill with a temporary worker that might have been cleared at the juvenile hall, but they haven't been cleared yet at the jail, or something like that on a temporary basis. We try to be very reasonable and work with the vendor, but we have really designed it over time to ensure that the juvenile facility is not disadvantaged.
And those positions, liquidated damages would be similar, so that wasn't, like, hey, we're going to, again, backfill one of the more expensive positions because of the jail, and it's less expensive at the probation side. So those are equitable between the two organizations?
That's correct. The liquidated damages are the same for both facilities.
Okay, great. My next question is about CalAIM reimbursement and exactly how that's going to actually work into this contract. I understand that we can start to do that here in 2024 from the state. Are we going to be able to start to, as soon as we enter into this contract, be able to take advantage of the CalAIM piece?
So the implementation plan that the Sheriff's Department has filed with the state or submitted to the state indicates that they intend to start on October 1st of 2026. Probation's implementation plan, as I understand it, says that they will start on April 1st of 2026. So when we start claiming or billing for CalAIM is an interdependent relationship between the vendor and the jail or juvenile facility operator. The vendor will not be able to go live until The organization has met all of their milestones with the state. So in order for sheriffs to go, for the jail to go live earlier, the sheriff would have to advance their proposed timelines.
Okay, maybe the sheriff needs to help me with that. Like, so I'm trying to understand why the delay to get to implementation on the CalAIM, and that's potentially up to 2 years of reimbursement that we potentially could be getting from CalAIM, and why we would wait, and what are those timelines that we have to meet, and is there a way for us to do that? And I guess for probation too, because it sounds like April of 2026 is a ways away too. So I want to try to understand from both organizations cost is a big piece of this, and maybe that's normal for everybody across the state, but.
Well, before the supervisor, before the sheriff responds, most of the counties in the state, not all, but most of the counties are looking at October of 26. There's a process, CalAIM process, there's the implementation plan that has to be approved by the state, and then that leads to the readiness plan. And that is the bulk, because that's the meat of how to make CalAIM work. And it's a beast. And it takes time to get that plan in place and approved by the state, and then can be executed. I think there are 3 counties in the state that plan on implementing CalAIM or going live this year. Is it 4 now?
No, in 2024.
In 2024, yeah.
Because of the readiness review requirements and process.
Yeah, making sure the billing systems are in place.
Sure,
like sheriff.
But there's
sheriff.
So what I'm hearing there's some counties that are already there. And so,
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I've been waiting pretty much all day at this point to use Supervisor Williams' reference about being Scotty and setting the bar to something we can actually achieve, as opposed to saying we're going to do something and then coming in late consistently. So I think this is one we're confident that we have the ability to pull this off by that time frame. But certainly if we can make it happen quicker, we'll absolutely do it. But
is there additional resources that are necessary? You want to hire these guys here? I mean, it sounds like that's these guys. Or is there? What do you guys need? Because I mean, this is a lot of money that's involved in this.
We've invested a lot as an entire county. We've invested a lot, and we've got top individuals with Serrano and Associates very much involved in this and what it is. And my saying that I like to talk about is not getting out in front of our skis. It's a perfect way to crash. So yes, this is a long term, but it is an absolute monster. We want to do it right and not cause the county to see liability because we went too fast and we're skiing above our abilities.
So, but we fall back to where we're at anyway, right? We pay it out of the general fund. So, I mean, that's where, I understand there's risk and we don't want to get penalized. I understand that. But otherwise, in the meantime, we're just going to spend general fund. If we go out and we mess up a little bit, it sounds like we go back over the general fund. So I don't understand where the risk is on trying to, maybe get into the slipstream of some of these other counties that are already 2 years ahead of us.
Supervisor, through the chair, I can speak only to probation's piece of it. We applied for and received a $1.5 million grant for readiness. And included in that solution is we have to put in place a billing process, which is going to be incredibly difficult. Departments that are used to doing Medi-Cal billing and are familiar with that process struggle with it, even internally to the county. Some of those problems have surfaced. So it's completely unfamiliar to us, and we have to find a way to put it in place, which means we have to find a third-party solution for it. We have to have a technological solution for sharing medical records, which we have to build and put in place, and we don't have that currently. So there's some technological work that has to be done there. There is also quite a bit of collaborative work that has to happen between behavioral wellness and the probation department in order to put screening processes in place, protocols in place, information sharing protocols in place. We can build it pretty quickly, but we can't build it faster than April of 2026. Wow. And we have to have those pieces in place. We're pretty confident that we have a good plan and that was accepted by the state for the Path 3 grant, but it will take us some time to put those pieces in place.
Okay. Well, again,
Supervisor, to be fair to the county, the state is becoming much more active in issuing guidance to the counties. There's what they call operational guidance, but it is truly building the plane as they fly it. So most counties are participating in the technical assistance calls. I just listened to one for 2 hours last week and was shaking my head trying to understand what they were asking. So it is a process. It is a beast.
It's difficult to meet the operational guidance when the operational guidance is still being revised.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Well, welcome to the world that we put most people in when we tell them to they've got to meet requirements that technology doesn't exist yet for. So we are finally on the other end of that.
Yes.
One last
Transaction.
thing, it's not for probation, it's probably for the contractors on just the compliance side, is one of my concerns is for transparency on the labor versus the general and administration charges when we start to tease that out. I want to make sure that, we have all these different classifications and we have dollar amounts, especially for liquidated damages, but, sometimes there's an incentive there for them to pay less and receive more revenue by paying less salary and maybe not be able to recruit, employees. So, I don't know if there is a way just to have just a percent of overhead for the labor piece or maybe even prescription piece. So we don't necessarily incentivize, lower wages for some of the employees or incentivize keeping those spots unfilled. That's where we think we've gotten here is part of the problem. So whatever way we can build in those natural incentives to do the right thing for the contract so it can be a win-win both for the contractor and for the county to make sure we fill those positions is really essential to me because I think that's where we've fallen down over these last few contracts is we've built in incentives to potentially have the wrong thing happen. Not necessarily, I don't want to question people's motivations. All the people that are involved in this are into it for the right reason. That's why I got into this business. But it is a struggle when these positions aren't filled or we fill them with somebody that's underqualified that gets paid less. And that actually creates more profit for the company. That just does not seem that we should make sense. So we should try to have a contract, an RFP that disincentivizes that concept.
Absolutely.
yes, the cost proposal attached, the cost proposal worksheet that respondents to the RFP would be responsible for responding to, obviously, does attempt to delineate, actual staffing costs versus overhead. And in essence, it's a way to try and get to margin as well, to try and address that.
There's no shortcut for monitoring the staffing roster and comparing it to the contract.
Yep.
It was a burden for my staff when I did it in Delaware, but it's blood, sweat, and tears. Who'd you hire, and what positions, and are they at the top of their license?
Right. So, if you have somebody that's a clinician that's not necessarily licensed yet, but they're in that spot as a practitioner, paying them less,
right?
They actually get more profit, right? And so that's what I want to avoid, to make sure that they're getting only the premium that's a maximum there, not necessarily because they continue to have junior members in those spots that they continue to benefit. So whatever incentives we can have as part of through the contractor, through the RFP for vendors, I would appreciate.
Yes, sir.
Okay, last from me, just real quick, is what happens, so we go into this kind of without an engineer's estimate. Like on a construction project, we kind of know where we're going to be. What happens, what's our off-ramp or what's our second decision point if we get down the road and we get responses back and it's something that sounds great, but it would bankrupt us. So what do we do then? It's kind of like when we opened up the responses for the Northern Branch Jail and went, uh-oh.
Well, the process will involve bringing the highest scores for a presentation, which I assume would also include budget. But healthcare is not cheap. That's for sure.
I'm just trying to figure out what and I guess maybe it's more for the CEO what's, I want to have options available.
Chair Levanino, I think that if, just like when we get bids that are too high on construction projects, we can either choose a bidder and negotiate, we can reject the RFP and start again, we can reject the RFP, which means we're probably extending with the existing vendor for some period of time. We could look at cost analysis, which we've asked public health to do to see what would it be for the county to do it. There's different options that are available to us. We believe right now the best option is to go out to bid with this RFP. Or if it's too expensive, it's a risk decision by the board of what we'd want to continue with or versus not, given the components they talked about and what some of our legal obligations are.
Okay. All right, great. We may have exhausted all questions. All right, great. Thank you very much. Oh, do we have any public comment on this matter?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, I just wanted to note for the record, we have no requests to speak from the public.
Okay. So, by the way, that also tells me you guys are doing a really good job reaching out to the public because not having a long line of people out the door right now for the last 3 items says you guys are doing a really good job. So,
We've done quite a bit of this work, and I will just echo from what we saw. I mean, how many leaders from Santa Barbara were involved in the RFP process? Ballpark, Mark? Like maybe less than 20, but more than a dozen. I mean, so I will tell you, and I think from our perspective, doing this work all around the country, and I reported to a county board for 20 years, so I respect your roles and your responsibilities. I would say it has definitely been a collaborative process.
Absolutely.
And all the departments have been, under very tight timeframes, very responsive. So I just want you all to be assured of that.
Great.
Fair?
Absolutely.
I'll move A through D.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously, and we are adjourned to Tuesday, September 10th in Santa Barbara.